almost 6.
6 on my computer.
Oh, 6.
John, are we good to get going? It is 6 o'clock. We will call the June 6, 2024 Planning Commission to order. First item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Roll call. We do have all of the planning commissioners now present.
Didn't anticipate having to park at school.
We have a full house tonight, and just wanted to welcome everyone. If this is your first time at a planning commission or city council meeting, I realize this is planning commission, but welcome. Thank you for coming out. We have a full agenda tonight with a lot of public hearings, and we'll work through them all. The role of the Planning Commission is listed on the application. The Planning Commission's role is to administer the comprehensive plan, zoning, subdivision, and regulations. The Commission acts or conducts public hearings and provides recommendations to the City Council. We do not approve or deny. We make recommendations to Council. The City Council may approve or deny the land use application based on our recommendation. So I wanted to make that clear. I guess with that, we have the next item of business, number 4, approval of the agenda. Any corrections or changes?
No.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda. Second.
We have a motion from Darren and a second from Paul. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes 5-0. Next item of business is the consent agenda. The only item on the consent agenda is the minutes from May 2nd. Any corrections or changes to the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion from Paul, a second from Nick. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Next up, open forum. Open forum is public comments limited to 3 minutes for non-agenda items. If anyone is here for non-agenda items, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we will move into item 7, council update.
I will try to make this brief. So on the 14th, we had an item for the treatment facility, the state it's in. We wanted a review by an independent company, and this was their result, and there was some small issues found, but nothing significant. We had the yearly accounting audit results, same thing, some of the expected items that we get every year were in there, but nothing significant. Financial report, everything looks like it's on track. Then we had a discussion about Territorial, Rush Creek intersection, if we wanted to do something with that intersection. And at the time, the council decided that we wouldn't do anything with the road. There was a later discussion about a possible acquisition of the property. There was Hennepin County came in to discuss some of the road work they wanted to do. There was some discussion about how much we would have to kick in, or they want us to kick in, and how much of that would be trail. Chip and fog seal, we went forward with a project to do a lot of sealant, rock chip plans. The well house contract for number 5 was approved. There was a discussion on council members as city employees. That that ended up being dropped at at subsequent meeting. We also had a discussion on a possible treatment facility grant. It sounds like that didn't get through the legislature. And then May 28th, we had a long work session on the fire department. Discussion was ladder truck, which we later approved an order for. There was discussion on property at down on the interchange, and the decision was to not pursue that at this time. And then there was also discussion of looking at hiring full-time firefighters. There was the chief gave a presentation on that. There were no decisions on that. They will be discussed during budget meetings. Quick Trip truck stop was approved 4-1, pretty much as you guys had approved it. Dayton Fields, there was one of the properties that had, or one of the businesses dropped out of it, so it was that section of the land was turned into just an outlot. There was discussion on how we can maybe get a fairly accurate survey done from our residents. There was an acceptance of the fire study that we had approved a while back. At least accepting that product, it was decided we wouldn't necessarily use that as a guideline. And then there was a discussion about Magnus Veterans is requesting that we drop their large assembly fees. So there was a larger discussion on possibly looking at nonprofits in general. And cannabis use, we approved that ordinance, which just basically treats it like alcohol. And then there was the closed session on that property that I had mentioned earlier. That's it.
All right, thank you. Just a reminder for the commission and staff, we have a lot of people out in the hallway that may not be able to hear, so let's just try to speak up. I don't know if there's any way to turn on my speaker out there. We have a big agenda tonight.
I know, but
I understand.
what I'm asking is the information you said online that we can look at?
The meeting minutes from the city councils are online. Yep, sorry.
We do not have speakers in the.
Oh, in the lobby. Okay. All right. Next up, we'll move into public hearings. Item 8A. Item 8A is interim use permit for 13145 Granstrom Circle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And being that we've got a lot of items, I'm going to move through these fairly quickly. So if I'm going too fast, please slow me down. So this is a request by the applicant, Paul Carroll, for an interim use permit to allow more than 3 heads of poultry. Within the city code, we allow poultry that's based, the number of poultry is based on the size of the property and the zoning of the property. In this case, they're allowed up to 3 heads, or 3 heads of poultry. They are requesting for more than that, so up to 9. So this would be 8 ducks and 1 chicken. Once again, the property is located at 13145 Granstrom Circle. As far as the critical issues that go for consideration by the Planning Commission is the property appropriate for more than 3 heads of poultry? Kind of what the applicant's plan is that they have an existing chicken coop, or I'm just going to refer to it as a coop, where the birds may be able to be run supervised within a fenced yard area. What else? With an interim use permit, there's a list of findings of fact that must be considered by the Planning Commission and the City Council. For this item and the following interim use permit, I've got this list as the slide. So there's 9 items, and what I'm looking for from the Planning Commission is on each item of, is it this or is it not that? So just to read these out, and I think we'll go over them again in more detail. Item 1 for findings of fact, the proposed use is or is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and the purpose of the underlying zoning district. Item 2, the proposed use will or will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Item 3, the proposed use will or will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, or welfare of persons residing or working near the use. Item 4 is the proposed use will or will not impede the normal and orderly development of surrounding property. Item 5, the proposed use will or will not create an undue burden on parks, schools, streets, and other public facilities and utilities which serve or are proposed to serve the area. Item 6, the proposed use is or is not adequately screened. Item 7, the proposed use will or will not create a nuisance, including but not limited to odor, noise, vibration, or visual pollution. Item 8, the proposed use will or will not provide adequate parking and loading spaces and storage on the site in compliance with the subsection. Item 9, the proposed use will or will not protect sensitive natural features. And just to be clear, normally I don't read this, but we've got a large audience, so just for clarifications, anytime the city approves, whether it's an interim use permit or a conditional use permit, there are findings of fact that the city has to find, that they are either compliant or not compliant with these 9 items. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here for this one? Would you like to come forward and? Hi. State your name and address, and then.
My name is Stephanie Carroll, address 13145 Granstrom Circle, Dayton.
And my name is Paul Carroll, 13145 Granstrom Circle, Dayton.
Thank you. I guess just so our understanding right now, you currently have three two ducks and a chicken. Poultry.
Yeah, we have 2 ducks and a chicken. We had 3 chickens originally. We've had poultry since 2020. And then 2 of our chickens died. And then leaving 1 chicken, her name's Chicken Nugget. She's crippled and she doesn't do anything. She just sits there. She doesn't make noise or anything. And the other 2 ducks that we have are about a year old. They're a type of breed that is quiet. They're winter hardy. We have 2 right now. Once our chicken passes away, unfortunately, soon. She's geriatric. It'll go down to 2 poultry, basically. And with chickens and ducks, you can't just raise 1 chicken. You can't just raise 1 duck because they're social animals, they're flock animals. And so it's just not humane to replace with just 1. So part of our reason why we're requesting it is just because we just want some wiggle room. We don't necessarily want 9. I know it scared a lot of our neighbors. They're like, oh, 9. We're not looking necessarily for 9. We just wanted wiggle room because our chicken's still alive. And once she passes away, we want to at least be able to replace her. And that would be impossible to do it legitimately with just 3 poultry limit to our property. Our setup is set up for technically 20 to 30. We're not going to get 20 or 30, we promise. But, we were thinking, 2 at a time and go from there. We're very responsible. We tend to our chickens and ducks daily. We clean everything. As you can see from the pictures, we're very responsible. We take it very seriously, the welfare of our animals.
Yeah, basically, the plan would be to potentially have 2 more ducks, so that would be 4 total ducks and 1 chicken. We're going to determine what the management of that is first. Once we determine the management of it, whether or not it's, we're not trying to be inconvenient to our neighbors either. So
Yeah.
we're also trying to make it conveniently managed for ourselves. And so our initial plan is to add 2, determine how manageable a total of 5, 1 chicken, and 4 ducks is, and then potentially add 2 more. We don't really intend on going much further than that, but that does put us potentially at the best case scenario at 6 ducks and 1 chicken, you know, and even then, that's only if the management of our next step of 2 additional, you know, is
Yeah.
works out quite ideal, where we're not looking to get in over our heads.
I think the neighbors are thinking we're gonna get 9 right away, and
Yeah,
it's like, no, we're not gonna do that. We're responsible. The duck breed is it's a quiet breed, it's docile. They're winter hardy, they can't fly, so there's no chance of them flying out of our property line because we have an entirely fenced backyard. We also have a very large coop. Again, that coop is set up for 20 to 30, but we do not want 20 or 30. We just want a couple extra wiggle room. That's all we're looking for.
With regards to the winter hardy breed, have you guys overwintered poultry since 2020?
Yep.
Obviously, last winter was very mild, but
Yeah, so we've had, like I said, we've had poultry since 2020. We've done a lot of research. We had our ducks for this full year now, over the winter, and they're actually more hardy than chickens are. They require a small container of water where they can dip their heads in, and that's it. But we have pretty much like a palace set up right now for our 3 ducks, and so they don't necessarily need all of that. It's just that we spoil our birds.
Well, and we appreciate the aesthetics of our neighborhood as well, and so we
Yeah.
are trying to make steps aesthetically also. You know, if you can tell by the photo that you do have, like, we're trying to make sure that it is as aesthetic as possible. There's a second picture as well from a different angle, perhaps, that'll show the other. Yeah, there you go. That'll show some of the other things that we got going on the other side, and so on and so forth. So
Yeah, we have a large garden.
we're trying to be respectful,
Yeah.
and initially, you know, the letter reads 9 ducks, and it seems quite dramatic.
Yeah.
And
We're not trying to scare our neighbors.
We're taking in
Yeah.
baby steps.
And we're trying to do it legitimately. We're not trying to pull a fast one on anyone. You know, we want it to do it legitimately and respectfully, for sure.
Any other questions for the applicant?
What is your manure management plan?
Good question. We have compost. So that hay right there, that's our compost area. So what we do is we have a filter right next to that pond right there. That filter catches everything. It's pretty much vacuum sealed. It holds all of the manure in there. And then once a week, we empty that manure into the raised garden bed right there, and that's it. It decomposes, and then we use that for fertilizer in our garden.
The machine we use is a machine specifically for that purpose of pond cleaning and so forth, and it's this really cool crank mechanism that allows you to clean the material that does the filtration inside the unit. Eventually, you do have to replace that as well, but only every so often.
Yeah. It's a great permaculture because it's a cycle. So the ducks, we feed the ducks our kale, they poo, use the manure in our compost, and it's a great for the ecosystem because ducks, they serve as a natural pest control. They eat grubs, they eat slugs, snails, mosquito larvae, and etc. So they're really good for the ecosystem in that way.
Duck eggs are also remarkably similar to chicken eggs as far as eating and cooking. So, like, despite like a lot of folks not being familiar with it, I wasn't just a year ago. It's remarkably similar as well, and so we feel that's also an advantage, just like having chickens.
Yeah, so for people who are allergic to chicken eggs, there's duck eggs if you're allergic to chicken eggs. So, you know, we've been giving away our eggs, you know, we eat them ourselves. They're very good. You should try it. I should bring some in if you want. I'd be happy to do it.
Incidentally, I have managed to speak with a number of our neighbors. I haven't had a chance to talk with everybody, but up until even today, I've managed to get a hold of a couple neighbors just to clarify, similarly with yourselves, that, you know, the intent isn't not. It's
Yeah.
2, let's see how it is. Maybe 2 more if we really like it.
Yeah.
So ducks also tend to produce mud naturally. They like water. And so what is your mud management plan? How do you maintain that they still have access to water without turning your entire lawn into a big giant mud pit?
Good question. So if you look at our coop, not necessarily that picture, but the other picture, we have pavers. So we have those pavers there. They, on the side, they can kind of dig their beaks in, but it's not a mud pile because it's completely lined with pavers. So that manages the mud really well. It's pretty clean in there. I might once a week spray it down, and that's it. It's not really muddy.
Yeah, we've added paver since then as well, and what we
Yeah.
do, we'll take some hay and or sod and move it to one of the paved surfaces. Once that material is used, we'll put it out to compost or use it elsewhere, and then just spray down the paver. You know, it works very well.
Are you set up to double the amount of manure you're gonna get?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, double, but you know, as we approach,
Triple.
poultry, right, as we approach
Yeah.
poultry, that's why we're not looking necessarily at, you know, the high end of what
Baby
the
steps.
necessarily. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We want to also be able to manage it as well. We want it to be fun for ourselves and our family.
Yeah.
We have two kids that help us.
Yeah,
take
they
care of
do it every day, so,
So.
yeah.
Any other questions?
I have one more. I have several more. What are you doing about concerns about wild, like bird flu, right? Because you have a pond right behind you, and so wild ducks and geese are going to come to
Yep.
that pond, and they have diseases,
Yep.
and your ducks are right there. So how do you manage to make sure that your ducks are not exposed to the wild avian diseases?
That's a great question.
Well, I'd go two ways there. So first of all, in our observation of geese and ducks so far, they don't exceed our fence line. So we
Okay.
do have a fence line up there. I haven't seen not one goose or duck cross that fence line yet. If they were to cross that fence line, which I have not observed, we do have a dog that chases them. And then also that run right there, for the birds that we do have, we leave them enclosed, which is why it's such a generous run, because we want to be able to be okay with leaving them for longer periods of time without necessarily feeling as if we need to bring them out. They still feel like they get supervised runs outside. We do have a lot of predatory birds, so to leave, and we've already lost a chicken to a predatory bird, so to leave them unsupervised outside of this run area we've created, we wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah, that would not happen. We would always supervise them. If they are outside of that run area, we just wouldn't even have that option or possibility for them to run into the wildlife, the wild waterfowl. So we would never let them go out into the pond. They would never come back.
I feel like it's better out here.
Yeah, they're like, we're free. No.
Okay, that was all my questions.
Oh, and honestly, they're built, they're well nourished, so they can't fly. There's no way
They're
that they
chunky
can
boys?
take off.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Any other questions? All right. We are going to open the public forum now, or the public hearing, and we may call you back up to ask a few more clarifying questions. But thank you.
Information. Thank you.
All right. At 6:23, we will open the public hearing on the first item. If anyone is here to speak on that, please come forward, state your name.
I'll take your piece of paper.
Zach will take your
Yep.
your papers. Name and address, please. for the record.
Gray Parson, 13165 Granstrom Circle. I'm the black house in the other picture you can see. Yeah, I'd like to start off saying that Paul and Stephanie are the best neighbors I've ever had. They're fantastic. They take care of their animals. They are great. But as they mentioned, the 9 poultry was kind of scary to me. Not scary, but kind of concerning. The coop is very close to my property line and pretty close to the house and within 50 feet of my deck as well. So, yes, the ducks are a lot quieter, better than the chickens, but times that by 3, it could be quite a bit of a nuisance. That's about all I have to say about that. They're great neighbors. They'll take care of the animals. I'm not worried about that. It's just
They make noise and they make smells.
noise. Correct. Yep. Make noise and smells. So
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Anyone else here for this public hearing?
All right, Mr. Chair, we did receive 2 emails that had opposition,
Yep.
so those were distributed to the planning commissioners prior to the meeting.
Is it pertinent to read those?
Was there 2 on this one or 1?
There's 2.
The second one came in kind of at the last minute. So
And I think just to summarize both of them, they had the same concern. 9 might be just a little too many at this time. Any? All right, with that, we will close the public hearing at 6:25. Any discussion?
So ducks tend to need more friends than chickens do. Like 3 chickens can be healthy, but particularly if there's a male duck, they need more, can't remember if they're hens or not. Basically, the boys need more girls. They're a little more vigorous than roosters are. So they just need to have more girls to spread that around to. So if you're having ducks and you have both genders, you need at least 4 ducks, preferably 5 or 6, if you're going to have both genders. But if you have all girls or all boys, which obviously all boys, unless you're raising meat birds, you don't want all boys. But if you have all girls, you can have a smaller number of girl ducks and be okay. So another question I would have is if we wanted to restrict to all hens and no drakes, that would be like one, you could keep the numbers a little smaller in a healthy, safe way. But if not, it is reasonable to have a few more ducks than it is chickens based on their just relationships with each other. Oh, that's right. So are you planning to have both genders or just girl ducks? And
Just
why
girls.
can I? Okay. Because then you don't
No
need.
offense to the boys, but
Yeah, no, they don't lay eggs.
And you know, incidentally, I did want to add, because our plan was initially adding 2 and then having a chicken with 4 total ducks, I understood that put us under the 6. You know, I did express some caution over 9 and how 9 would be perceived as opposed to 6. And so, you know, of course, this discussion is going to be pertinent for just general, you know, zoning needs and so on and so forth. And so I do appreciate that fully. However, do understand as well we are flexible and understand that, you know, if we fit better in the 6 range, you know, it is what it is. We're flexible people. We're not looking for 9. You know.
Yeah. So that would be, so if they're all going to be girls, then you don't necessarily need that many. I personally, I have 48 chickens, so like I'm on 18 acres. I don't have to worry about my neighbors, right? But I do have to think about manure. I have to think about disease. I had to think about like water management. I have to think about all those things. So like it's scale matters, right? And 3 to 9 is quite a jump, right? So I personally I'm not saying I'm totally in agreement with it, but I would feel more comfortable and open to the discussion of maybe going up to 5. So you could add 2 more. So you'd have 4 ducks and 1 chicken, and then let that ride for a year or 2. And then if you wanted to come back at that time and ask again for a higher number, that also gives your neighbors a chance to see how 5 did. I would be a little more okay with than going all the way to 9. Because at the end of the day, you are in a residential neighborhood in a small lot. So, and your neighbors, I drove by. You're not in an older neighborhood with like a lot of trees and a lot of screening. Like there is no screening. Everyone can see your yard. Yeah, exactly. So that's a different situation. So that would be what I would be open to as kind of a compromise position. But I'm not like strong another way. So. But I am pro-poultry, so just want, like...
I get it.
Would we be able to go 6 because that's 2 head, and that's basically how
Yeah,
because I
even
would have
number.
applied for 6 had I known this would have been an issue. I wouldn't have even applied for 9. I don't need 9. We
we're
want
good.
2 ducks. That
So
puts us at
question for
6.
John then, is we work in animal units, we don't work in 1.5 animal units, or what can we do here?
we can do math.
We can do
I-
math.
So we can.
We can math.
Yeah, so in, just for clarity, so when the council, whether it's approval or denial, let's say they approve it, there's conditions of approval. So there's 3 of them that I'll just read out, and this is in draft form. Number 1, the interim use permit shall be limited to 3 animal units as defined by the city code, and for example, 9 poultry larger than the ordinary pigeon. So you can decrease that to 6, and we'll just do the 1.5 animal units. Item 2, the premises on which the animal is kept or maintained shall be kept in clean and sanitary conditions including removal of all fecal matter and bedding material, and shall not be a harbor for rodents, flies, or insects. Then item 3, the interim use permit shall expire with a change in property ownership from Paul Carroll and Stephanie Carroll to somebody else.
So one of the things this also hinges on is the breed of duck you've chosen, because it is a quiet breed, naturally. Can we put that in, that it has to stay the quiet breed, and so that we can't?
We can
okay.
enforce that.
Okay. I was just curious,
Yeah.
so.
I mean, I can tell an oak tree from a maple tree, but not.
You can't tell one duck from a
If there's
cayuga from another?
If there's a complaint, though, regarding noise, it wouldn't really or odor, it wouldn't matter what breed it would be.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
So John, are you suggesting that we maybe shouldn't put that as a condition because you can't enforce it? Or do you think it still I think it provides some comfort that somebody can help us or the city figure out what breeds they are?
Yeah, you might not be able to know,
You might
but
not
other
know,
people.
right?
Sure, so the way the ordinance reads, we're just calling it poultry. So whether it's a duck or a chicken or pigeon.
Yeah, but we can put a condition on it to be a certain species
can.
of it,
It's
right?
just
Yeah.
makes it-
I know it'd be hard.
Yeah.
Because we put conditions on
Complaint basis,
dogs.
right?
I think we're covered because really, no matter what breed it is, the only time we're gonna have an issue is if there's a complaint. And then there's a complaint regardless, so there's
regardless.
other enforceable actions.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm just saying, I think you guys is it the cayuga?
Cayuga and Welsh Harlequin.
Okay.
I mean, they might quack, like, they might go, meh, 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 and then they'll stop. I mean, it's no louder than a dog, honestly.
There's probably a short list of ducks that all, run on the quiet side of
Yeah.
ownership and whatnot. We try to stick to that
Like
list.
runner ducks are quiet too.
Yeah, we try to stick to
Yeah.
that list, that's,
So my comments when I first saw this is, one, I was wondering, it's a residential subdivision neighborhood, small lot, is how appropriate is this? And not just, I like to look at things by property, kind of remove the owners and neighbors, that way I'm not getting, sidetracked by the other stuff. And so that was one of my concerns is, I would be more comfortable with 2 animal units than 3, because I don't think 3 animal units is generally appropriate in subdivisions regardless. And there's some debate whether 2 is even appropriate. I mean, I can understand why some neighbors would be concerned. Some neighborhoods have HOAs that dictate this, that it never even gets to us, to be honest, with new subdivisions. I'm assuming your HOA, either you don't have one or that it's silent, you don't have one. Okay. So that's kind of where I'm at, is I would potentially be okay with 2, but I would also be okay denying it and just sticking with the 1 as the precedent says this is what happens in subdivisions.
Understandable.
Any input or discussion from either of you?
I think if we approve it, it'd be nice to have a condition to just provide some screening, some vegetative screening there, whether it's some arborvitaes or something that would give year-round screening to your neighbor that's directly next door. It looks like there's enough room between the fence and the coop. And, it would just beautify your yard a little bit anyway.
we have the espalier trees right there, and they have grown in quite a bit. However, the back end of the coop, there is nothing right there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I get, we can sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll take a while for those hat trick trees to grow in, but once they do, they'll be 8 foot tall.
Right.
So-
But yeah, right now, there definitely is not something there. It could be. We also have added some brick where we've got planters that are gonna grow some flowers
Yep.
on that side as well. And it's just, actually, you can see the
The
cement
cinder block,
the
yeah.
cinder block on
We're
that
gonna
side.
add some foliage up, so
Yeah.
we're trying to make it look nice.
And we definitely appreciate, obviously, your guys' time and consideration and all of the
And we respect
concerns.
all of your opinions. We understand either way. so.
I do need to say, though, the only thing that should probably maybe be left for debate among city council would be the idea of poultry in pairs as opposed to an odd number, thus leaving
Yeah.
a single animal. That's the only other item I would leave out for you guys for future. It doesn't have to apply here per se, but you know what I mean, like just as a.
There's a lot of people in our neighborhood that have poultry, and they're running into the same problem that we're having, in that when you only have allotted 3 poultry, it's going to be difficult to replace that third one.
Place we get our ducks from when they sell it to us.
Yeah, they won't sell it to us as a single chick or duckling, so.
All right, so I guess my thought on this, the ordinance counts it by units. I would like to stick to the unit instead of an
Fine.
odd number, just for ease of everyone's understanding with this. I would like to go to, personally, I'm in favor of 2 units. I think you guys understand, and you're welcome to come back if you decide and can maintain that and go up to 3, and we can revisit it at that point.
And conversely, of course, if, we don't wish to cause our neighbors any inconvenience
Yeah.
either. And so, again, when the letter read 9, I did go around the neighborhood in order to clarify some of that,
So-
because I felt like it read kind of
Yeah.
extreme also. So.
Yeah, understandable completely, yeah. We'll take good responsibility of it, either way.
John, can you talk a little bit about the process of revoking an IUP and how that would go about?
Sure. So going back to the findings of fact, so, let's say all 9 of these items, the council says, like item number 1, for example, the proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan. If for whatever reason the city believes that it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, it can come back for consideration to revoke the interim use permit. There has to be a reason for each one of why, whatever these are. And, comprehensive plan is probably the worst example on this list of 9. So it's more so if there's a public nuisance where, the ducks, there's an odor or something else, as an example.
So when I think about that and think about this being an IUP, an interim use permit, and I go through this list of 10 items, the couple that gave me pause was number 2, whether or not it would substantially diminish property values. I think could, given what we've heard in the testimony from the property owners and the public testimony, I don't believe that to be the case in this particular situation. It could, if things got out of hand. 6, I think, Paul, you had a good point about it being adequately screened. I think some screening would be helpful along that side, given its proximity to that property line. So I think that can be addressed. And then, from the public testimony we heard was really, and received, I think, was the fear of a nuisance. And also, the public had attested to that they are great neighbors. They do take care of the poultry that they have. So I'm inclined to believe that it would not create a nuisance if that continued. But if it did become a nuisance, I feel that would be grounds for having another discussion and potentially revoking the IUP if it were to become a nuisance. Therefore, I kind of, Peter, I align with you in that increasing it to 2 units for 6. It's not a substantial. It's not as far as what the proposal initially was, and Sarah, as you mentioned, it kind of does give the neighbors an opportunity to see and for you all to prove that it won't be a nuisance and odor, noise, and won't diminish property values, and you have the ability to screen it and go through with that. That's kind of where I sit. It seems as though we could have a positive view of those findings of fact.
With that all being said, I'm going to make a motion to approve the IUP with 2 animal units.
So
And I don't know exactly how to treat the condition of screening, given that the trees that they have there, they're kind of counting on, or if we're asking for something different.
I had heard mention that there's nothing on the back end of the coop, maybe potentially in the run area. And I think maybe
Yeah,
just some.
and I would
some
encourage
trees,
some
similar
sort of evergreen,
species
like an
or
arborvitae,
or-
something like that, that's year-round screening too.
That will also help with noise.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Darren and a second from Nick. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And just any clarification on the screening, so this would be a row of arborvitae or something similar along the east fence?
I don't know about the fence because there's already trees there that are gonna grow. They're just little right now.
Okay.
So that's where I'm struggling with the screening concept. So they're talking behind the coop, so I'm assuming that's on the house side, correct?
Yeah, and I think actually, when I take a look at it, you'd have two options. One would be to anticipate the growth of the tree closest to the run you see in the picture off to the right, and you can anticipate its full adult growth and start planting arborvitae from that point of anticipation towards the fence line closer to our neighbor's house and our house. And/or you could remove the cinder block and replace it with arborvitae because the point of, overwinter is legit,
It'll help big time.
Yeah, so and the cinder block with planters doesn't do that necessarily. So you'd have a couple of options there.
Or a privacy screen. We could do like a metal privacy screen or wood privacy screen.
So I'll make
Cover
this
that whole
recommendation
area.
on the screening. We don't have to figure it out tonight, because this does have to go to city council. Why don't you work with your neighbor to figure out, it sounds like he's amenable to something, work with him and propose something at city council as far as screening goes, but
Yep.
we recommend some screening. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good plan.
Sounds good.
Great,
Thank you,
thanks
guys.
for your time.
Appreciate your time.
Appreciate it.
Good
And
suggestion.
this item will go to the city council on June 25th.
Yes.
All right.
Figure this out right here.
Good night.
Next item.
Thank you, guys.
Next item is a public hearing for the ordinance amendment, commercial kennel, interim use permit at 12350 Overlook Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's two items or two requests with this one. And I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the two. The first is a text amendment to the city code to allow commercial kennels in the R1 district as an interim use permit. If that is approved, the second item is an interim use permit for a commercial kennel. And there we go. Okay, so item number one for a commercial kennel, the difference between a private kennel and a commercial kennel. I'll say private kennel is a place where 5 dogs over 6 months of age are kept on the premises, which are zoned and occupied for residential purposes, and where the keeping of such dogs is incidental to the occupancy of the premises for residential purposes. So if I have 5 or more dogs as pets, that is a private kennel. With a commercial kennel, it's 5 or more dogs that are boarded, trained, bred, or for compensation or offered for sale. So this is where it becomes a business, and that's why we call it a commercial kennel. Let's see. So, I'm going to dig back into the question that I would ask if I were sitting up there is, where can you have a private kennel and a commercial kennel? A commercial dig into where this is. Okay, here we go. And I apologize, I don't have this as a slide. So, private kennels are allowed in essentially every zoning district where you can have a house in. So the exception would be the industrial districts, some of the business districts, and I'll just say the general commercial areas in town. So that a private kennel is either a permitted use or a conditional use for 5 or more adult dogs. Commercial kennel is a conditional use in the agricultural districts and some of the business districts. It is not allowed in the R1 single-family residential district, which is what the applicant's property is zoned as. The R1, it is fairly popular in the city, so that we have about 1,200 properties in the city. So any change to the R1 district does affect every property that's zoned R1. So that's all 1,200 or so properties. If that is approved, so the second request is the interim use permit for a commercial kennel, and this would be at 12350 Overlook Road here in Dayton. The applicant's business, it is existing. The kennel is primarily inside the home. They do take the dogs out for exercise or walks just along the driveway, but predominantly, from my understanding, the dogs are housed inside the home. The critical items or critical issues with this is a commercial kennel appropriate for this location? And if yes, under what conditions, such as limiting the number of dogs or the location of the kennel? And probably anything else that you can think of. Screening, as we spoke about with the last item. So, similar to the last item, with the approval or denial of any interim use permit, there's 9 items or 9 findings of fact that the city council needs to make. And the city council's determination is really based on what the planning commission comes up with as a recommendation. So just to read these over again. Item 1 is the proposed use is or is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and the purpose of the underlying zoning district. Item 2, the proposed use will or will not substantially diminish or impair property values within the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Item 3, the proposed use will or will not be detrimental to the health, safety, morals, or welfare of persons residing or working near the use. Item 4, the proposed use will or will not impede the normal and orderly development of surrounding property. Item 5, the proposed use will or will not create an undue burden on parks, schools, streets, and other public facilities and utilities which serve or are proposed to serve the area. Item 6, the proposed use is or is not adequately screened. Item 7, the proposed use will or will not create a nuisance, including but not limited to odor, noise, vibration, or visual pollution. Item 8, the proposed use will or will not provide adequate parking and loading spaces, and storage on the site is in compliance with the subsection. And item 9, the proposed use will or will not protect sensitive natural features. And I'll hand it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant here for this one?
They were.
Yeah, I believe I saw them.
Yeah.
The Mark and Ally Holman? All right.
You see, I don't know if everyone in the lobby can hear us okay or not. No. Okay.
All right.
We did have a number of testimonies that we received that were distributed to the planning commission prior to the meeting.
Yes, we have a number of testimony in a packet, fairly thick. I paged through it and read through some of the emails.
Yeah, the applicant's not here, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, the applicant either left or is not here, so.
Okay. With that, I think we'll open the public hearing on this one at 6:48. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and speak? Please state your name and address.
Ashley Lloyd, 12511 Overlook. I don't really have the answers, I guess, more questions. How would this affect the traffic on our street? We are in a dead end, so everybody that visits has to go down and back, right? And we have a lot of houses with very young children that all play outside. How would this affect my taxes if, our property is changed to commercial? And just kind of what the plan would be as far as if there is, the nuisance and, things like that. Those are my biggest concerns. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I'm Daniel Little. I actually live in Anoka. I'm not a Dayton resident, but I was a guardian home for Ally and Mark for a year and a half. So I just like to say my experiences. I was a guardian home from November. I don't like public speaking, but I like dogs, so I'm here. Guardian home from November 2021 to May 2023. During that time, I knew them when they were in their Brooklyn Park house, and that's why they asked me to guardian home. And I would argue that I was in their main guardian home because I took 8 dogs of theirs in my household back and forth. I didn't know the breeding thing. There was no instructions. They just agreed they would provide food and vet care, and then I would give the dogs love. I had a couple other dogs. Like I said, I love dogs. In that time, I got to know more. They did a lot of their vet care in their house, in my house. We would bring their dogs, me and my kids, at their beck and call, kind of for the breeder. They would impregnate them in their house. I don't know if that's usual, but anyhow, And then in May, one of their dogs jumped off my couch and tore their knee, and they took all the dogs from us. And well, they sent a contract then after a year and a half saying, you have to sign this contract, and it was basically that you pay for everything, and at the end of the breeding, they can take the dog back. And I said no, and they took all the dogs out of our house, back to their house. So I just don't think I don't think they're very ethical breeders. In my opinion, working with them for a year and a half, and everything was verbal over text message. I've got them all. Yeah, nothing was outlined, nothing was contracted. It was just kind of, and they promised we get to keep the dogs afterwards, and went back on their word. So I just don't think they're the most ethical breeders, which is why I'm here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Not before you get started, just as a reminder to anyone coming up, and I'll try to remember this at each one, and no one's really gone over that much, but 3 minutes is what you're given to speak, so.
Got it. I'll talk super fast. I'm speaking on behalf of somebody else who's in Georgia who her son just died. He's law enforcement. She can't join via the link, so I am gonna discuss some bullet points that she had for you guys. So I'm here tonight to voice my concerns with you guys granting the conditional use permit and amended ordinance for Allie and Mark Holman, who are operating as Bold North Puppies, formerly Bold North Frenchies. There have been long-standing issues with these individuals and their business practices in previous communities that they lived in, as well as lawsuits in Minnesota. So they've got 3 closed and 3 currently open against themselves. They've got one open case out of Haverhill District Court in Massachusetts. In the last 5 years, she's changed her business name multiple times. She started as Masterpiece Frenchies, changed to Bold North Frenchies, and is now Bold North Puppies. She's breeding not only Frenchies, but Chihuahuas, as well as English Bulldogs, and she's offering her Cane Corso Baron out on stud. Before they moved to Dayton, they lived in Brooklyn Park, where they operated the same business. After a neighbor, Jacqueline and Scott Bjorkstrand, filmed a dog fight that Allie broke up, they witnessed her hitting the dogs and using physical force to separate that fight. In October of 2021, they called law enforcement and reported them for animal abuse. Animal control, along with law enforcement, went to her property. She had approximately 20 plus dogs in her home at that time and was given 2 weeks to remove the animals. She was allowed to keep 3 adult dogs and any dogs under the age of 6 months. She then listed her house for sale and began building the house in Dayton after this incident. Based off the volume and numbers of dogs, they are a commercial kennel, backyard breeders, if you will, operating in a residential area where sadly the dogs are paying the ultimate price for their greed. They have proven time and time again, based off how they run their business, profit takes priority over the health, comfort, and welfare of the dogs, and mine is one of many heartbreaking stories outlining the shady and cruel business practices these individuals are participating in. The animals suffer at the hands of these humans. It is inhumane, and they will do whatever they need to do to maintain a low overhead to maximize their profits, including utilizing guardian homes and shuffling dogs. They did this in the Brooklyn Park incident as well. On July 5th, 2023, I saw a post on Facebook from Allie Holman that read, "We rescued this beautiful girl from a breeder in Florida who was in deplorable conditions. She was also slowly dying due to severe pyometra infection that was never taken care of. We transported her all the way to Minnesota and got her life-saving care and surgery, as well as having her spayed." She goes on to indicate how this dog is now healthy, 3 years old, and looking for her forever adoptive family, and a small rehoming fee applies. I paid Allie Holman $1,000 and met her at the Target in Otsego at 11 a.m. on 7/6/23. I knew immediately after getting Ivy in my care she was everything but healthy. I had never received any proof from Allie regarding the story she told me about Ivy, other than a random photo of a concrete pad where she claimed she was kept. Upon getting Ivy home that day, she immediately began to have explosive watery diarrhea. Allie claimed she had normal stools up until leaving her home and that this was stress-related. On 7/7, not even 24 hours into having this dog, I had to take her to the vet on an urgent, emergent basis. At that vet visit, they found her to have a poor body condition, said she was 5 to 7 pounds underweight, She was tested and diagnosed with bilateral ear infections and moderate to severe periodontal disease. Her muscle mass was wasted and she was very weak as well as dehydrated. She was also diagnosed with a bad skin infection that required antibiotic treatment. Her lab work revealed that she was anemic with an elevated white blood cell count, likely related to her ear and skin infections. On 7/8, we had to return back to the vet, and we were told she had a heart murmur as well as still having sutures in place from a spay that was performed by Allie's vet on 6/15. Those vet records indicate that the sutures were to be removed within 10 to 14 days, meaning June 29th at the latest. They were still present on July 8th of 2023. The vet at that time had to remove those sutures.
We are just over 3 minutes here.
Okay.
As it relates to I understand the concerns of the care and the care of the animals. Is there any concerns with how they've treated animals? That's been made clear with what you.
Yeah, so I guess in short,
Yep.
that's the point that I'm trying to
Okay.
get at. I think anybody that you're gonna hear from in this situation, you're going to hear several accounts of neglect, abuse, the Holmans doing their own vetting, which is resulting in these dogs having issues. A lot of dogs have died, but that's the issue.
Thank you for the
Yeah.
summary.
Yeah.
And I think that came through in what you had read already.
Yes.
So
I don't want to.
No, I get it, and I was trying to talk
Yep.
fast. So I guess in short, this is not the kind of business that I would think you want in your community, and so I'm begging you, or urging you rather, to deny this business on both of these permits.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I go into the next person's or that I was speaking for? Or, I mean, it outlines the same thing, and I think John received several emails as well, so.
John, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That was the summary of the packet.
We have a
You guys got it, okay, so then
Yes.
you probably.
Well, I would
don't need
ask
to read
this, in the
everyone's.
other testimonies, is there anything unique that is not in what you just read us?
Yeah, a
Like-
majority of the people have had animals die within anywhere from 12 hours to 2-ish months after getting off the plane. My case is probably pretty mild compared to a lot of the stories that these other people have. Thousands and thousands of dollars in vet bills and dogs that are no longer living. I mean, it's awful.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyone else here to speak on? Thank you.
Good evening.
Name and address, please.
Mary Ann Satano Schumacher. I actually live in Woodbury, Minnesota, but I'm here, don't boo me, but I'm here on behalf of an organization called Animal Folks. And while I understand that you've all now heard quite a bit about the allegations connected with the business practices, I want to talk about it a little bit through the perspective of Animal Folks, which is an animal protection organization. By way of background, Animal Folks, as I said, is an animal protection organization, and we are concerned with animal cruelty, animal neglect, and very concerned with reform of the systems in Minnesota connected with animal cruelty and its penalties. As such, we're very, very familiar with the laws, not only in the state of Minnesota, but national laws and local laws connected with animals and breeders, commercial breeders. Now, while I understand your determination is more connected with the land use, one of your factors in your findings of fact is, and let me find it, has to do with the health, safety, morals, or welfare of persons residing or working near the use. Obviously, a business with questionable practices, including suspected animal neglect and abuse, is not a business that you want in your community. So, furthermore, upon information and belief, you have heard stories about these animals. And this came to our attention when we received a bunch of complaints from consumers who bought Frenchie dogs from this organization. Some of the stories were extremely distressing. Dogs who were flown across the country in sick conditions flown by flight nannies, little puppies arriving with feces and urine all over them and dying shortly after. Dogs arriving with all kinds of diseases, horrible diseases. And you're going to probably hear a little bit more about that, and I know that, we're kind of bordering on beyond, but I did want to finish. If past is prologue, meaning what they've done in the past is a strong indication of what they're going to do in the future. This is not a business where you want to approve an interim use permit in your city. First of all, what's probably most noteworthy for you is the Dayton Ordinance that requires them to have an interim use permit to run this kennel has never been obtained, and they've been running this kennel and breeding facility for over a year. Secondly, they've certainly violated, upon information and belief, the pet lemon laws in the state of Minnesota. They've violated both state and federal consumer protection laws. They violated USDA licensing requirements upon information and belief, Minnesota tax laws, and most importantly, Minnesota laws pertaining to animal cruelty, the Minnesota Pet and Companion Animal Act, and the animal cruelty statutes in the state of Minnesota. So I will conclude my remarks by simply saying Animal Folks supports all of these consumers who have purchased these animals and feels very strongly that this body should not recommend the approval of this business in Zone 1, R1, I believe it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Hi. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Rachel Armstrong. I came in from Colorado, 2355 Yellow Cat Court in Grand Junction, Colorado. I'm coming in to speak on behalf of a puppy I purchased from Bold North Frenchies on May 4th, 2023. Her name was Willow. I received nothing with this puppy, no paperwork, no vet records, no consumer rights, no date of birth, etc. Not only this, but she was sick and would not eat, and within 48 hours, she was admitted to our emergency vet for life-saving measures. Allie Holman was upset by this, and her words, and I quote, "Emergency vets have zero knowledge about whelping. Ask any breeder. They would never take their puppy to a vet. It is well known." After this, Allie and Mark Holman cut off all communication with me. It is my opinion they could care less if my puppy lived or died. This is the text I received, or I gave to her. I said, looking at the contract, we are in charge of medical care, so there are two options. You can refund my $8,500 that I paid for this dog and absolve us of responsibility regarding the health of the dog you have directed us not to get emergency care for, or we are taking her to the emergency vet to try and save her life. As we believe this is to be a life-threatening issue, we must have your answer by 6 p.m. today at 5/6/23. We believe she needs to be at the vet to prolong any blood tests and saving her life in the humane and not in the best interest of the dog. And her text back was, you are welcome to take her to the vet at your own expense. Otherwise, you can send her back tomorrow. So, after that, I didn't hear a word from her. My puppy Willow lived with me and my family for the next 68 days until her poor little body gave out. I am currently in a lawsuit with Bold North Frenchies, case number 27-CV24209, which holds all pertinent information on my case. Bold North Frenchies sold me this sick and dying dog with no license to sell and flew the dog over state lines by using a flight nanny with no CDI license. My puppy's littermate, Nola, also died exactly the same way. Her owner, Jen Diarco, has won a judgment of $52,000. I'm asking you to deny her a permit to proceed with such cruelty to animals and disregard of human and animal suffering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Casey Anderson. I live at 14069 290th Avenue in Zimmerman.
I also purchased a dog from the Holmans. I'll make it short because it's kind of on repeat, but I purchased a dog for, Allie was a mentor and a referral partner. I wanted to get into the breeding business. I purchased a dog for the purpose of breeding, and the dog has hip dysplasia at under 1 year old. She has allergies, she cannot be bred, which I get might not all be the responsibility of the breeder, but there's no accountability. They're sell their puppies with a pet price or a full limit price. I wanted some of the money back because I can't breed the dog. Zero accountability, zero as a consumer, just zero ethics. And then when taken to court, conciliation court, she had no problems lying under oath to the judge, saying she only sells under 6 puppies a year. Just very poor ethical standards. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, guys. My name is Julie Schulberg. I live at 15251 Ramsey, Minnesota, Vicuna. I purchased a dog from Bold North Frenchies on 2/7/23 with full breeding rights. Genetic testing and title of the dog. When I tried to register the dog to the AKC, the information came back that I could not register her. So wrapping this up quickly, I couldn't get the AKC papers. I paid her for breeding, and genetic testing came back. Finally, after fighting, I retested her, and it was completely a different dog. So went to court. I won my judgment. She appealed it. I still won it again, and now we're going back to district court because she wants to appeal it again. We'll be there. So it's very, very serious because the dog, she gave us wrong information on the dog, expired vaccines, no paperwork. She couldn't even remember that I had not pet price. At our last hearing, she sent the contract to the judge stating I had a pet price. I paid almost $5,000. I had full breeding rights. I had the contract. So I won. So the thing is she's gotten so big that she can't maintain what she needs to maintain and do the right thing. She doesn't know what dog she's sending where. I have 4 birth dates, 2 different parents, 2 or 3 sets of AKC papers sent to me from her. She doesn't know who she's giving out. So it's about bettering the breed. So my thing is holding her accountable. So she's not running the business. She's lost track of what's important, and it's bettering the breed. So I would ask you not to give her the license to run a kennel. It would empower her, and she's not going to stop. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also want to make sure the board chair and members of the board know that there is one individual on the Zoom that wants to speak. So.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Mary Passner, and I live on the same street as she lives on. And when she first moved into the neighborhood, first of all, I walk every day and get my 10,000 steps and all of that. So I go up to the cul-de-sac where she lives, and at the time that she had newly moved in, I was doing the circle, and she was out there, and I stopped to say hello, and a dog ran out of their yard and didn't stop, just kept going and bit me on the back of my leg. It was just odd. And anyway, I don't think anything has changed since she has moved in. The dogs definitely, I haven't seen them get loose, but it's not safe. We have so many little kids in our neighborhood. It's just not safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You said there was one on Zoom?
Commission chair and members of the commission, now there's 3.
Okay. All right. Do we want to go
Might as
ahead
well.
and take them?
Great. Okay. Jen, you are unmuted, hopefully. We We aren't able to hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yep.
Right, sorry. So I am the case in Massachusetts. I purchased my dog Nala from Old North Frenchies in May of 2023 for $11,770. I had Nala for 18 days until she passed away. She spent half of those days in level 3 care until multiple emergency hospitals. Nala was sent to me by a referred flight nanny from Allie. I was given a specific flight number and arrival time. I went to the airport at that time, and it turned out the flight nanny was never even at the airport of origin. I was promised by Allie and the flight nanny that Nala would arrive the same day. No one at that point had told me the dog would fly on standby with an airline employee, not a licensed carrier. I figured out on my own it was a standby flight. I searched for flights, and I was promised that Nala would come the same day. Nala did not arrive to me that day. She arrived to me the next day at 5 p.m. at Rhode Island, in which I had to drive an hour and a half to get her. That was not agreed airport. The flight nanny handed me over a folder that read Haley on the cover. Haley is not my dog's name. Haley was a sibling's name. Inside was a pamphlet of vaccines and AKC paperwork. There was no CVI and no vet record showing that Nala had ever been examined and well enough to fly across the country. Nala's first stool was bloody diarrhea, which Allie, who was a self-proclaimed expert and someone that I trusted, told me it was normal because of travel. Nala was seen in the doctors within a 72-hour time period as expected. Nala was discovered to be carrying 2 very contagious parasites, Coccidia and Giardia. Nala quickly declined and stopped eating, drinking, and socializing. She spent several days in the hospital, in and out, and ultimately ended her life there. Nala's intestinal tract was so damaged from the overload of parasites, which then caused infections, which made her septic, developed pneumonia, became oxygen dependent, and later tested positive for kennel cough. The multiple vet visits alone cost me $15,000. Allie was kept informed throughout the 18 days and never checked in to see how Nala was. When I let Allie know she had passed, she questioned the amount I paid for the vet and said she had never heard of a dog dying from parasites. Allie directed me to speak to her husband Mark through email. They said they would follow a contract to get a replacement dog. I could not spend any more money after spending almost $30,000 in 18 days to have an autopsy and checked by 2 different vets. I also did not want a replacement dog. I wanted a refund. I let them know that I would be filing suit, and I never heard from them again. I did think I was the unlucky one. I could not find anything negative about the Holmans. It was discovered that Allie Holman controls that. She deletes and threatens anything and anyone who goes against her. Later, I was led to multiple women with several experiences, but one with almost the same exact circumstances. It was actually Nala's sister, who was actually Haley. Was it a coincidence? Nala's sister also suffered and died the same exact way. One could only wonder how we all found each other. It's all because an innocent woman named Ronnie Roberts was seeking advice on a public forum about how her puppy she just received from a breeder, in which Ronnie never told anybody the name. Allie Holman connected herself and her name to that post by making a TikTok on how there was a crazy string lady who was a liar who was looking for a neuter to be paid. And for this, I thank Allie for connecting all of us victims. And I ask that she does not get licensed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I just noticed in an email from the applicant that they are withdrawing their applications. Thank you.
I don't think we're allowed to clap.
Thank you.
And yeah, so Commission Chair, we have 2 or 3 others that are there. I'm just going to let everyone know that we're going to just have them lower their hands because of the withdrawal of the.
Yeah, I guess with the withdrawal of the application, we will close the public hearing.
Thank you.
And then I believe we don't need to motion on this
There's
at
nothing
all.
to vote on.
There's no IUP, no zoning
No
text
IUP.
amendment.
Perfect.
One question on that. Are you guys going to go and shut her down because you know she's still selling and bringing up?
The house is currently for sale in the city, so
Still doing what she's doing.
there,
If she leaves our city,
I know, but right now she's got probably over 50 dogs at her house. She keeps selling and keeps going, and she's been doing this since 2019.
Don't stop. You guys are going to have more power than us, because we're not going to let her do it in our city anymore.
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thanks,
very much
everybody.
for coming. All right, and with that, we will move to item 8C.
Yeah, so we don't need to make any motion on that since we're
No.
Item 8C is concept plan Bluestone Properties.
Good imagine.
All right. So this is a concept plan for Bluestone Properties located at 18121 North Diamond Lake Road. So generally, it's the north area of Diamond Lake. The applicants are Mark Jorgens and Brad Langerman. A concept plan, and just for anyone in the audience, there's kind of three parts to subdividing land. There's part one is a concept plan, part two is a preliminary plan, part three is a final plan. With the concept plan, this is the start, and so a developer will bring in a drawing to show to staff and to show to the planning commission and council of what do you think of this idea. There is no formal approval or denial. It's essentially you can have one commissioner or council member that says I like it and one that says I don't like it, and that's the advice that's given to the developer to figure out what does that mean and how do they want to change the project. So again, this is the very beginning of a stage, the first stage. So again, this is located on 40 acres on the north area of Diamond Lake. The property is currently, well, there's 5 areas or 5 different applications that this project will need to go through. The first is a comprehensive plan amendment to change the sewer staging plan. The second part is a zoning map amendment to change the zoning from A1 agricultural to, I'm thinking this is, I'm not sure what the zoning district you're going to apply for, but it'll be something other than agricultural. The third item is a conditional use permit for shoreline planned unit development, a conditional use permit for a boat ramp, and then the preliminary and final plat. Critical issues with this is starting out with an amendment to the sewer staging plan. It is an amendment warranted, and the second item is the neighborhood layout and connectivity, and I'm being very general when I refer to this as. Within the comprehensive plan, we have a sewer staging plan. So this is a plan of how the city is going to develop for the foreseeable future. And so the sewer staging plan is divided into 10-year categories. We have what we refer to as current, which I'm just going to say is today, now. And then there's 2020, 2030, 2040, and then post 2050. The general intent of the comprehensive plan is once the current stage is about half built out, we would open up the 2020 stage. So obviously we're past 2020. We do not have control over the market of development. That's the buyers, that's the sellers, the buyers, and the builders, and the people that buy houses from the builders. So generally speaking, the city's plan is to grow from the south to the north and from the east to the west. This project is located more in, I'm going to kind of refer to it as the middle of the city, but it's also guided for post-2050. So the question for the Planning Commission and the City Council is it justified to change the sewer staging plan? The developer is proposing to bring in sewer from Rogers. What is unique about this area is there's currently about 50, it's either 50 or 51 homes that are currently serviced by sewer from Rogers. And just for anyone in the audience that's looking at this project is not going to change the sewer for the existing homes. Like the sewer that you guys are on, that's set. I don't know if there's any capacity to go beyond 51 units, but it's not, if there is capacity, it's not going to service a whole new development. Okay. So that's the sewer. Growth management, for everything that I've said, it's still discretionary. The council can do what it wants to do. So it just has needs a reason to justify changing the comp plan. What else? The map that's shown up here is the ultimate sewer plan. With this is from a comprehensive plan. What it is showing is that all of Dayton, the undeveloped areas of Dayton can be serviced by sewer, and this is where we think the sewer lines would go. I mentioned earlier that this would be a shoreline planning unit development. The shoreline PUD for short is based on guidelines that are written by the DNR. To say that they're complicated would be generous. Generally speaking, what the PUD is intended to do is to have fewer homes along the lake and then to transfer more density away from the lake. So the idea is that the lakeshore lots are going to be bigger than what they are in the interior lots. Within the comprehensive plan, it also includes a park plan. Specific to this area, it is guided for a tot lot within this, I'm just going to refer to it as the northwest area of Diamond Lake, as well as a trail that goes around the northwest portion of Diamond Lake. Also along, my cursor doesn't show up very well here, kind of along, well, here we go. So a trail that kind of goes around the lake and then up through the property and then along both sides of North Diamond Lake Road, as well as Xanthus. That's the park plan. Recommendations and comments from the commission. So 3 general things I'm looking for is, number 1 is an amendment to the sewer staging plan supported. Item 2 is the general plant design and connectivity of the development, and then 3 is as it relates to parks and trails. There we go.
The one question I have for staff is just, you'd mentioned a little bit about the pipe in the ground and that it won't serve this development. So a new pipe would have to come in? Would the new pipe connect to this existing pipe, or?
No, it would come from Rogers. It's the water pipe is 15 inches, and you would connect to that. And then the water, the sewer, apologize. The sewer would connect to there, and you know, lift stations, blah, 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 to move it that way.
Yep. Mark, if you could speak into the microphone, and then also if you could introduce yourself.
Oh. Hi, I'm Mark Jorgens. Do you want me to repeat that?
No, actually, I'm hoping Jason can give us his take on it. I'm just trying to understand when the sewer comes here, whether it's now or way in the future, is what's going on, how the pipes and connectivities will work with is already in Dayton. That's on public sewer.
So currently, the neighborhood north of North Diamond Lake is serviced by a lift station that pumps and is connected to the city of Rogers under an agreement. What's proposed here is to do a separate connection to the city of Rogers, similarly to the other development. Long-term, how this would be served is by an interceptor connection with the system extended all the way through the city of Dayton with no connection whatsoever to Rogers for this or the other development.
Okay.
So you would have essentially two force mains in Diamond Lake Road?
That's what the applicant's proposing.
Yeah, yep.
Okay. When the interceptor does come through, would this connect to that interceptor, or would this remain on the Rogers system? And what happens to the lift station?
Ultimately, this entire area would be connected to the system. So the existing in place would be redirected and connected to the Dayton system. This presumably if it were not to be developed until then, would be connected to it as well.
Okay. One more question on the force main who owns and maintains the force main for the existing?
The city of Dayton's responsible.
Okay. And do we have from a staffing capacity, any issues taking on another?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know if we have any consistent issues, but we would have concerns about another process. We have to now maintain another pipe, so there's always additional resources that are needed when additional pipe comes in.
Yep.
I will say to you that it won't all be you. It'll be Rogers. It'll be the Metropolitan Council. Everyone will get their hands in on the pipe and the sewer. So it's
not necessarily, but
ultimately the lift station will be maintained by the city of Dayton.
Yeah,
and that's
I understand
a very few number of
I'm
homes.
just saying that you probably have three parties that will opine.
Well, the Med Council owns their system, Rogers dumps into their system, and then the city of Dayton would dump into Rogers' system.
No, I know, I get that. But I've talked to all of these people, and I realize I have to get their opinion.
Yep, and that I just wanted to make sure from our staffing standpoint, the concerns that our staff would have with this.
Yeah, and I think I would have, if I were in that situation, I would have similar concerns about maintaining a lift station for the small number of homes that's here. Lift station maintenance does require routine checks, do rounds, check for rags, check for obstructions. If that lift station does not pump or cannot pump, then everybody has a chance to back up. So it is routine maintenance.
Yep, okay.
It has to be.
Any other questions for staff?
Not for staff.
Before we go to the applicant? Sorry.
It was very nice of you.
Yes. All right, Mark, you have the floor.
I don't know what.
Tell us a little bit more about your project, and I guess I don't know if we want to jump into questions if you don't have anything more to tell us.
So, there's currently one, do you mind? Do you mind if I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Want to like reach over there. So there's one home here that's got, septic and well. And, if you guys, and I guess when I first started this, I heard of this septic and well problem on this side of town. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I heard about you have an agreement with Rogers to handle those 51 homes.
Yep, to the east of here, well, yeah, so generally it's
Yeah,
right,
so
right on
they
the edge
had
of the
water,
flood.
they had wells, and then you guys made an agreement with Rogers. Again, you guys probably know this, I apologize. So I thought, instead of asking you guys for septic and wells, which we can if you want, but to immediately go to what the sort of end result you guys would want would be, water and a sewer system. So we would bring it in this way, and because of the cost of that, these homes need to be more expensive. And the good thing is that people in Minnesota pay to be on here. Not me, maybe not you guys, but, and I've talked with Charles Cut Home that we would use as the builder. That would build homes. We would take this section here and make sort of as much as we can with the DNR's approval, a multi-dock, so maybe 10, 20, 30, that would service all of these peoples. So not only these people would have lake access, but everybody here would have, in the best situation, would have lake access. Holding ponds, obviously. And then I would say that, this lake, while it's big, and I think it is a desirable part of your town, is not used as much as it should be. There are, like 4 homes down here that have got docks that utilize the thing, but that's about it. I think, you guys tell me if I'm wrong on it, but there's public access on the south part.
Yes.
Yes.
And you guys know better than me if that gets access or not.
It's heavily used. I live right next door.
Okay. So heavily used, everybody. And then, again, that's our idea, is that because of the cost, these things have to be more expensive. So, they would be somewhere around $2 million homes. And there would be 40, 45, and then Brad would take this lot. He's 75, and he bought this 5 years ago thinking this would be his retirement site. So we would give him this site here, and that's where he would retire. Here's one.
So with the cost, you mentioned the cost of the pipe, so you guys are prepared that if this got approval, that you would pay all the cost to extend the pipe in the lift station?
Absolutely. And I guess that's the best point, is that's why I need to get these up to $2 million to justify the cost.
So that's an average price for all of them, not just the lakeshore ones?
I don't know what the lakeshore ones would be, they might be more.
Okay.
But the average price we would try to get near $2 million. And I know that in doing the research, I think the average price of the home here is $430-some thousand. So it would be more. And if we do 46, we're talking about, almost $90 million worth of value. And then, if you did, 1% tax on that, so you get about $900,000 in additional revenue from the new homes.
What's the average size of the lots? Sorry if it's in the packet, I didn't see it.
And talking with each, I talked with each individual council member, and then I talked with Met Council. Met Council wants a third acre lots. Everybody on your council was like adamant that they'd be half-acre lots. So all of these will be bare minimum half-acre lots. And I told that to Met Council, and I said, you're not going to get this thing done by trying to jam 30-acre lots down on Dayton. So they agreed. Susan Johnson agreed. Probably shouldn't say that out loud, but that's the way it would work.
One other question I have, and I'm not exactly sure where this is going, but if we go down the path of this concept plan, have you approached the two neighbors to the west at all to wonder?
We've talked. By the way, this one was just sold. I think that it was sold for $1.5 to $2 million. 1.16. And then this gentleman, if you remember, he owns the Ford dealership nearby.
Yeah, and I guess that's my question, is if we actually entertain, allowing sewer to water to come here, is the only thing that's really left to develop in this area is what's not developed north of those homes. I have no idea if they're interested in participating in your development, no idea if they support it. And I'm just curious if you had discussions with them and can say anything about it.
He wants nothing. He loves his.
Okay.
So no here.
I'm more mainly focused on the west, where the bigger chunks of land are.
These people?
Yeah.
That I don't know.
Okay.
A lot of that, if you go down to the church, I forget who, if it's Lennar or somebody is building like $700,000 to $900,000 homes down there. But I think it's on Rogers' land. I may be wrong.
Yeah,
You guys,
not Dayton.
Yep, that's Rogers.
Okay. So we think that, so a couple more things. So up here somewhere, some gentleman is building spec homes for about 900 to 950. They're about 4 bedrooms, about 4,500 square feet. And I believe that they've got septic and well. And he's building spec homes up there.
Everything in this area is septic, other than the neighborhood to the east.
Again, we thought we were solving a problem by getting water and sewer, but if you guys want to talk about septic, we can go down that path. That obviously changes the lot size,
Right.
because you guys know.
Are you confident you would be able to get well and septic on these sites?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I don't know the situation for the neighborhood to the east. My assumption is there wasn't room for, secondary septic site or something like that. But what about the neighborhood to the east allowed them to not be able to redo their septics and have to get the pressure sewer from Rogers?
I think it was originally developed.
Oh, it was originally developed that way?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're pretty small lots.
Okay. I thought there was the neighborhood was having a bunch of failing septics, they couldn't sell. As a result, had to extend pressure sewer that direction in order to make those lots feasible.
This neighborhood?
Yeah. Okay. So that was proposed that way and originally constructed that way.
Yeah, I believe, Commissioner Chair and board, commissioners, I don't believe it was designed that way. I think you're correct, Mr. Price, so that it was designed to have individual septics or a community septic, and it failed.
Yep.
And then Rogers had to come in and save us, basically, and say we have to connect up.
Sure.
And then we had to then put a force main through.
That's what I was getting at.
Correct,
Okay.
that is exactly what happened.
Thank
Again, I don't remember if it was community or individual, I believe it was a community septic, but.
That's my understanding.
No, don't.
Yeah, it makes sense community because it's really small.
Correct, yeah, I believe it was a community one, and then again,
And it failed.
that's correct.
We're getting head nods from the audience. That's
All right.
accurate.
Oh,
Individual septics, okay.
It was one or the other.
All right, that's exactly what I expected, because that's how it typically would go. Which I don't know what's unique about this land, that the septics to the east would fail and not pass, and that this would be able to. Have you researched that? Do you know that well and septic would work on these sites individually?
And that's related to the soils?
Any number of things.
Well, the way that you build them these days, I mean, like the septic is enormous. You know, that's when you got the 40,000 square foot lot is essentially what it is. A large portion of that backyard is going to be the two ponds. I'm going to get these wrong, I apologize. But it's sort of the two systems.
Drain fields.
Drain fields.
Thank you.
We're talking on half-acre lots, though, not 40,000
No,
square foot lots.
we would change, you would have to go to the 40,000 foot.
Got it.
So that would be 26
Sure.
or 28, so some of the numbers.
Your unit count would go down.
Mark, can you go in front of the mic so we can hear you? Just want to make sure that.
I'm sorry, I think that I gave that to Zach.
Yeah, that's fine, I just want to make sure you're in front of the mic so everyone can hear you, that's why. Thank you.
So our engineer has done it both ways. But we, again, I thought in talking with, you guys and with Matt and with Rogers, that we're solving a problem by having water and sewer put in. Because eventually everything will have to be on water and sewer. I don't know when that day will come, but someday.
Post 2050 is the plan. I'm interested in the community input
So-
before I ask my questions.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant to begin?
Come on, you guys are easy on me.
Well,
Oh, we're not
we'll
done.
invite you back
I want to
up.
hear what the community has to say.
You have anything else before we open the public hearing on this?
I'm sure, well, let's hear what everyone has to say.
Okay. So at 7:37, we will open the public hearing on this. If you're interested in coming forward on this project to...
Mark will let me step back to the audience and then we'll...
Oh, yeah, yep. If anyone's interested in providing some input on this project, please come forward. Just as a reminder, we're going to try to limit as close as we can to 3 minutes.
I don't
And,
talk very much, so.
and then state your name and address, please.
My name's Terry Kramer. I live at 14281 Lawndale Lane North. I guess I don't understand, whenever this comprehensive plan was constructed or developed, why are we trying to leap ahead of what you had planned? I mean, I live in a really nice part of Dayton. I love it there. I moved here for a specific reason, to be in Dayton. And I work in Rogers, but, I looked at the comprehensive plan a couple of years ago, and I looked at where the development was going. And I thought, this looks good. It looks like a good plan. Why don't we just stick to the plan? And my other question or concern would be, what are we gonna do to Diamond Lake Road to improve it? Because that thing has gotten 10 times worse than it was when I moved here 10 years ago. I mean, I come off of Lawndale Lane onto North Diamond Lake, and at least 3 or 4 times a week I see an accident there. There's just so much traffic. It's really difficult to get out there on Diamond Lake. So there's gonna have to be some improvements in that regard too, otherwise I don't see how this works if you stuff 53 homes in there. So, that's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Charles Wagner, 17611 North Diamond Lake Road. I live on Diamond Lake in that North Bay. Been living there since 1982. Absolutely love it there. The Diamond Lake Improvement Association, which I'm a board member of, has spent a lot of time and energy and money to clean up that lake, and with the help of the city, of course. I'm adamantly against this development. And I would hope you would stay with the original plan to the 2040 plan, and that's my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Jen Foley. I live at 18220 North Diamond Lake Road, and we actually own 18150 North Diamond Lake Road, so right across the road from the property. There's big concerns, actually, with the impact this is going to have on the area. We have lived there for over 20 years, and, you know, when I look at our mission statement that we're here to promote a thriving community to provide residents with a safe and pleasant place to live while preserving our rural character and creating connections to our natural resources, we're kind of shifting the other way right now with what we're going with. So going against the 2040 plan is really something that most of us in that area, first of all, we knew it was there when we moved in. So when people, this will also go for, just to speed this up, for the next proposal as well, or on Lake Laura, it's not something that's really wanted in the area, nor do I think we can support it because there's already issues we see with our property with the development that's happened.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ryan Hobus. I live at 17811 North Diamond Lake Road. I'm 2 properties to the east of this development. I guess I am kind of concerned about the design as is. I feel like we got a lot of properties on this proposed development. And really, if you look at the other lots that are on the other side of it, they're a lot bigger, things like that. The lakeshore lots do definitely look like they have been sized a little more appropriately, but you also have a significant number of homes that look like standard city lots. And if we're going to be building $2 million homes on those lots, that's going to feel like you're in those neighborhoods that are in southern Plymouth, right around Wayzata Senior High, where it's giant McMansions with 5 feet between the houses. So definitely a very big concern on my part. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is North Diamond Lake Road. I've seen quite a few cars that come into my property in the wintertime. Somebody kind of biffs it or does something. I have a line of trees right along the road, and I've seen people go through those trees, kind of go through my property, land on the driveway. There's some significant concerns there. And based on kind of from what I can approximate from that drawing, there could be people that actually have cars in their houses from the speed and the snow and the way that is. Obviously, that's something to work out in the details, things like that. And then too, if, in the proposal, there is walking trails along there too. That's definitely another concern, that you've got lots of cars, you want to have people walking, we're increasing the traffic on that road. So I guess in conclusion, I feel like this definitely needs a lot of work, and I would also vote to say push this back to 2040 or beyond. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Chris Parks. I live in Dayton, and I just have 2 quick comments on this.
Address?
14601 Thicket Lane, Dayton. The one is 51 homes going on North Diamond Lake Road. You're probably talking 150 cars at that. And speaking to the traffic on the lane, I know the one on the east side, if you're going to have entrances to that road, is about where that hill is. There's a hill that comes down there. And I know similar to where the police station is, if you go farther to the east where it intersects, outside of this picture, but north of where the police station is, there's accidents there all the time, and there's people slamming on their brakes because you can't see the cars coming over the hill. it's really not a safe area to have a significant amount of traffic that's going to be coming through there. So that's kind of my one only appeal in terms of traffic. The other thing, 51 lots in that area, we looked at the house 2 lots down, which is almost 20 acres, and that sold for $800,000 just a few years ago. So maybe you guys care about the price point. I really don't care what the price point is on all these other homes, but I think, you know, you're really unrealistic to think you're going to get $2 million when this McMansion was less than $1 million just a few years ago. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Rob Paris, 17441 130th Avenue North. So I live around the bay there. Lots of questions more than answers, it seems like, from this one. Listen to Mr. Jorgensen. Did I say that right? I don't know. But anyhow, it's not attacking him personally or anything like that, but I mean, he seems like not to have a lot of the answers. You know, you had questions regarding septic and whatnot. I know we had to switch over to city sewer. We are a well. And that was, of course, like you said, Rogers had to come in and save us on that one. So I don't know. It seems like he should have been, more research on that, on those questions. Also, other concerns with the lots, like you're saying, $2 million houses. What is that going to do to our tax base? What, is it going to raise our property values? So a lot of concerns there. A lot of other same concerns that people already stated, with the increased traffic on North Diamond Lake Road. So just a lot of more questions and answers on this one. So I'd like to hear more going further. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Ryan Moulton, 12711 Cedarwood Court. Thanks for taking the time tonight to look over this one. The two concerns I've got with the two that are kind of right here off of North Diamond Lake, the deviation from the current staging plan is already going to just be one major concern with making adjustments to the staging plan. There's a lot of cost that goes into that to the city. The orderly build out of the city is based off of the staging plan, and that plan has had a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money put into it to make sure that we have something that we can follow in order to kind of build that orderly build out of the city and maintain the services at a decent level across the city. And this right here just kind of deviates pretty clearly from that plan, since we're looking into the post-2050 area. I think that brings up a bunch of concerns. We have plenty of available land to build in the city that kind of falls in the current 2020, 2030 staging areas, and it's apparent from tonight's meeting that we've got plenty of interest in building in some of those areas as well. So I think it would just make more sense to kind of stick with that. The other major concern I would have is once we start looking at taking a couple of these individual arrangements like this and we start making comp plan adjustments on their behalf, we kind of start setting a bit of a precedent then for future business that comes into some of these areas, where if we decide to start turning those down and we use the comp plan as an excuse or as a reason to deny those in the future, this right here kind of sets a bit of a legal precedent for somebody to come back upon the city and claim some sort of discrimination or some unfair treatment on that basis. So I think those would be fair concerns to take into consideration, along with the increase in traffic, the water challenges, and everything else that everyone's put up here tonight. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Hi, I'm Steph Riley. I live at 17360 138th Avenue North, and I know the traffic thing has already been repetitive, but I just want to reiterate that. So when you're on Lawndale on the south side of North Diamond Lake Road in the winter, there's already been a lot of concerns. I've had to call the county a few times to have them push the snow back, because when you're looking left, you can't see over the snowbank if you're in a sedan or smaller. And so there was multiple times where I had to inch out into the intersection already, and cars are going by. And so I have a lot of concern with, 51 units. That could be 100 or more vehicles if you have 2 people living there, or even teenage children. So I have a lot of concerns about this going before there's any kind of plan for a controlled intersection there. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarity, we've had a couple residents, 45 units, not 51 is what's existing
Sorry.
in the neighborhood to the east.
Anyone else? Anyone online on this one? Just-
Chair and members, there is nobody online for this one.
Thank you. All right. If there is no one else, we will close the public hearing at 7:50. I guess just as a reminder, this is a concept plan. We do not need to make any
There's no motions.
tonight. There's no approval tonight on this. It's giving the applicant some feedback on what we as the planning commission would like to see moving forward. There's no action tonight that will be taken on this. So hopefully the applicant heard the feedback from the residents in the neighborhoods, the neighbors nearby. I think, Mark, it's probably warranted to come back up. We may have just a few questions or clarifications as we're working through this, so. Sarah, do you want to start us off?
Sure. I am, like the neighbors, agree that we need to stick to the published plan of build-out because people buy properties based on that. I bought my property based on that. I looked to see where the development was coming in Dayton, and I specifically bought property that was in 2040 or post-2050 because that was going to offer me a certain level of protection from development. And there are other people in the audience who said that they made the exact same decision about when and why they bought. So if we have this posted, people make huge financial decisions based on that information. To turn around and change it does not make sense. That's my first concern. Second, beyond sewer and water is everything else that comes with development. You need better roads, you need better intersections, you need to have more police, you need to have more fire, you need fire stations closer, you need schools closer, you need parks, you need trails. All of that costs money. We can't, as a city, afford to do that everywhere all at once, which is why we have a staged plan for development so that we can bring in the amenities as the population increases and go one direction at a time. I've only been on this commission for a short while, and I've already had heard concerns from people in existing little pocket subdivisions. Why isn't there a school by me? Why aren't there parks by my kids can't get to the parks because they can't, there's no trails, there's no way against these roads, there aren't good intersections because they're in these little pocket subdivisions that are all split apart from one another. So it doesn't make sense to add another little pocket subdivision that's once again split from everybody else. Two, someone buying a $2 million house is going to expect a $2 million community. And I live right to the east of this lake. I do not live in a $2 million community. I have no desire to live in a $2 million house community. Most of the neighbors in the area don't want to. That's a different kind of community. Not that Dayton can't have it, but let's, put it where it belongs. And this is not that community. So I am opposed on all levels, and there's nothing anyone can say to convince me otherwise. So I will be against this no matter what. So.
My next?
Yeah, sure. Or we could go leapfrog the other way.
I agree with a lot of what Sarah said. I think the one thing that the whole community needs to keep in mind, and I've been preaching this since I've been on this planning commission, is our comp plan's flat out wrong. It says 100 homes a year through 2040. We've done way more than that. So the staging plan is wrong. However, 2050 is still pretty far away, meaning that whatever's 2030 is likely should be moved up, whatever's 2040 likely should be moved up a little bit when we do our next staging plan, because I know not everyone in the room wants to hear this, but growth also allows us to pay for road upgrades and stuff like this. So, there's both sides to the story a little bit, but the question still comes back with regards to staging. So I'm not even going to talk about the concept plan at this point. I'm just going to talk about the staging. With regard to staging, I do feel that, the biggest thing I want to hear a little bit from Nick and Peter, because they're engineers, is I don't, if we, because I think each individual parcel can be looked at to be brought up in the staging. I don't think we should just say we can never do it. But I don't want it to come at a cost to the city, and I'm concerned about the sewer pipe, the lift station. And so that would be the biggest reason I'm not ready to probably support bringing in the current staging, especially if Peter and Nick, because they're engineers, echo my concerns about that cost.
Yeah, I'm also going to trust my civil engineering counterparts here as well when it comes to the pipe. I think we heard enough from the neighbors that this development's not the right time, right place. It's a beautiful piece of land on lake property. Someday it'll become a very nice development, hopefully, but right now this concept plan's very uninteresting, to be quite honest. If it's for $2 million homes, it's just, I mean, it looks like it could be anywhere, right? Just in open field, not against a lake, and, you know, again, half-acre lots with that expensive homes. I'd like to see more, right? I mean, if that's really what this is.
What I've heard, and I'm a little confused about, is this McMansion that are 5 feet apart. That will never happen. I'm not sure how even that came up, but that's nowhere near what it will look like. I mean, not even close.
That's fair, but the concept plan doesn't represent that. The concept plan shows
we know what
rectangles,
what
one after
value
another,
is
not a flat piece of
in
land.
the homes. And, you know, no one wants to have, you know, especially in this sort of area where there's a lot of open land that, or I mean, really anywhere that you would ever consider putting them, you know, whatever, you know, Arizona, where it's like basically 0 lot line, you know. It's it's so far from the truth that it's I don't know what to say.
That's fair, but it's no different than the concept plan that, like,
it's just so far from the truth.
But that's what that looks like.
Yeah, the concept plan represents that.
And that, I mean, that's where the idea came from, is from the drawing that you provided, so.
It's exactly what it represents. You know, and I'll chime in if are you
well
wrapped
No,
up?
I mean, that's, yeah, I know, that's fine, yeah, I know, I got it. Yeah, we're good.
But, you know, from the engineering perspective, the orderly development, I think, is really important for a lot of reasons, not just the sewer pipe. The sewer pipe's expensive. That cost is going to be borne by the property owners that purchase these lots, right? Has to be. But it is expensive to push that over to Rogers. But more than that, the fact that that force main is needed, I think, is to me, proof that it's too early for this development in this location. There is a comprehensive sewer plan that would serve this area in a more thought-out process than pushing sewer, and I say pushing because that's my force main, pushing sewer over to Rogers, and even above and beyond the sanitary sewer pipe, the other parts of the infrastructure just aren't there. As Sarah, I think you said it really well. You know, intersection improvements, other roadway improvements, North Diamond Lake Road being a county road, Hennepin County has not had an opportunity to prepare to upgrade North Diamond Lake Road. They've seen our comprehensive plan. They know our push to go from south to north, east to west. And, I mean, I can't speak for them, but quite frankly, I think they can look at a map and understand this is quite a ways away. So the improvements to North Diamond Lake Road just aren't going to be there. And they won't be there for some time. There's going to be a lot of other needs throughout the city that the county's looking at and is probably currently looking at. And I just don't see that North Diamond Lake Road would be able to get the funding that it needs to be upgraded in a way that it needs to support a residential development like this and others in the area of talking about a precedent. So, you know, no comment on how realistic $2 million is for a community like this. I saw a lot of full basements and interior lots. You know, I don't think $2 million houses like to look at the backyards of other $2 million houses, but I think that's for you to figure out if this were to go forward. But I think from my perspective, it's early.
So
it's just early.
You do know that I have said that septic and wells, so that would be like 26 or 28 lots at 40,000.
If you went that direction, septic and well.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, if you guys are like adamant.
That doesn't address the infrastructure of not being ready to have development in this area. Personally, that's my opinion. I think the comprehensive plan lays out orderly growth and a lot of other things go around that.
Of the comprehensive plan you know, I was at a meeting here where the comprehensive plan in 2030 called for the bridge and walking paths into downtown.
Downtown Dayton.
Downtown Dayton. And your community was pretty much against it, and you guys have shelved that.
Yeah, they get updated every 10 years.
I'm just, you know, I'm saying, and I'll give you another example, is the Plymouth Prudential building, which wasn't supposed to be developed until 2040, and they came in, and, you know, it wasn't just an office building for Prudential Life, is now going to be like, you know, huge residential. And they've agreed to, Plymouth has agreed to do that. Now, again, it's a different town, I understand that, but I'm just saying, and I've talked with a number of people, even a former chief of staff to the governor, that comprehensive plans are guidelines, but things change, and, you know, they can be amended. You know, Susan Johnson at Met Council said, you know, you just need to amend the thing, and you know, they would have to look at it and approve it, and, you know.
I think that's more of an administrative comment about how it moves forward.
I'm
just amend the thing, I
I'm
get
just
that.
trying to go through the, you know, people are saying that I haven't done my homework. I've done more homework on this than you could possibly
I did not
imagine.
say that. So
no, not you, sir. But I'm just saying I've heard this, and I'm trying to address.
Hold on one second. Can we cut the chatter in the background just so that everyone is, if you need to have a conversation, you can step out in the hallway. It's a little quieter out there. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. So I guess what I see, you know, from a personal opinion, is that you have this gem in your town, and that is Diamond Lake. And Diamond Lake is underutilized right now. And it's, I don't know how you did your planning, but I think it was not perceived as the diamond that, or the jewel that I think it is. And this, you know, we're taking this land, and we needed 46 lots at that much money to pay for the water and sewer from Rogers. So now if I don't have to pay for the water and sewer from Rogers, you know, it's a big number. And to go down to septics and wells, which again, I'm not sure that you guys are for or against that. No one's really said, you know, their opinion on that. But then we would go down to like 26 or 28 lots. I forget. Zach's got a copy of that plan that we sort of ran around with initially. So, and we would, you know, so that would cut my costs a lot. So I'm okay, you know, if you guys are like, wow, that 45 lots is too many, but, you know, maybe 25 or 26 or whatever that number is with well and sewer makes more sense.
I'm happy to comment on that quickly, even though it's not proposed here. I wouldn't be in support of septic on this site. Rogers has already had to come and save the city's skin once. You know, if this area and the development does, when it pushes from south to north and east to west, if it takes till 2050, or John, as you mentioned, we're not quite even through the staging plan that we've got now. If development slows and it's 2060, and those septics start to fail, and they have no alternate sites, and they have no ability to get a new septic, and we do need to have Rogers come in and save the day again. It seems like it was a mistake that, or not a mistake, but it was fool me once, you know, shame on me, fool me twice, or shame on you, fool me, you get it. You can amend that in the notes. But I don't necessarily think that, you know, going to septic at least changes my opinion. And I'm really just hitting on item number 1, but if we hit item number 2, plat design and connectivity, there isn't any connectivity here. There's connectivity to the lake, but it's exclusive connectivity to the lake. You know, it's a private community really that circles in on itself, doesn't provide any future connectivity to additional growth or additional developments adjacent to it and around it.
I know, but
no parks and trails proposed. I don't see any trails proposed on it either.
But so we from this one, from this gentleman, and from this gentleman, and then somebody said, well, we would like to have a road come down and kind of go so that people could drive by the lake or near the lake.
Yeah.
And you know, this gentleman wouldn't allow it at all. I mean, he would sue you.
He's the current property owner, though. Properties change hands and they sell.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying.
We feel like we've provided enough feedback.
What you have, the thing that you would have to do is, maybe a long time ago would have been said, okay, we're gonna create Lake of the Isles or Lake Harriet and put a road around it and made that decision, I think decades ago. And then put walking trails and biking trails and whatsoever. But now you have all these landowners that you're gonna have to, really claim the land from them. And how are you gonna get the land?
Well, yeah.
Welcome to Dayton, that's, exists everywhere, that's our challenge of expanding roads and everywhere. So I'm saying that's the challenge for you to figure out, not us on this particular property.
No, I understand it, but see, I'm only like a section. We can maybe agree or disagree on something, but you'll have to get, everybody else. In fact, like this area here isn't so good for the shoreline. It's reedy and I'm not even sure that there's a dock there. Someone told me that there is. But
There's one in the picture.
It's not that pretty.
I think just, so the planning commission's making some recommendations or comments based on the concept plan. What you've heard so far is we're not really in favor of changing our staging area, and I think that's something to be noted. I guess I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, and Nick, I might disagree with you just from the septic side, if there's a way to make it work. It definitely needs some research on that, and I deal with sanitary but not septic systems.
I don't design septics either.
Sanitary pipes, so I would be open to some, if you were to subdivide this lot into some larger plots that could be ghost platted for future development when we do get the infrastructure in. That's kind of where my mindset is. I'm thinking of it, and I'm going to bring this up in the next one as well. There's a neighborhood in Maple Grove called Appaloosa Woods. It was built with like 2.5 to 4 acre lots originally. I know the city. I believe all of it is on sewer and water, but I'm not 100% sure. And as the neighbors around them have turned into like my neighborhood, Lennar, and people on these what were 2.5 acre, 5 acre lots are now selling off a half acre, and they're still building really nice homes, and the people see the investment almost like you're seeing the investment in your property. They're seeing the investment. I can buy a 20 acre lot, or not a 20 acre. I can buy a 4 acre lot now, raise my kids on that, and then in 20 years I can subdivide it and make a little bit more money in the future. So they're seeing that, or they're seeing that there and doing it there. So this concept to me, it doesn't make me want to change our staging area, and that's the feedback I want to give. Is I don't mind developing here. It's just this does not excite me. Is that fair to say?
No, and I will tell you that and I've talked with the other gentleman here in the room, and I probably have talked with 60 to 70 professionals that have an opinion on these things, and every one of us, it's 100% are thinking that you're giving Dayton, basically you're increasing everyone's property value without them having to do anything. You're giving them more money. You're paying for everything, which I know I have to anyways because it's a development. There isn't a statement that has been said tonight that one of these 60 or 70 people haven't commented on and don't agree with. They think that you're getting, not a Christmas present, but you're getting a gift.
Good for them. Not everyone wants to exploit our natural resources as much as humanly possible. Not everyone wants their property values to increase. Not everyone is looking to make as much money as humanly possible. And our role is not to ensure individual property owners or builders or developers make as much money as humanly possible. Our role is to make sure that our community and our city is the best for everybody in the entire city and in the entire community, and that our decisions are based on everybody and not just individuals.
No, Sarah, you're absolutely right. And I'm not making any of these decisions based upon, but the economics of getting the water and sewer, which, I think these gentlemen agree is probably needed. And I guess I think it's needed too. But to pay for the water and sewer, the home prices have to be X.
But that would only give water and sewer to your development. That would not in any way, shape, or form help the city of Dayton get sewer and water to that overall region. So you're not really helping anyone but your development.
Well, so no, that's not correct, because you could make an arrangement between Rogers and could you tap into
I think it's pretty clear that I am, because the 51 homes that are currently serviced by Rogers, that's not getting expanded. You have to bring a whole new one in for this small community. So I think it kind of looks, and I'm not an engineer.
From the sewer perspective, you're correct.
Yes.
Well, water main, once it goes past a property, you can find a way to add on it. But from a sewer, if it's
you're not doing us any
simple
favors.
force main,
You're just doing yourself
you're
a favor.
correct.
So.
And Mark, so I was going to hold off a little bit saying this, but
go for it.
So I'm a commercial real estate appraiser. I do lots of subdivision appraisals, lots of them, including for the guys that would potentially buy your homes. I honestly think we're saving you, not letting you do that plan if you need to sell those homes for $2 million to cover the cost of the sewer coming in, which I get, because it's going to be expensive with a lift station. It's just not that.
Well, I tell you
so,
what surprises me is that you're one of the only persons that I've got pushback on. I am not. The Cudd Homes, Charles Cudd Homes, is going to take the property from me and then sell the homes and then make their profit on the homes.
Yeah.
They're willing to take that risk, and they're one of the best home
I communicate
builders.
with those guys regularly.
They're one of the best
I
home
know what they
builders
charge
in
for
the
other
Twin
homes.
Cities.
I'll just say in Eden Prairie, they aren't charging that. With the bluff view of the river, that's what their top dollar is. So that's what I'm trying. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just trying to say that
the president of Cudd Homes and I have had numerous conversations.
Well, I'm just looking at the sales.
And I believe me, I appreciate
Yeah.
your appreciate.
Yeah,
your
and I just wanted
comments.
to try to.
But I'm just telling you that the man at the top is willing to
Yep.
sign an agreement with me.
So the one question I want to point out about your concept plan, if you present this to the council and maybe the council gets excited about private septics, is you kept saying 40,000 square foot lots. And I guess I'm going to look back to staff a little bit, but I think they have to be bigger even if you do that, like a minimum of 2.5 acres probably, because you need proof of 2 septic systems, you need your home. And so if you go that route,
Our engineer
I think
said
you need to
40,
plan.
and I think that we talked with these
I think you need to
guys.
plan at least 2.5 acres, and you should circle back with staff to make sure, because that way you don't go down a path that people say you can't do that either.
Okay.
Does the commission have any more comments on this concept plan or direction? I think we've made it fairly clear.
Yeah, I would like to say, parks and trails, I think that's clearly missing from what we've seen here. The lake, it's a public lake. Public enjoyment of the lake, I think, needs to be a component of a development. I don't see any trails here. I see a private road down to a private dock. So that's my comment with respect to the other items that are on the screen there.
Yeah, usually concept plans do show amenities for the neighborhood, right? A multitude of things, right? And this concept plan just doesn't show that. So if you do come back with another iteration, I would come with amenities and what makes this neighborhood special.
Again, I really have to be adamant about this, that if I put a trail here, it's not.
Not saying you have to put a trail on the lawn.
No. Just let me please. This guy is not going to let you
agree.
continue on And this person who just bought it, I don't know their answer or not. I almost want to say that if you just bought it and all of a sudden I come by and say, by the way, I think the city is going to want you to put a trail, and you know, where does the trail go?
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be along the lake. It's just the amenities within the developments.
What if you put that access in the middle and make it a little wider and provide like a neighborhood park on the lake that allows better access to everybody in a little beach or something, right?
You have the public access.
I'm not saying boat access. I'm just saying access for all those folks to make it a feature in the development as opposed to just being a little road off to the side to get to 30 docks. Like make it a feature, make it like a public, for this neighborhood, make it a space that's like, something unique.
Can I ask how many of the current residents you ask for them to put parkland on their property?
I'm not asking for the public parkland. I'm saying public as in this neighborhood. Like give the residents of this neighborhood a special spot on the lake for all the people that aren't on the lake.
Well, that's this whole thing.
I don't think we're not talking the same thing here.
Well, you've got, I don't know how big this piece of property is, but
yeah,
there will be, obviously there's no parking down
but
there.
you don't.
But you walk down there.
Great. You can't see the lake from the road, right? Like so, if you.
The land goes slightly up from the road.
Understood.
And then
once the landscaping and trees and all that, then.
I'm just telling you the general. The way it is now, it's slightly up, flat, and then over.
Yeah.
I would concur with that. A tot lot or something, which I think staff had mentioned was planned for this area, would look great on that piece of land that you got the private road that's going to be used twice a year by each residence, one to put their boat in and one to take their boat out. A tot lot in that area that provides, some visuals, some overlook of the lake that, there could be somebody from the public that might want to visit that tot lot. Maybe there's a kayak launch where we can get people in their kayaks and their paddle boards to enjoy the water and not just catered to, mastercraft surf boats.
I'm not against that, but I wonder why I'm forced to do it and no one else in the city.
Actually, every development that comes forward, we request something very similar.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I believe it's also part of our park dedication. Yep.
It's part of the process.
I'm actually suggesting use less land because you're using the largest piece of land to get to the lake. If you just splayed the houses out in the middle, put it in the middle, so that as you're driving on the road, you get to a point in the road where you're like, oh, there's the lake, here's a little park, there's a little playground, because these houses are going to have kids, right? Here's a shelter that you can have a birthday party at, like, for these residents, right? It doesn't mean that I'm going to come from the other side of Dayton to come hang out there. I'm just saying what makes this neighborhood special for the people that you're building this for, and maybe the community can use it. But right now, the road's an afterthought, right? It's just off to the side, just to get to your dock. It's not an amenity.
So, yeah,
Yeah, you're using a lot of land to do that.
So, I guess, do we have any other comments that we haven't brought up?
I'm good.
All right, so
move on.
There's no action needed on this?
Correct. So the comments will be summarized for the council. We have three council members in here that will go to the city council on Tuesday, June 25th.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next up, item 8D, concept plan, Schany Parcel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a concept plan for the Schany wait a second here.
Please.
Candy bar time. Yeah, I was just thinking I gotta hit some sugar after that.
Okay, this is a concept plan for the Schany parcel. There's not a structure on the property, so we don't have an address, and that is why I'm calling it 18XXX North Diamond Lake Road. Generally, I'll just refer to this. This is the northwest corner of Laura Lake. So again, similar to the last project, this is a concept plan. It is the very beginning of the design for development. There's no formal approval or denial of it. It's just recommendations and comments from the Planning Commission that are then forwarded to the council. Council goes through the same exercise. One commissioner could say one thing and another commissioner could say the exact opposite. Okay. Applications that will be needed for this that I can figure out is first being a comprehensive plan amendment, a zoning map amendment, and preliminary final plat. So similar to the last project, the comprehensive plan amendment would be to take this out of the guided sewer plan. So this project is intended to be for well and septic. The comprehensive plan plans it to be for sewer in the post-2050 staging area. For zoning map amendment, currently it is zone A1 agricultural. It would need to be rezoned to something else, and so that something else possibly does not exist in our code. And then I'll get into that a little bit further. And then the third item would be the preliminary and final plat. For the comprehensive plan, and just to explain how we've got here, and this is more specific because in this project it's intended to be a septic, whereas the previous project was for sewer. The Metropolitan Council assigns I'm going to call it a category for every community within the 7-county metro. So the category that's been assigned to Dayton is an emerging suburban edge community. It is intended that all undeveloped areas within Dayton will be served by sewer at some point in the future. And in order to pay for that, there needs to be an average density of 3 units per acre. So the map here, it's hard to see here, but Dayton is shown in the white, and then we have other communities are of different color. And I can't read this, but maybe you guys can. And these are just kind of the general categories. So I'm expecting one of the questions would be is why does Dayton have to have 3 units per acre? And I'm going to say it's just because of the location that we are at in comparison to other communities. Ramsey is the same as what we are. Rogers is kind of split half and half, where the eastern half is also 3 units per acre, and the western half is outside of the metropolitan urban services area. So that's going to be rural septic development. What does the Met Council allow prior to sewer being available? And the answer is 10-acre lots such that they could be subdivided in the future once sewer is available. So to Peter's comment in the last case of ghost platting, but still the key here is 10-acre lots. Dayton City Code is more restrictive for that. So within our A1 agricultural district, the minimum lot size is 40 acres. And the intent here is to protect farmland. Within the comprehensive plan, although much of Dayton is zoned for A1 agricultural, obviously not all A1 land is farmed. There's a number of areas within the city that is not practical to farm just because of the topography or soil conditions or any number of different reasons. Northwest Dayton, much of Northwest Dayton, I would say, is within this category. There's a whole lot of topography, as well as wetlands, as what you can see in the topography map here. So, I had a question in the last slide. Should these areas be allowed to subdivide into lots less than 40 acres, and if yes, how do we do that? So there's a few options. The first option is to identify areas where sewer and water is not practical due to natural barriers such as topography or wetlands, not just because of the cost of it. So there's got to be more to it than just cost. Second item is to decide if it's in the city's best interest for the areas to be well and septic versus to just be left undeveloped. Third is to decide on the type of development. And I'm putting an example, is it 10-acre lots or is it 2-acre lots? And then fourth item is to amend the comprehensive plan to allow these types of developments, whatever that type of development is, or to wait until, when I say change the 2040 comprehensive plan, this is the plan that we're currently under, or to wait until we adopt the 2050 comprehensive plan. The way as Nick had mentioned, the comprehensive plan is a 20-year vision of how the city is going to develop. It's an educated guess. And for that reason, we amend it every 10 years The next 10-year cycle we're approaching, we'll start working, well, we've had conversations of what we want to do for 2050, but the real work will begin in 2026 to 2028. Critical issues with this is the staging plan of if to remove this property out of the planned sewer area. And the second item may or may not apply. If the Bluestone property were approved with sewer, that would open up the opportunity for this project to also have sewer. As far as parks and trails go, within the comprehensive plan, there's a chapter on parks and trails which identifies a neighborhood park on the north area, or I'll call it the north shore of Lake Laura, as well as a trail that goes around the lake. Street access, and I'll get into that a little bit in a second once I have a better map. And then conservation. So the 2040, let me back up. The 2030 comprehensive plan identifies a number of greenway areas. And that's used as a reference in the 2040 plan where there are greenway areas, there should be a conservation plan unit development. This property is within a greenway area, which is generally covers the wetlands and the area around Lake Laura. So, what does that mean? Is the intent is that there's more open space or more green space, or just the preservation of a natural area should be in consideration as this project is designed. Going back to streets, what is proposed is a connection road between North Diamond Lake Road and Thicket Lane, Thicket Lane cul-de-sac that's off the page here. There is existing right-of-way that connects with Xanthus, although there's a whole lot of topography that may make it difficult to actually construct a road. We've had conversations, or staff has had conversations with Hennepin County as far as what do they think of the road access. One suggestion that the county had is if there's a possibility of, instead of connecting to North Diamond Lake Road, of connecting to Brockton at some point. And these are, I'll say that the road intersection study does need to be considered more by Hennepin County. So that was kind of a very brief conversation with the county. What else? Yeah, I talked longer than I thought I would. So,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for staff on this one?
Oh, one point, I forgot to talk about lot sizes. So lot size, most important thing, so this is 104 acre property, I believe. The plat that's shown is 13 lots that range from about 3 acres to 24 acres. I believe.
Yeah. About 3.5 acres is our smallest, 3.3 a little bit over, and then our largest is 24.1.
And most are about 4 or 5 acres.
A good majority of them are above 5, but due to the topography and wetlands, it varies quite a bit.
Yeah.
I have a question for staff as far as if we went down the route of getting an A3 district, so and for 10 acre lots, we would also, I would assume, / hope, well, I guess I have a question. Would we also make sure that our various ordinances regarding outbuildings and animal units is adjusted accordingly for the A3 unit? Or would that, what would the follow-up there be? And then what happens to other properties that are currently zoned A1 or A2 but fall in that 10 acre, would they be switched over to the A3 or would they stay with their current zoning of A1?
Those are all great questions that I would ask the planning commission.
Okay.
So, but, yeah.
It depends.
Okay. We'd figure it out. Okay. Those are my questions.
Yeah,
for
I
staff.
think every property is a little unique, that it's kind of a general question of whether all A1s would become A3. It'd have to be, but that would be a question of how easy is it to go from A1 to A3 too, like in particular in an area where maybe we don't want A3, meaning we truly want sewer development at some point in time.
Yeah, I could take that question. Yeah, so they'd have to request to go to a new zoning district. We can't force a new zoning district upon a property.
So, but a resident could choose that if they wanted, but it wouldn't
If you made that-
automatically, by creating this, we wouldn't automatically be forcing people who are currently A1 into a different zone.
Correct, but that would give them the option if they wanted
If they
to do,
choose
again, but that's up to, and again, Commissioner Brown made the point that if they didn't want, or they wanted to, but we said no because of X, Y, Z reason, that'd be why, we'd say no.
And I
They
think
had to request.
if I recall, anything that is existing and we change it, they're grandfathered in. Meaning, if we did create an A3 and they had outbuildings and we wanted smaller ones here, they would be grandfathered in with what they have.
Okay.
Our rules on outbuildings are very generous, so whether that was purposeful or not. So within the ag districts, it's based on the impervious surface area of 10%, so.
It was more the animal units I was concerned
Oh.
about than the outbuildings, so. But that would be a different,
Yeah.
we would deal with that as a separate issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions for staff before we let the applicant?
Has staff really looked at the long-term viability of this area if it became sewered? Like, is that connection to Thicket Lane important for that as far as the north side of Laurel Lake? Have you guys kind of looked into that, like, just to give us some advice on how to maybe view some of this stuff in the long term?
You're talking the connection to Thicket for
Yeah,
sewer?
well, I was thinking if the connection to Thicket Lane, especially for the stuff to the east, everything was connected, it'd give multiple ways into the neighborhood.
Oh, for connectivity, I would say the two connections would be preferred. One to North Diamond Lake Road, one to Thicket Lane, or alternatively, potentially to Brockton in lieu of one of those.
Yeah, so at some point in time, that road that they have proposed here, you'd want it to connect to Thicket Lane. I mean, I get it, there's a valley there, I'm trying to understand is if the desire is there for the future development to the
It's
east.
proposed as a connection. As proposed, it has that connection, and I would say yes, we would want two connections.
All right. Would you name and address and?
I'm Zach Brown with BK Land Development, 13311 Arrowwood Lane North, Dayton, Minnesota.
Tell us a little bit more about your project.
So I recently did Pineview Meadows in Dayton a few years back, and the feedback was, we don't want a bunch of high density, we want more rural. Dayton is live the difference, we want the rural stuff, right? So after all the pushback we got on that, even though we got it through and it was a successful neighborhood, we started to look at different options for Dayton and what could be a good fit. A lot of people around here would like to have larger lots. That's part of the reason they moved to this community. Myself being one of them, born and bred in Dayton, grew up here. I also would like to have a little more elbow room and not be in a city lot. I found that in my search for another lot, it does not exist. We have two neighborhoods. We have Thicket and Berkshire. They're the only two neighborhoods that have it. And none of those people want to sell at all, for good reason. So we're trying to extend Thicket and continue on with what they have. Very nice properties, larger lots, great space for, raising a family, having a little space for maybe a pool or a outbuilding, stuff like that. It's really hard to do that on these smaller lots, especially with these national builders. They cram them in as tight as they can. And so we thought this would be a great spot, and we sought out a piece that would not impede on future growth because of the topography. This does not look like a great spot for future growth. It is quite wild out there if you ever make a site visit. Beautiful, and it'd be great for estate lots like we're proposing, but very, very not suitable for sewer and water. I had a septic company come out to do soil borings to make sure we had primary and secondary suitable locations on each lot. They were able to find them, but it was tough. Increasing the density would likely increase the chance that we won't have suitable locations for primary and secondary on all the lots if we increase the density. We would have liked to have a higher density with smaller lots. It's just with the wetlands and topography and the rolling hills, this was kind of the best we could do. And I think that it would be a really good thing that people in Dayton want. And from some of the previous conversations from the previous applicant, some of the concerns were traffic. If this were to be sewer and water, you'd have over 220 homes out here someday, which would definitely have a huge impact. I think putting the 13 homes in and, down the road, if something else happens, that's that. But this is going to be the most minimal impact and the most prime use of the land the way it sits. And we're going to have a smaller impact on the ecosystems and all the natural topography, the wetlands, the animals that live there aren't going to be displaced. We would literally be talking about carving in a roadway and then letting all the private homeowners create their own little oasis with minimal impact to the ecosystem. Because there is a ton of wetlands, deer, fox, owls. I mean, when I was out there walking around with my engineers, I couldn't tell you how many eagles' nests I saw. And with the greenway overlay that's on here, as John mentioned, it would be almost impossible to sewer and water this site. And some of the manholes out here, if you did sewer and water, it would be over 60 foot deep, which is just unattainable. And I'm not gonna, I mean, I had ND Septic out to look for primary and secondary locations on each lot, and his actual remarks to me were, man, this soil is peanut butter. It's not suitable. It's not suitable for sewer and water, in my opinion, as a developer.
Any questions for the applicant?
If our only option was to do 10-acre lots because of Met Council issues, would you still be willing to move forward with 10-acre lots? You'd have less of them then, or is that a deal breaker?
It would financially ruin the deal.
Okay.
I mean, it's already, it's a very expensive project. It would financially ruin it.
Okay, that was my question.
Yep.
This is kind of a question for maybe staff as well as yourself, but if we went down the rural estate route, we know that the Met Council doesn't necessarily want to approve that, right? But everything you just said is what we need to tell the Met Council of why it's not suited for water and sewer. And to me, that's the preferable route versus A3, but I get there's risk involved with the Met Council just denying it because we're not 1 per 10. So I guess my question to staff is who prepares this information to present to Met Council? Is it yourselves, the applicant, combination? Assuming that the applicant got approval for this current design, let's just say this current design.
So it would be essentially a staff report for a comprehensive plan amendment that goes through the planning commission, gets approved by the city council, and then sent over to the Met Council. And
Yep.
so
And-
essentially what they would receive is the city council packet.
Yep. And so in there is going to have all the information about the soils and our logic for requesting the RE, whether, that's the risk everyone's going to take of whether they approve it or not. But to me, that's the preferable route instead of trying to get creative with A3, but I recognize there's a risk.
So when we're referring to the A3 district, so that's a zoning district that does not exist. So we have the A1 district, which is 1 per 40. For the purposes of this, we're talking about an A3 district that would be 1 per 10, or one home per 10 acres.
And I guess my thoughts, the long term, if this goes forward, we're ghost platting and doing all this creative stuff to appease the Met Council, but it's never going to happen. It's going to be this forever.
It'd be up to the property owners if they wanted to develop, and
And the soils
Zach
would
has said,
prevent them.
well,
And the feasibility, on a one-off basis, the feasibility become issues for them even.
Correct. If you have a property owner with 10 acres and they want to sell a couple of lots, you still have to get sewer, and it's not feasible to get it for those 2 lots.
Right.
It's got to be a lot more than that.
I don't know if there's any community feedback I would,
Yeah, same.
before I have my own comments.
All right, thank you. At this time, 8:37, we will open the public hearing for the concept plan. Anyone who'd like to give some feedback on this one?
65 years and I haven't been in front of the planning commission once.
Now twice. Aren't you just happy how they set it up so you could do it just
Be
one
careful,
night?
that's how
Just
Sarah
one
got up
night?
here.
I came 2 meetings in a row, and now look.
So my name's Terry Kramer, I live at 14281 Lawndale Lane. I have a piece of property that adjoins this property on the east boundary of the development, north of Laurel Lake. And, I think this gentleman did a fine job of presenting, and I understand we gotta grow, and listening to him talk compared to the other day was a pleasure. So, but that said, I bought that property with the same thing in mind that I said before. I looked at the plan, and thought, yeah, this makes sense, I'll be long gone by the time they get to this. And the property's farmland primarily, it's got some wetlands on it. It is farmed by the guy that's always farmed it. I have no intention of never not farming it. I mean, when I bought the property, I was looking for the biggest buffer I could get between me and everything else. I'm also like to hunt, although I don't hunt this property. There's about 8 or 9 kids from Rogers and Dayton that are high school age. They don't get an opportunity to hunt anywhere else. And one of them came to me one day and said, you know, can I get permission to hunt your property? You know, I know how hard it is to find a place to hunt nowadays. It's tough. So, and it's good to see these young guys out hunting and not doing some of the other things that happen. So that's kind of my story. I'm obviously against it. It would change the flow of animals and critters and whatnot out there. So that's the only reason why I'd be against it, is to preserve as much of that wildlife land as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Bianchi. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Lisa Bianchi, on 19400 141st Avenue North, Rogers, one adjacent to this property here. The main reason I'm here today is they developed the property across the street from her a few years back, and there was an easement on her property that basically directed all the water flow from across the street onto her property to the pond that's on the edge there. Her secondary septic tank now is dangerously close to being underwater. The addition of any more water to the area would basically put her secondary septic underwater and make it infeasible. It would affect the viability of her house, given that her first one would fail. I dug into the city ordinances and the concept plan here, and I think mainly there are protections inside the Dayton ordinances that would say that they can't add stormwater to that area. So any plan that they provide here, to be honest, I'm not quite sure why we're here at this point, because there's so little information in the plans provided. It's just that general idea. But I would want to make it abundantly clear that, you know, we are fully planning to protect that piece, you know, through civil action if need be. The second concern I have is obviously there is a ton of wetland back there. It looks like there is on the DNR's list. When I run the calculations, and I do work in development, I don't quite see them getting the setbacks on a few of those pieces of the property that they're claiming they're going to be able to do. And then finally, they talk about all this wildlife back there, but I couldn't find any record of an actual environmental impact study being done or anything. It's just their opinion of what they've seen back there and how they're not going to affect the surrounding area. But I don't quite fully believe that until I actually see some real data. So at this point, I think I mostly have questions, and I just want to make sure that we're following the due diligence and the ordinances that you guys have. And that's it.
Thank you. And just to clarify, you're representing the property in the lower left corner.
Right there.
With that, that's the wetland that is kind of,
This
yep.
is increased in size with the development here. They're basically channeling all that water
Yep.
here. The secondary septic spot is right on the edge there.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here for this property?
Hey,
Good evening.
my name's Joe Kelly. I live on Lake Laura. I've been there for 49 years, so I can tell you everything about what goes on back there. There's no eagle's nest. My only concerns are, I would imagine they're going to build high price point homes, be pretty much like Thicket Hills, I would imagine. Big concern is that they are price point homes, and I would imagine they have to be for full-size lots. Traffic's bad there. I can't pull out of my driveway without looking back and forth 2 or 3 times to make sure no one's coming. You can't see from the west. There's a rise in the hill right in front of this property right here, and this is going to increase the traffic there coming out of there. They need, I would think, turn lanes, if anything, like they've done on Brockton for those developments down there to get people off the road to turn, or you're going to have big problems. The lake, there's no control of the water level of the lake anymore over the last 5 years due to the farmers driving through the back end of the lake back there. They've caved in the culvert, so the water has to get another 2 feet higher and go over a hump back there. That should be addressed, even aside from any of this crap. A couple years ago, Hannibal County was over on the other side of North Diamond Lake Road, digging in the ditch in front of Powell's place there, the Ford guy, because the water wasn't draining. The reason the water isn't draining is because the lake level is 2 feet higher than it's been in the last, normally. The culvert is completely caved in back there. There's nothing goes through it anymore. The county put a new culvert in underneath North Diamond Lake Road, and they put that culvert in above the old culvert, so the water on that side of the road is probably 2 feet higher than it was in the old days. I lived there since it was gravel. That was gravel in front of my house there in '75. It wasn't until, I don't know, maybe in the '80s when they redid that road there. As far as septic back there, I don't know if you guys I don't think any of you guys are old enough to remember when they scraped all the dirt off that back there. They scraped it all off to cap off the dump up in Anoka. And my understanding is you can't put septics on dirt that's been disturbed like that. Scraped off all the topsoil gone. It's all clay back there. And when they did it, they fenced off an area, if someone wanted to build back there, that they didn't disturb for a septic. And so I don't know what I think some of you guys are septic guys, I think, aren't you? No?
No.
Sewer guys.
Yep, sewer guys.
Yeah,
No septic history.
That was a big conversation when they scraped all that dirt off. I took like 250,000 yards of dirt off of there. I mean, they hauled dirt out of there for months with belly dumps. It was a big deal. And took it all up and capped off that dump up there in north of Anoka. Yeah. And it was a big conversation when they did it, that if someone wanted to do something back there, that the ground wouldn't perk. So if they're talking septics back there, you're talking mound systems. There was only one spot that was undisturbed back there on that. Other than over on that point over there, they didn't touch any dirt over there. It was all the stuff directly behind me there. You know where I'm at right there?
Yep.
Yeah. Everything behind me. They dropped that hill behind me 30 feet. It was 30 feet higher.
Is this you on the?
Yeah. That's
No, the next one.
Joe's
Right there, yeah.
on the right side of the easement.
Yeah, yeah. That hill behind me was 30 feet higher, and that's how much dirt they took out of there. I mean, it changed, I mean, you guys think I'm crazy, but it changed the climate, down where I live. Yeah, it did, it really did. And so I really don't have any problems with developing. I just think there's concerns there, as far as traffic and price points. I haven't heard what kind of houses they're talking about building, or the price of the lots or anything. I don't even know what the land was for sale for. But I mean, you can't. I would imagine it'd be like Thicket Hills, and everything back there is $1 million plus. $2 million, $2.5 million. Viter back there, he's with all of his land and everything's probably $4 million. So I would imagine this would be the same type thing. But the traffic is a big deal, and lake level. They're gonna have to put it, where they're talking that road, of course, they're gonna have to put a culvert. They still gotta put a culvert right there at the corner of the lake where the old culvert used to be. And the culvert that was there is probably, was probably, like I said, I've been there just under 50 years, so, and that culvert it wasn't in the best shape when I bought the place. So it's probably, 60, 70, maybe, who knows, maybe 100 years. I don't know. It's only a 12-inch culvert. But it did keep the lake level. I'd have to go back there occasionally and dig the debris out of it. It would get plugged up, but the lake would drop. Right now, the lake's, with all this rain, it came up the other day, it came up 8 inches the other night, one night. I got water up in the yard, which it's the highest it's ever been in 49 years.
I can see that on the imagery. I don't want to cut you off because this is a big impact to you, but I think we've got the gist of what your concerns are, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anyone else on this development? I'll bring you back up in a,
Yeah.
if there's anyone else on this development, otherwise I'll bring you back up. So at 8:50, we are going to close the public hearing.
Well, I'm happy to show where the eagle nests are, if anyone wants to know. It's 104 acres, it's a pretty big chunk, so the guy that lives south of the lake probably won't see the stuff on the far north side, but
That's not the point here.
Yeah, no big deal. No big deal.
Not the point.
We're not worried about the Eagles. Well, we are, but
I'm just saying there's a ton of
We are.
Eagles.
we are. But not
There seems
where
to be
they're
some
located.
concern about the impact. The water, we will have no impact from. There's not a house being proposed that's within like 600 feet of it. There is not any impact to the traffic that's going to be any greater than if this is sewer and watered by post 2050, which is going to be over 220 homes. The impact is going to be far greater by that. This is the minimalist impact that's going to happen unless it remains farmland forever, which obviously won't happen. Plenty of woodlands and everything on the north where there is tons of ecosystems that would be completely devastated if this is sewer and watered someday, because you're going to have to flatten this site into a sod field to make the sewer and water work. So the impact would be massive if you sewer and watered it. This is the least impactful route, especially with the gentleman that said he lives where the easement is that the city owns. We don't have enough space for a right-of-way there, so that easement's not really going to work. We would have to get grading easements from both neighbors on each side because we're going to have to use up some of their land. And from the sounds of what I just heard, that's not going to happen. So this is probably the best use for this property unless it just stays farmland forever. That's what I would say. The traffic impact is going to be the most minimal this way. The impact to the environment is going to be the most minimal, and the impact to the lake will be zero. We don't have anything even close to the lake. We're not even doing any work close to the lake. It's going to be very far off. There's one section of the roadway where we'll have dual silt fence during grading. We're going to have to do plenty of mitigation to make sure we're not impacting the lake. This is the least impactful route for the residents around it that don't want to have huge development, and this is the most logical use for this land. That's what I would say.
Any further questions or move into discussion?
No, I think
Discussion.
Good time to
All right.
discuss amongst ourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, we'll go with you this time. We'll start on that over here.
In my opinion, faster.
I do think this is the lowest impact that this area could see without just not developing it. An extension of thicket makes sense. Looking at the contours, I can see how sewer in this area, water may be fine. Depth could be an issue, and up and down. But the contours on this property are significant. Getting sewer through this property, to it might be easy, through it would be the primary challenge. I think staff did have a comment in the engineering memo that the north portion of the site just didn't even look feasible for sewer. So, we're talking that you've got half of this proposed 13 lots can't be sewered. From that standpoint, I can see the reasonableness to this concept. We've heard a lot from existing residents that this rural character doesn't really exist, and if those city services that are coming from the south to the north and east to the west just would not go through this parcel. It would go past this parcel. I've got less concerns about this being too early from like a utilities standpoint. Also, from the traffic standpoint, it is 13 lots. There's not a ton of traffic generation that comes off of 13 lots, but it's along a county road. Hennepin County would have a say in whether turn lanes are needed or intersection improvements or anything like that would be needed through there.
I want to correct you on one thing there. While it is 13 lots on this development, it connects Thicket Hills now to North Diamond Lake, and that's
how many lots?
How many lots is that? But it didn't look like a ton. It's going to drive a little bit more.
It's 11.
Yeah, so
it didn't look like a
it's
ton.
going to drive maybe potentially 23, but who knows? People might go the other way too.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't see how this is kind of smack dab in an area that would have 200 plus homes on this property.
Yeah, it seems like the 200 homes isn't taken into consideration, all the wetlands.
Of course, yeah, and there's tons of wetlands here that it would make it difficult to even grade it to, I don't know, 40 homes, to be honest with you, 50. I mean, a lot of dirt that would need to get moved, and you've got wetlands and wetland setbacks and buffers and impacts to those items that, to me, it feels like kind of the limited impact on this area, and I don't know that it necessarily stymies the growth plan.
Do you have any opinion on the A3 versus RE, or is it kind of just?
Not really.
Does RE remove it from our Met Council density calcs?
It is. So the RE rural estate has a minimum lot size of 2 acres. It's intended for areas that are where there's existing development. So this would be a little bit of a stretch. It's easy to justify it on the north section.
Yep.
It's a little bit of a stretch on the south side.
Yep. But it is one property owner too.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
So this is clear to folks in the room listening. The RE, our average density calculation is 3 units per acre as we develop. RE reduces our developable acres so that these properties don't have to develop at that rate or aren't calculated as part of our overall housing rate when we look at development. So in a sense, the RE actually helps our density somewhat stay lower.
Yeah, so the the less density in the north part of Dayton means the more density in the south part of Dayton.
Well,
or whatever we lose on this parcel,
we have to make
because
it
it's
up
A3,
somewhere
we have to make up somewhere else.
But if it's RE, we don't have to?
No,
if it's RE, it's out of the calc.
RE, it's out of the calc.
RE does help it.
So RE would actually help our density calculations as a city, so we don't have to put up a town, another set of
Extra
townhomes.
density somewhere
Yes.
else, I guess.
Yes.
to make up for that.
Chair, you are correct. The one thing is that we have to get RE approved by the Met
We
Council,
have
which
to-
is the one.
Yep, and so I think that's where I'm leaning on this, is if we do go forward with this, we do it as RE, which helps our density calculations elsewhere.
Met Council has stated they will not approve any more RE for this city.
Even with the.
Correct, which is what, yeah. So-
Even with all the potential conditions and reports we can send them?
Let's hope that changes it, but.
Don't think they're gonna care.
But I'm gonna guess no.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, I think there's a compelling argument for it, but I'm not Met Council.
Yeah.
I also work in a community that's beyond the clause of Met Council.
Any other thoughts on this one?
I mean, I agree that this is, once it is developed, this is the best version of development that this property could ever get, so I agree there. I still feel we should go south-north, but 13 is not the same as 51, or 45, sorry. Also, I felt, I mean, I am not adamantly opposed. How would I say that? I am not adamantly opposed. I could be convinced. I'm still not a big fan of not following our staged out plan, but this isn't, because it's not sewer and water, it's septic. And so really, we don't have to, like, it's more about, yeah, I'm just not as, I'm not as concerned.
Yeah, I
still
think
love
if
it,
you
but
buy
I'm-
the argument that
Yeah.
it would not be sewered
Yeah.
because of the topography issues,
Yeah.
then that's kind of where I was going
Yeah.
to, is it
never will be
falls a
sewered.
little bit outside of that discussion,
Yeah.
for me at least.
Same.
There's still transportation components and stuff that
Yeah.
aren't related to that, but yeah.
And and though, yes, it would add a few, there would be more people in the area, it would not be as many people in the area, and it's not as exploitive, which I appreciate, trying to protect our wetlands instead of exploiting our natural resources. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with one of the other people who came, I would like to see more, like some more about like the environmental impacts, like I would want more information. I'm not against, but I'm also not like happy.
And that's the beauty that this is concept plan,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's the type of feedback that I think they're looking for.
Yeah.
And hopefully they can, make changes that would change your opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree. Echo a lot of what's been said here. I think more study is needed, whether it's traffic impact study at that intersection. North Diamond Lake Road does have a lot of very fast traffic in this area, and what does that mean to add another turn in, turn out? Even though it's not a lot of cars, it's still more in an area that we've heard from a lot of residents that see accidents all the time. So we have to take that serious and make sure that that's okay. Study on the environmental impact, not that it needs a full assessment, but we just need more information on how it would impact that. I think saying zero impact on the lake is probably a little extreme. There's going to be something, right? You're developing, you're putting in roads, there's watershed, right? Water's got to go somewhere, right? And we're changing how the water's going to go, so there'll be some kind of impact. So just understanding what that is. In general, though, I would agree that it's a good way to use this property if it were to develop by having varying lot sizes, which would promote unique housing, unique spacing of housing, houses that are spaced out farther, right? So it doesn't feel like a fully developed community. I think, from that standpoint, the neighbors that are directly around it, with all the trees and stuff in the area, probably don't see a whole lot of impact. I haven't walked your property, Mr. Kelly, to know what that would look like, but
I won't be able to see any of it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm not opposed.
Yeah.
It's just a few concerns.
Yep. So I think it's just learning more, and again, concept plan, that's the point. So if it comes back, we'd love to see a lot more information.
I think the only thing that wasn't addressed by others, I guess I didn't let you go, but.
Go ahead.
Was parks and trails in this neighborhood. I think we have a unique opportunity here to maybe look at what a trail might be through here. I don't know, Thicket Hills, if it makes sense to run a trail here that dead ends in Thicket Hills and eventually there's one added there, or if it's maybe a future trail connection to the right-of-way that is in between. But since I'm no longer on parks and it's been years, I would defer to that of what the park plan would look like, knowing that we have some availability but of right-of-way there, but not anything planned. And this does not need, in my opinion, the neighborhood park like our plan has called out for.
The property is their park.
Well,
That's
yeah,
the whole point.
that-
I mean, you're getting enough acreage that you have your green space, you have your place to get outside and do things.
The one area that might be is the north side of Lake Laura, if that's actually planned for a community.
It's a neighborhood park.
Neighborhood park that's actually a pretty big lot too,
that maybe there's an outlot there.
But it's also,
or
I get it, you're taking the valuable piece of the property too, because it's the
Yeah.
lake shore. I know that in our park plan, they show the trail going around the lake through all these properties, including Diamond Lake concept. It's like, that's just
Maybe
not
they're-
gonna be reality, I don't think, but there's already homes there.
Yeah. That's the challenge with this one is how do you deal with this type of development? I mean, it's the same conversation we had with the last property of how do you deal with development that wants to happen on a parcel, but nearby parcels are nowhere near interested and we're not ready for it. So I think with Parks and Trails, it might be a little easier just to identify what could be and make sure that the developer is willing to have those conversations with the city. So.
Peter, I don't disagree with you. You know, the north side of the lake jumped out at me as an opportunity to potentially extend a trail that would maybe go east. And, you know, there's, Terry, you mentioned you wanted to be long gone before the comp plan changed. But, you know, when and if that property ever does develop in the future, you know, that trail could potentially continue over to Lawndale and what the future of Lawndale looks like. You know, it could be kind of a scenic corridor trail off spur from a trail that's along Lawndale. But I just don't, it's tough on an if that would ever happen,
Right.
and what benefit that would provide and how much that would impact this community until that occurred. It'd be yeah, I don't know. It's a good one for parks.
And you get that, the great example is the neighborhood just south of here where the new neighborhood brought a trail into their street and it just dumped there and people are walking on the road. So it's like, it's just something to consider and a challenge with development like this. Any more feedback for the concept plan?
I would just say, you guys talked about reports. I guess the one thing I would like from staff is just confirmation that, you know, because the lineal feet per street per home is going to be a lot compared to a typical subdivision. It's just understanding that, you know, I'm assuming these are going to be higher priced homes, so you're probably going to be just fine with the tax revenue coming in, but making sure that there's not a negative consequence of, including the future road replacement, because someday we'll have to replace the road. Because there's only 13 lots and there's a lot of lineal feet of road. The other thing, I guess, you know, when with regards to the concept plan, I guess I like it better than just coming up with 10-acre lots myself, because I think it's maximizing the use of the land better. But I am more supportive of RE, but I could, you know, I get it if the Met Council is going to deny it if we support it, and I guess people in the audience should be aware too. The 3 years I've been on the Planning Commission, something like this has been talked about by council the whole time, and this area has kind of been identified as a well-suited area, and I think we've heard tonight from multiple people that this parcel is well-suited for it. I mean, it's not well-suited for high density. So I would prefer to go the RE route and try to convince the Met Council, but I realize there's a risk.
If we went that route, can we then backtrack and go to A3?
A3 won't fix it.
Well, he said 10 acres is
Yeah, it wouldn't do the trick.
10 acres, so
We have to go RE then.
Not in my opinion, but it hasn't come up.
Is there another option?
We'll discuss that at council.
That's good council discussion.
I mean, it's something I think that we just need we need staff and to investigate more of, you know, can we make this work with a different zone?
Sure. So we're you know, this is one parcel, and it's a very large parcel, but there's a whole lot of areas that have similar characteristics of this. If the commission is supportive of, I'm just going to call it 2-acre lots, do you want to explore expanding that to a larger area of Dayton?
I think we've talked about it the whole time, but it's an undertaking. And so I'm completely fine doing it one-off and letting people come to us with those things to explore myself. Because otherwise we're going to be spending a lot of time and we might identify all these perfect parcels for it, but the owners want nothing to do with it. So we're just spinning our wheels for no reason.
I think the way we need to do this, I mean, we're on the verge, John, of the comp plan. We need to identify what that acreage, what that lot size is, or what that zone is. And then during the comp plan, we can get the review, we can get the input from the residents and landowners and bring it forward. Then we're not doing the homework on it now. We're not, and like Darren said, we're
Not
taking
guessing
one
and finding out that
Yeah.
it wasn't worth it.
Yep. So if we had it in place, it would help inform the comprehensive plan update.
Sure. Okay.
So.
Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I do like the fact that there's a variety of lot sizes, and because, as you said, you looked for homes like this, and they're not for sale. Like, there's very few communities that have these bigger, and those of us who are lucky enough to live on them, love them, and protect them with everything we have. And so it's not really fair to deny, like, if there's an opportunity to allow other people who feel the same way, that they want larger lot sizes and have that kind of rural feel, to make it possible, because I could never have bought a 100-acre property. Like, I don't have the money to buy a 100-acre property. I was very lucky that I was able to afford my 18 acres. And so I do appreciate that this would give more people like me an opportunity to live that dream in Dayton, which is what I think makes Dayton amazing. So that is the one thing I do genuinely like about this. I appreciate for those neighbors around you, yes, it sucks that it's development, but I feel like it's the least evil thing that's going to happen. So.
I think it does go a long way to preserving rural character. That's something we've talked about a lot. I think it goes a long way to do it. It sounds like council might have something additional to discuss that might, help it proceed in that direction. But it sounds generally that we're interested.
All right.
It's just more info.
The one thing
I'd
I'd say
expected with a concept plan.
for staff too is if it comes forward to a preliminary plat, I would like to see the usable acres for each lot as well as the gross, because everything's gross right now, and that's some of these smaller lots. I just want to put it in perspective.
Sure. So, Thicket Lane, so that's the area to the north. It's 11 lots that are generally 9 or 10 acres in size. Not all 9 or 10 acres are developable or buildable. So some are, you'll see the houses are right up next to the road because that's the lane that's buildable.
Yep. So it might put the 20-acre lot might only have 5 acres usable.
Sure.
So it's really the bunch of 5-acre lots, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
For people who don't want
Which
the
isn't
neighbor-
bad.
yeah.
I'd rather take 20 acres of wetland and have that view all day long, so it's not bad. It's just, I'd like to see that number.
And I can have 9 ducks, and no one can complain at me about my 9 ducks.
All right.
Too soon. I think just confirmation of the septic system
Yeah.
feasibility too, just from, and so engineering looks at that and makes sure that it works if we get to that point.
Yep. So generally, that gets looked at during the building permit stage, not necessarily planning.
That's fine.
And they will very likely be bounced.
Yeah.
All right, with that, we will move into item 8E. Concept plan, DCM Farms.
Okay, the concept plan for DCM Farms, the applicant is Tom Dehn, and as I mentioned in the last couple slides, the idea of a concept plan is this is the very beginning of a longer stage of designing the development. So, critical issues with this is Fernbrook Lane, just with the increased traffic. This project is large enough that it will likely require an environmental assessment worksheet. The project includes a mix of housing types, which includes both attached and detached townhomes and apartments, as well as commercial and retail. And then the other big item I've got is just trying to create a sense of place. So Nick had talked about the wanting to preserve rural character. It's a little bit more challenging when you're in a more denser suburban environment. It's hard to see this. I can see it much better on my screen than what you can. So this is 94 acres, I believe, in size. It's large enough that it does not fit on one page, so this is kind of spliced together. The developer is proposing 3 different options, and just for clarity, this project in here is not part of this project. That is Brayburn Trails West. It's been approved. It's just here to kind of show the street connections. So the area that's being proposed is this rectangle here and then this rectangle there. I think of this as kind of the thumb. In the lower area, there's kind of a mix of attached and detached townhomes, or a detached townhome would also be known as a villa. In the thumb area or the north area, there's 3 different concepts of apartments, I'll say attached sixplexes and plexes, I believe, and then single family. And so, once again, I apologize that this isn't very visible, but my thought is to kind of go through each plan or each option one by one and collect comments from the commission. The developer is here. General comments.
My
plan's gonna be really long.
Yeah,
I mean, they're essentially the same plan except for the northeast corner.
For the
I guess-
most,
I guess-
I'm gonna have
Tom, why don't
depend
you
on
move
Tom
forward?
for clarifying it. There is some changes. It's more subtle.
Good evening. So this is going to be a little different than I'd say all the
Just-
other concepts.
Just for the record, name and address, I know.
Hi, Tom Dehn, 11261 Fernbrook Lane, Dayton. So on some of the other ones this evening, right, they came in with a concept plan and said, hey, that's what we want to get through. So I'm looking to kind of take and figure out what we extended in the Sundance greens. But, as I sit and talk, there's different things, everybody's saying this, everybody to the north, no density. You want, and try to bring density to the south. Now, I'm not necessarily, so I really want to look at this as just kind of getting your opinion. I'm not looking for an approval. I would really see that, hey, come feedback, I get the council, I'm back in August, maybe, with more of a real, hey, concept plan after I've gotten everybody's input and move forward. So there isn't, there are some points, I break down that I'd like to really see as a part of the development, but I'm really looking just to get some feedback. It'd come back a concept, I could have, streetscapes and all that, but I wasn't really gonna come and bore and just make everybody a long presentation and just kind of look at it as a high level. And if you went through so if I laid it out, there's two different layouts for option 1 and 2. And that really covers the southern 70 acres. And then the piece, the 20 acres off 117th, imagine that affects the last 3. The piece, the only difference that you'll really see between option 1 and 2 is along here. This is showing 65-foot wide lots currently. The other one would be townhomes. As we did the southern half of 113, we have a lot of townhomes along the road, but we go from 375,000 a home to the back end of the golf course at 1.3. I would take this in continuation of, if we went to the far west side, this would lead into the last phase of the golf course that, would have been already preliminarily approved. And again, maybe see that same number of, 375 to $1.3 million, but if you want to build the whole thing in $1 million houses, it's not going to sell, right? Affordability with the interest. And so, what I have here is on this southern part, or, north of 113th, let's call it the 113th options, is I think just kind of a mixture. I don't have a trail or any of that in there yet, but we have, it's already a master trail that will run on the west side. We're going to give the corner of the park to continue the 4 sections, to have that park built out. There'd be more trails inside, to get to the park. But I'm really just, looking at everything that would be in the darker green is a 65-foot wide lot. Call it the beige or the yellow area, those would be what I'd be looking at, 55-foot lots. And a lot of them would probably be villas, so detached villas and associated maintained. And then in the center, where, let's call it purple, that I have a 45-foot wide lot. but I'm really looking probably for a smaller, single-family house, more affordable. So it costs more than the townhomes across the street, but it's a house that's maybe $450,000 to $500,000. Which I know it seems crazy now, but that's kind of a starter house, you know, where the cost was. I mean, I've had some concepts where I had a whole bunch of townhomes matching like we did on the other side, and so that'd be one question. No, I like what's on the other side, put townhomes. No, I'm okay with some more single families. You know, how this is drawn out. So I'd really just kind of looking for that impact. If you were to go into the Sundance Greens part and just go to the south side of Rush Creek Parkway, we do have some lots right there on the south that are 50-foot wide. Because we looked through it initially, we gave a proposal, it's that woods in the southwest corner, and we could have took all the woods out, or I said, hey, if we save the woods, could we get some smaller density? And that's where we got those 50-foot wide lots. There's not a woods in this side preserve, but it's kind of just, you know, looking at affordability. You know, it could come back and you lay the whole thing out at a 65-foot wide. You know, so I've developed, well, we call it I Own Gardens, but it's Lennar markets it at Edgewater off of North Diamond and Dayton Road. Those are all the exact same product houses. You know, and over in Sundance Greens, you know, we have some different, you know, we have a lot of different product. I guess my question is you know, is there a preference? You know, if hey, I like the Edgewater piece, well then maybe we go to that, you know. But I'm just looking for some feedback. That would be on the residential part, you know. So if you'd say, although I'm kind of mixing up the option, I would say that A part is, I really like that layout. I could go single family, I could go townhome on that part. But I wouldn't want to, I'd like to hopefully not sway much from that layout. The second part of it is I know it's kind of a new for the area, but it'd be that commercial part. You know, I think a part of that would be Dayton. I mean, I've lived in Dayton my whole life, lived here. You know, Raintree really hasn't changed much forever. There isn't really any other spots to go for somebody. But, you know, Maple Grove has all the large facilities, but I thought maybe there's just a smaller little corner where, you know, I haven't really marketed anything because I don't know if it's even approved. Maybe everybody says it's residential, but like a gas station, a daycare, you know, maybe there's a banquet hall that goes there. You know, the city staff, I think, is getting calls, you know, like for another type of pints and paddles or whatever they call it there, you know, indoor facility. Had another lady that was moving in the community, was looking to build, you know, she's not looking, but she's willing to maybe donate for like an indoor baseball facility. I don't know if that fits here, you know, but is it a little coffee shop? Is it a couple neighborhood, you know, cleaner sandwich shop? You start looking, by the time you take, you know, this neighborhood, Sundance Greens, some of the other ones, Brayburn, you know, there's a couple thousand homes, and go on the other side of the creek in Maple Grove. I mean, yes, would all those people maybe go, you know, into Maple Grove, but maybe it's more convenient just to come north a little bit, you know, in the parks there. So I just think, you know, to me, that would be maybe something that Dayton could use. If everybody up here says, no, I think you're wrong, well then, you know, like I said, I'm really just kind of justifying what I'm giving you here. So that, I don't know, does anyone have questions on those parts?
So we want to do the public hearing first, or?
All right.
Well, I just have some clarifying.
Forgot about the public hearing.
Well,
Yeah, sorry,
I've got some
plan.
clarifying questions that may help before we get to the public hearing. So the main part, I guess one of the things that you've proposed in all the options is taking 113th and connecting it to 114th, correct?
Yep.
And so with that connection, is part of this project the roundabout that's shown in the concept plans, or is that?
So I would say yes.
Okay.
And so and this is just, I see everybody going around about. So when we worked on the Sundance Greens piece, when I first started, I proposed a tunnel underneath for bike trail. Three Rivers Park said no. You know, that intersection up there, if you look, is offset a little bit because Three Rivers wouldn't give any property to keep the road centered. They actually gave us 5 different layouts by the time we finally got the thing built. I see, you know, you go down to Territorial Road, they put a roundabout. You have one at Pine View. Kind of just thinking that's probably where somebody's going to go. I haven't had any discussion with the county yet. But I do know when we did the Sundance Greens, there was discussion then by the county, because, you know, the northern side of Sundance Greens was 113th and 114th got to connect, right? We want to just have one access point to eliminate 2. Well, obviously, you're not going to go across, you know, 113th to the other side. There's homes there. And I think even turn lanes and everything there wouldn't be very, you know, it wouldn't be well, you know, wouldn't be good for the homeowner. The homeowners' houses are all a little closer to the street, so take turn lanes. You know, so to me, it just seemed like the natural spot to go was 114th.
Okay.
And so that's how I came up with that. And then when you go to 114th, now you got this little triangle in there. What do you do with it? And maybe that's just fit for commercial.
Yeah, I'm assuming there might be some public comment on this, so if staff can weigh in, but is there any update on upgrades to Fernbrook via roundabouts at 117th? Are that worthwhile telling the public before they come up here and talk?
No plans we've been made aware of from the county. They have seen the concept of a roundabout at this location. They are supportive. Similarly, the city recently completed an intersection inventory with some potential improvements at some of the major intersections. Rush Creek Parkway to the south was identified as one of the top priorities. With a roundabout concept there, the county is also supportive of that as well, but no plans for implementation.
Okay.
All right, so then if I went to 117th, and although they're option 3, 4, and 5, it doesn't mean 3 is more important than 5, right? But there was just, you know, discussion of density. This is kind of an apartment layout. It could be, I mean, right there, you know, we probably have 290. That's probably not, we didn't spend a lot of time with parking or any of that, you know. I showed an apartment, I showed one that's a little different concept where they put a clubhouse and they make smaller buildings versus one large building. I don't know, does that mean, is that area even somebody, like I said, haven't marketed assisted living? You know, I don't know. You know, and I don't know if they even fit in this spot. I'm just kind of, you know, a lot of smart people here in the council and just ask for some opinion. You know, to be honest with you, I have nobody that even market that to, and just thought, you know, I can put regular houses in, but I'm just asking for feedback. Option number 4 just would show townhomes. Not many people put the back-to-back in there, you see, so, but that'd be a worst-case townhome. I'd probably be, if it was townhomes, it would probably be something more that you'd see like on Sundance Greens right now. But just kind of showing options. And then the last one would be just laying it all out at 65 foot. You know, and if we went 65 foot here, there wouldn't be any townhomes between that option 1 or 2. They're going to just run 65, you know, up the east side of the first part and into this. Does that kind of help?
Yeah.
Explain that?
And just so I'm clear, the only option that you're showing a connection to 117th would be the apartment concept.
Yeah, and I
in the current.
Yeah, and I think out of that one was still questionable if, you know, is that too close to that intersection and does it go through the other neighborhood, you know?
Yeah,
but there is more traffic, so we don't, you know.
Sorry, the staff is opposed to any connection.
Okay.
Just given the proximity to Fernbrook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like I said, that section there was really just showing what is, and if it was somewhere the city wanted to pursue, then, you know, I'd look but I mean, may even come back and say, yeah, that's really not gonna work, you know.
I think we've got some good feedback for you, but I'm gonna
Okay.
wait till
Yeah,
after
same.
public comment.
I want to hear from public comments.
All right?
So I guess question for the commission, is this helpful, this screen helpful? Otherwise you can revert to the packet.
Not really.
It's hard to see, sorry.
Yep.
It would have been helpful
It
had it shown
sounded
up.
like a good idea.
I think you had the best of intentions, John.
All right, so with that, at 9:29, we will open the public hearing on this. If you'd like to come forward, please state your name, address, and deliver a slip to Zach, and you will have the floor for approximately 3 minutes.
Hopefully.
If we start getting repetitive, I will try to
Sounds great.
hurry them along.
Yeah, you can just, ask for new things if it gets repetitive.
Hi, my name is Kathy Powers, and I live at 11461 Fernbrook Lane, and I am one of the 6 homes that are on Fernbrook Lane. And the proposal that was sent to us was option 2, and I am totally opposed to that, primarily because there has been no consideration for traffic on Fernbrook Lane, number 1. I mean, I have been here to these meetings before and voiced my opinion about the traffic. Nothing has been done. Now, I don't understand, and you keep saying it's a county road. I know it's a county road. I've talked to the county. But why can the city of Champlin communicate with Dayton and have a pilot going with, Hennepin County, and have a pilot going so they can put up stop signs to alleviate some of the traffic and the speed going on and so on and so forth. I don't know what's going on with the traffic. I don't think any proposal or any concept plan should be done unless somebody has done something with the traffic on Fernbrook Lane. And I've looked at the proposal that was sent out. Can you imagine 264 apartments and what kind of traffic that's going to have on Fernbrook? Yeah, you think about a roundabout on 117th. That's not gonna solve the problem. The problem needs to be before that. And I can tell you right now, I almost was hit by a bus coming off of the Sundance Road. People there do not stop, they don't pay attention to the stop signs. People walk with baby carriages across there. There's no intersection that says walkway for pedestrians or anything like that. And yes, we all know that the pedestrian has the right of way no matter what. But there still should be signs, there should be something done and communicated with Hennepin County. And something should be done before you send out concept plans. The other thing is drainage, water drainage. Now granted, we have had a huge amount of rain this spring, we know that. But I've talked to residents on Fernbrook Lane, and they have water damage. And the water damage was prior to this rain that we have had. It has to do with the building on the south side of Dehn's and also Rayburn. So I don't know if people aren't taking into consideration what happens when they rough up the land and dig up the land. What happens to the underground water and the flow of the water? Also, I see that you've got plans in here for ponds. Well, great, that's wonderful. But the ponds need to be higher than the lowest basement level. Is that right, or lower?
No, lower.
Lower, excuse me, lower than the lowest basement level. Has anybody considered that? I mean, one would hope so. And what about pest control? I've got so many mosquitoes right now because of the water drainage. that I don't even dare go outside. So as far as your concept plan, I think it sucks. And I've seen all three of them, and I think they all suck. The other thing is thinking about putting in a commercial property where the Dean's Country Manor is, a gas station, and then you want a daycare center by the gas station. All that traffic. It makes not too much sense to me. And you have on the traffic, as far as the traffic goes on Fernbrook, what about the people that have to get their mail on the west side of the road? Have you been thinking about that? I just don't know why you have a concept plan if you haven't thought thoroughly through the traffic issue and the drainage issues. Let me see if I missed anything here. No, I haven't missed anything on this concept plan, but I will be back at some of the meetings to propose some things for you. And if you guys want to put in a gas station, hey, put it in at the big corner up there on Fernbrook Lane and 129th. Don't put it where you got residential people and you haven't thought about traffic.
Thank you.
Question for me?
Thank you.
And by the way, I think Sarah said it right when they were talking about the $2 million homes. I moved out here in 1975, and I looked at it to be rural. And I think 5 years ago, your whole plan was to try and keep this rural. And I don't mean that we have to have all farmland or anything like that, but to try to keep a rural effect. Thank you, and I don't know if you have looked this up or not.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Linda Hallquist. I live at 11471 Fernbrook Lane. So I'm the house, the north house that would be right against the apartment buildings. And right now, we've lived there about 45 years. We've managed the water. Our ditches are always wet. It's very clay. And all the fields are above our property. So the water all comes down, which is not a problem because we've managed it, because it mostly goes into the farmlands. What happens when that's all pavement? All that water is just going to go right down into our basement. We're really concerned about that. That's my biggest concern. And also, I've spent 15 years, planting, butterfly gardens and having all organic there. All that pavement, all the toxic stuff is going to go right into our yard. So it seems to me there needs to be some kind of division, if there is, or just to make sure that water is considered. That's my biggest concern is water. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm Lee Hallquist. That was my lovely bride you heard from. I've lived at 11471 Fernbrook Lane for the last 45 years. My biggest concern is drainage. Right now, this afternoon, there's 4 inches of water standing in the ditch in front of my house. It doesn't go away. The weeds are so high on the north side that you can't see up Fernbrook Lane. It's like having snowdrifts up there right now if you're going out at the driveway in a sedan. Since they started on the Brayburn project, my sump pump is cycling. Last summer was a drought year. My sump pump is cycling every 7 minutes. It was cycling every 5 minutes over the winter, all winter. Right now it's cycling every 2 minutes. The ground is just, there's no drainage there, and nothing is being done for it. I think the city or the developer has an obligation to put a hydrologist out there or a hydrogeologist and find out where the water's coming from or where it's going, because this started getting so bad with the development. Prior to that, we had spring melt, and everybody's sump pump runs. Now, mine has been running for more than 2 years, every few minutes, and that's not right. That's dangerous. Anyway, I think the city has an obligation to deal with the drainage issues. I'm also a little irritated because my house got broken into a few years ago, and the police officer that came out said that crime is following this development's out here. They're stealing tools, they're stealing building materials, and there's not adequate protection for that. Separate issue. The 121 Fernbrook Lane is not set to handle 11,000 cars a day, and that's what your numbers have been for it in the last few meetings that we went to about what you're going to do on Fernbrook Lane. Right now, it's over 5,000 cars a day. I understand it's just barely over 5,000. It's the longest it's taken me to get out of my driveway to turn south on Fernbrook Lane is 8 minutes. So I have to sit at the end of my driveway for 8 minutes and wait for traffic to open up. That's just not healthy. That's not right either. Not wild about the idea of being assessed for city sewer and water either, but because I suspect that's going to have to happen if we go to city sewer. This particular design is looking at about 5 acres of parking lot. From what I can tell, it's going to end 11 feet from my driveway, and it's going to be 1 to 3 feet higher than my elevation on my land. There's no place for the water to go. Somebody's got to do something about it, otherwise you're going to have to flood me out. That's what's happening right now. I've done a lot of work in the last 45 years to control the water that comes through my yard, but this is just overwhelming. If I lose electricity for 5 minutes, my basement's wet. And that's just not right. And I've done everything I can do. I think we need to have you guys do what you can do, or the developer do what he can do. And it's just something else needs to happen. And I think that's part of your due diligence. I think I've covered everything I'm patient enough to cover for right now, I guess. But like I say, you guys, it's a due diligence issue. You can't just keep running, building, excessive building. That's just not right here. I moved out here because I like rural country. I've stepped over my 3 minutes, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Hillary McNallen at 11260 Fernbrook for 54 years. I just want to add to these people talking about the water problem. And I want to tell you what happened to me on Al Dean's edition. Tom was told that the drainage ditch runs right through my property from not 80 acres of Al Dean's. And he was told that these 2 holding ponds, would take care of it, and I should have a lot less water running through my property than I had before. That didn't happen. Water runs continually. In fact, it ran all winter long, and you know what winter was like last winter. And so my concern is the engineers. I don't know who the hell's figuring this out, but it's not working. I mean, definitely don't work from that addition up there. And these poor people, when this addition goes in, if you don't have it, if Dayton don't hire a different outfit to figure out what the runoff is. I mean, I've been through this before. I was before the Crystal Council 50 years ago when they put Target in, a big building and a whole parking lot, and it flooded out about five intersections. So I've been around this before, and the council told me, I said you could improve my water situation if you move the culvert I'm 90 years old and I'm losing my memory. Anyway, they put the culvert in the wrong place on 112th, and I said, move it. It'll help me. I'll only have one ditch running, instead of 2 ditches running continually. And they said, okay, we can do that, and it'll be 71,000, and we'll assess your property. I said, what the heck? You know, it was all created across the road, and you're gonna want me to pay 71,000 to improve your property. Poor Jesse Young, he's got the 3rd holding pond. As the water comes into his property, he's got 5 acres flooded. And Dayton they're gonna dig a ditch and try to help him out. But some engineer's gotta figure it out. And that's all I wanted to say. And good luck, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a race to who gets there first.
How's nose goes?
Howdy, Randy Bolsom. My address is 11441 Fernbrook Lane North. You know, I wouldn't mind going up to the map. I've heard you guys talk about, you know, Diamond Lake Road. What about Fernbrook Road? I didn't hear hardly anybody opposed. My God, imagine if that was Diamond Lake Road. You guys would have raised all kind of hell about this. Here I am, right here, right on Fernbrook. Do you think I want this here? No more than you guys want your developments on your road, and my neighbors are absolutely right. It's going crazy. They're passing in front of our houses, going 60, 65 miles an hour. You know, fine. Mr. Dean, buy us out then. You can have the whole works. Thank you.
Nose goes. My name's Stephen Grant, 2801 New Hope, Minnesota. I watch city council meetings throughout the state because I love development, and so I watched last session's development, and I think this is a great opportunity for the city and for the residents. Safety is always first. Maybe there's a way to implement a pedestrian bridge like there is in Golden Valley, Minnesota, and so I just thought I would say my 2 cents of do what's right with safety first and drainage. You hear the concerns, but with the right project team, anything is possible. So learn from those previous ones and however to make it better for the next one. That's what it's all about.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for your time. My name is Stacy Smith Donnelly. I'm on 11431 Fernbrook Lane North. I've lived there for about 4 years. We have 2 young children. The person that probably is the one pushing the buggy across the street. We are kind of, you know, kitty corner, 2 houses in, and we use that dead-end road to get into the park. We kind of have access there, and I'm not opposed to overall, you know, we moved in, we knew that there was going to be development eventually, and I think it would be nice for it to be intelligently planned. I am concerned about some of the things that they're concerned as well, mostly the traffic and safety. And, you know, like, it just needs to be approached from a way, because if you look at some of the concepts, or at least the one they sent to us, you know, there's a new road going to be going in a house over, there's Fernbrook, and then they want these townhomes, which by my count, there's going to be like 6 overlooking my yard alone. So like, oh, nice. I have beautiful views every day, and now I have looking into people's backyards, or they're looking into mine, but not just 1 or 2 houses, a whole swath of people. And then that road too, which is like, it's already loud enough and busy enough. It just feels unsafe, and I would appreciate more consideration in that way. Yeah, and it also, if you kind of look at the plans, and according to like even the other developments going in around that's currently above it, you can kind of see like the density of that property, at least when I was buying my property, was slated on the 2040 plan as like a low density area. And this is not that. It looks, I mean, obviously I'm not as, well-versed as you all are, but from my opinion, that doesn't seem like a low-density kind of construction. So, but like, I think there's a lot of potential in Dayton, and I'm very much interested and inspired by you all to really make this community something even better than what it already is, and that I really want to see this land used in a smart and intelligent way, and also in a way that like plans for what we're already dealing with, which is very unsafe road conditions on Fernbrook. And I know that because of it's a county road, like other people have mentioned, and we've planned, I've attended, or my family has attended the other meetings on that, and that there's not a lot of control on your part, but it would be nice to at least be in talks with the county about how to do that. And, what's it gonna look like in terms of like our sewer and water. If there is an expansion on that road, we wouldn't be able to have our septic system still running. It's too close. If they decide to, take some of our land to help kind of ease that. And yeah, so those are my main points. And I'm definitely agreed upon after hearing people's arguments about the water, because we do have a lot of standing water and bugs, and it's just, it's a cause for concern, and has already, even in the 4 years we've lived there, have noticed more water in the ditches and other little spots in the yard, low spots in the yard. And we're new homeowners to the area. I've owned a home probably with my husband for probably in other areas for over 10 years, but this is still something that doesn't seem like, I don't know, it just, I'm concerned about the water is all I'm saying. And I do have some questions about like how many people are really, like how, exactly how many people are they trying to put here, and what kind of land, like, or what am I trying to say? It's been a long night. Wondering about if they are planning for that like study around how many cars and things like that, so. But I would like a connection to Elm Creek Park that is safe, and like that does make sense, and or even being able to go to a playground, not having to cross Fernbrook Road necessarily in that spot. But yeah, and just the traffic and just consideration for those 6 houses where they're trying to put 3 roads right around us. Would you want to live in a house with a busy road in the front, and then another road behind you, and another road on the other side, and then 14 buildings of apartments on the other? I don't think so. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And sorry for going over.
Pete Pogel, John Pete Pogel. I go by Pete. I live at 11351 Dallas Lane. That's just a little short street with a few houses that actually comes out onto 114th. I have a sump pump too. My sump pump, my son came over here the other day, he says, your sump pump is never stopping. It runs continually. And if I had electricity go out, I would have a flooded basement very quickly. I have out at the corner of my property, off of Dehn's property, there's kind of a little ravine or whatever that comes to 121. And I had somebody come out and check it. I was a hydrologist or something, because the water was bubbling out of the ground. And this was 3 years ago after that snow melt. He said, it looks like you have a what do they call it, an artesian spring or whatever that's coming out of the ground. And I have a creek that that water flows into, and it flows to to the south, no, to the east, and then to the south, and then back east and around my son's property. And that creek handles the water pretty well, so we haven't had a problem with a lot of flooding, but we do have a lot of water. But the main question I'm asking about is coming out onto Fernbrook Lane from 114th. Traffic is really bad there, and I have a question about what's going to happen to that intersection. I couldn't really tell by looking at that. Is a 124th going to, 114th going to be continued across the street? Is it going to make a, or is it going to end there?
It looks like it's going to be a
Straight across through the roundabout.
Yeah, it's proposed to connect 113th to 114th and then put a roundabout at the intersection there.
Just not sure.
The proposal there shows 113th coming up and diverting northward to meet 114th, and where they would meet is a proposed roundabout.
Okay.
Or a future roundabout, I would say.
So at that 114th and Fernbrook, nothing's going to happen to that intersection then?
That would be where, the intersection would be there, but it'd be a roundabout. So theoretically, your access going southbound would be easier with the roundabout there. You wouldn't necessarily
Okay.
have to wait
So
for
if they put a roundabout there, then that'll take part of my property?
Depends.
Presumably.
So it would take part of my horse pasture there?
It's unknown.
Huh?
It's unknown right now.
Okay.
But presumably, I mean, it's a concept plan, so.
All right. Okay, that was my main question.
Mr. Chair, you do have one person online and then one comment that I do need to read in, so I just
Okay.
want to make sure you know. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Keith Grover. I live at 11320 Fernbrook Lane. So if you run the stop sign on 113th, you end up in my yard next to my garage, which has happened several times over the years. My family moved to Dayton in 1962, and I grew up on a farm on Elm Creek Road that my daughter and her family still live on. And in 1974, my wife and I moved and bought the house that we live in now. We raised our two daughters there. They used to play tennis on the road on 121 in front of the house. Of course, they didn't tell us they were doing that, but they used to play tennis out there, right? And nowadays, you can't go out there any time of the day without putting your life in somebody else's hands, even just to go across to get your mail. I try to get it early in the day, you know, when the mail comes at a decent time. But if you're out there from any time from 2:30 to 7 o'clock, I mean, you almost need a traffic cop out there to get you across the street and back just to get your mail. So, I mean, the traffic out there is just absolutely horrible. And I wish you'd set a camera up on that intersection of 113th and watch how many people don't stop. Because I bet you 80% of the people that come out of that new addition back there, and I don't have anything against those people at all. Some of them may be coming from Sundance, some may be coming from that addition, but people do not pay attention to that stop sign. The trucks hauling in and out of there, they don't pay any attention to that stop sign. They just drive right through. And it's a horrible intersection because at that intersection, if you look to the south, 121 has a big dip in it. When you're sitting in my driveway looking that way, you can't see cars in that dip. It's just very dangerous to get out of that road. And then with the amount of traffic that's on that road now, it's just absolutely insane. I remember years ago when Dayton went through this Dayton by Design thing where we had all these people come together, and I participated in that as well as a lot of people in Dayton did. And the result coming out of that was what I'd hoped it would be, that they wanted to keep Dayton as rural as we possibly could. I haven't seen any action from anybody on the city level that even remotely comes close to trying to keep Dayton rural. And what I see is just the exact opposite. I mean, 55-foot wide lots, 60-foot wide lots, houses crammed in, townhouses that are about as ugly as sin, with, you know, row houses that look like barns that you'd put chickens in years ago, and they're building those all along 113th, and I just see more of that in this new addition. that's coming in on the other 80, 90 acres that the Dehns own there. I don't see anything good coming from that. I mean, well, I take that back. You mean the realignment of 113th over to 114th, if you put some kind of traffic control there, that does make some sense. I understand that. But the way it's laid out with all these multi-unit housing that they're proposing, and any of the plans that you look at, are butted up against all the people that have lived along that road for 40, 50 years, like me and my wife and my kids have. I mean, that's just insane. If you want to build these multi-unit houses, and I understand that it's going to happen, as much as I hate it, I understand that it's going to happen. Why does it have to be right next to the people that have lived in Dayton, have been good citizens of Dayton for 50-plus years? Why do they have to look out their back door and see this monstrosity of a building instead of the sunset that we've been looking at for years? If they want to build them back into the addition someplace. And if somebody's dumb enough to buy a house next to them, then let them look at it. Why do we have to do that? When I saw the plans for those apartments down along on the north side of the folks that were up here speaking earlier, I just looked, I scratched my head, and why in the world would you do that? Why would you put 200+ apartments next to people that have lived in the rural, they bought rural, they lived out here because of the rural atmosphere of Dayton, and you're just taking every bit of that we have left away. The other thing that I got to touch on is the commercial piece there. I mean, some might argue, well, Dean's Manor is a commercial piece. It's been there since 1958. I've lived here in Dayton almost as long as that. I've never looked at that as a commercial piece. It was owned by Alan and Phyllis, good friends of mine. God bless Phyllis, she's passed away now, but Alan still is. That place was never a commercial property to me because it ran, most of the time, it ran from 4 in the afternoon until 8 at night, and then at noon on, or 10 on Sundays, for Sunday brunch. Alan asked me one time, does our traffic over here bother you? I said, Alan, I never hear them. I don't hear them. They were good neighbors. They weren't any more noisy than anybody else living around me. But if you talk about, it's the short hours there that makes a difference too, because you get this peacetime in between the cars and the rush hour and the people going to the food place. But if you're talking about putting some kind of an establishment in there, like a gas station that runs 24/7, you got people coming in and out of there all the time onto a road that you don't want any more cars on, that there is no more room for cars on. I do not want to sit in my living room and look at the bright lights of some dang service station across the street from my house, and I don't think anybody would want that. I don't think, there's no place in the middle of a housing development like that, especially for those of us that have been there for years. There's no place there for that kind of an environment. It just isn't. So I seriously think you need to really, really look hard at what they're doing there. And the water issue too. I mean, I know what that's like. I have 2 sump pumps, and they're running continuously.
Keith, I'm gonna cut you off at 6 minutes.
That's good.
I know you're one of the most impacted people, but I
think you get.
I think we got that part of it. So, thank you.
Well, I'll carry on for him because I'm Marcia Grover and I live with him. I have lived with him for 52 years. We've lived in Dayton. I have lived in Dayton for 50 years. He's lived there a lot longer. But as you notice, most of our neighborhood is older people. We don't have a lot of money. We're retired. We wanted to spend the rest of our lives in our homes, be carried out on a stretcher at the end. But I see in the plans that it includes a shopping center and a gas station right across the street from my house. We have wells, we have septic systems. They have wells, they have septic systems. And you're gonna put a gas station there? Oh my gosh. And the gas station's right across the street. You can't tell me our well is not gonna get polluted. Look at 3M on the east side of the cities here. What a terrible mess that is. And it only takes 1 drop to pollute your well. We're in the process of having our water tested now. We're gonna set a baseline to tell me what exactly is in my water. And every few years, if we get that gas station, I am going to test my water again. I don't want it polluted. Do you know what benzene does to you? Do you know what petroleum products do to you when you eat it? Who wants that? Who would buy our house sitting across the street from a gas station? My well is in my front yard. It would be just feet away from a gas station. Who wants that? Would you want it in your yard? Would you want your well polluted by gasoline and petroleum products? I don't. And not only that, they're gonna put in businesses there. We're already picking up trash in our yard constantly from the construction down 113th. And now we're gonna have noise and lights and more garbage in our yard. And the developers, they don't care. They don't care. They come in the city, they grab the money and they're gone. They don't live here. We have to live with the results of what they build. So make the right choice for us who actually live here and want to live here. And don't forget about the people that live there right now. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else here?
We have the online.
Oh, we have the online. Let's do the online ones.
Chair, I'm going to read in one that just made a comment. They don't want to speak, but they just want to make their comment. Julie, and I'm going to probably butcher your last name, Henthorn, 14525 112th Avenue North. No additional construction should be built until a plan for handling traffic is in place. Crossing Fernbrook in a car at Rush Creek is unsafe. Never mind walking. That was the comment. And then there's one individual online. Eric, you should be unmuted, so you can unmute yourself.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so I think I share basically some of the same position as several others that speak. Eric Supple, 11534 in Brayburn Trail.
Hit the wrong button. You're going to have to unmute yourself again. There you go.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good, Eric.
Okay. So Eric Supple, 11534 Brayburn Trail, and sharing some of the same opposition as others. I think it's from a little bit different perspective, as I'm not a long-standing resident. I'm newer to the neighborhood or to the city. I'm also not naive to the fact that this area will be developed, and I really don't have any major opposition to the general layout in this plan with the options that are presented, and I do appreciate that the applicant is looking for feedback on this. However, I don't agree with supporting a plan that involves changing the zoning of an area to other than what the 2040 comp plan calls for. When the area of mention is designated as current on the 2040 staging plan, many residents in the very recent past and present have decided to invest in homes in this area based on a very recently adopted 2040 comp plan, done so between 2020 and 2022 per the city website. And it was with that understanding of how this area was agreed to look that we made these investments. Our reason for laying down our route should be considered and honored. This would mean low density residential in this area and not medium density and or commercial. My biggest opposition is designing apartment buildings into these plans. My perception of apartment living is it would draw a higher percentage of people not committed to long-term residency in the community, and therefore less personal pride and respect of the area. I think the facts, homes in this area are valued $650,000 to $1 million in some cases, needs to be respected from a viewpoint of desirability. When I was home hunting myself, we specifically avoided homes in close vicinity to townhomes and apartments, so I imagine others may as well. I understand the rationale for a small commercial area here with the Dean's Country Manor and Sundance nearby. With the concepts presented, it doesn't seem like such a bad idea. Coffee shop, daycare, restaurant. However, my concern lies with what ends up being the reality. The mention, locally owned, maybe vendors or non-chain vendors would be nice. However, food chains or retail shops like vape or cannabis shops, gas stations or other less desirable business operations, essentially in the middle of the neighborhood, I would completely be against. So since the guarantee over the type of business allowed likely can't be provided, I lean toward being opposed to allow any commercial beyond what already exists. The mention of 114th as a neighborhood entertainment district in the packet is new to me, since its 2040 comp plan land use shows no commercial designation of this area. I would appreciate some explanation from staff, I guess, on why the recommendation is now a neighborhood entertainment district there. I also question the need for additional commercial business added to this area, with the comp plan calling for commercial just to the northwest of this area, more close to French Lake. Should the city ultimately disagree and decide commercial is appropriate here, then I would suggest a similar layout as shown that keeps this commercial and transient business that goes with it far from the neighborhood park for added safety considerations for our children. However, I do sympathize with some of the comments made by the folks that would be already living there and would have to live near this. I think almost wrapped up. With apartments and commercial added to this area, I also have the same traffic concerns for 117th and an already problematic Fernbrook. There's barely a solid plan in place for Fernbrook north of 117th, no plan for south of 117th, and as stated by the county, there's not even in their 5 to 10 year outlook. To summarize, I'm absolutely opposed to apartment buildings. I'm opposed to commercial, but if the city and commission advise otherwise, I request considering the restrictions on the type of commercial business and location considerations as mentioned. Separate, many of the residents that were on that west side of Fernbrook, like the 6 houses there, if a project goes forward, and obviously a project will go forward, I wonder, and they may not be totally a fan of this, but it's maybe some sort of compromise, is that the homes that would abut to their backyard, maybe you sacrifice some of the profit and you leave a larger buffer zone there, some sort of open grass or park area, that then if those homes stay, they have, a little bit of their, rural space preserved. If they decide to sell off, then that does also leave maybe a little bit more space for that to be redeveloped in time. But that is all I have to share. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right. Any more public comment on this? With that, I will close the public hearing at 10:11. Discussion.
My big first question is regarding the water, and I'm questioning if there's drain tile in those fields. Because there's literally no way to find that if it has been lost in the sale of a home. It is not stored anywhere, because currently I know there's drain tile on my land, and I'm trying to figure out exactly where it is. So that's the question I have, if the reason why you're having so many flooding issues, if there's failed drain tile from the farm fields, and there's no way to look that up. If that information's been lost, then...
We used to have spring runoff, the sump up the gum in the slow mills.
Yeah, but I'm just saying there might be drain tile in the farm fields.
There might have been.
There might have been, but there could still be. But if it has failed at any point, it would be redirecting the water in new ways if part of it has failed farther away.
Digging up with the Rayburn project and all that, that's probably part of it.
Yeah.
I noticed when they build houses there, they build up land 5 feet up and put the house down. And they're not building those houses with basements, from what I can tell.
But
they don't, because they know it's wet.
So,
yeah. But that would be a question I would have is because ideally, the landowners should have the information about the drain tile, because you're supposed to get it when you close on a property, but they're the only people who would have it. So,
except when great grandpa put it in 1925.
Exactly. And didn't write anything down.
Yeah.
So that would be to the proposal. That would be my big question: is what's the drain tile situation on this land, and is that part of the ongoing water issue the neighbors are having? And that would have to be addressed, absolutely. So that's kind of my first thing. I do think the reason why we were discussing the traffic on North Diamond Lake prior to this is because that's where those developments were. Now we're talking about a development on Fernbrook, and I agree with you, but that's also why I feel like that's the whole point of our staging plan is we have to start with Fernbrook, because the development is starting here, so the priority needs to be figuring out Fernbrook, because development or no development, Fernbrook has to be dealt with, and that needs to absolutely be our top priority. So to the people in the audience, it's not that we didn't know that was an issue, but that is the big issue. I do think more buffering to the existing properties would be my big, the larger setbacks. Whether you have apartments or not, they should, I would agree, not be right up against the people who've already lived there. And then screening, again for the existing properties, some really high quality screening. The commercial, I as with the online person, I agree. If we could say that it was going to be like a local coffee shop and like small, like that would be, I would be more in favor of that. I don't need another Starbucks and McDonald's and another Quick Trip on that corner, right? Like so, but we can't really force that. So I get where they're coming from. Those are my kind of initial. I will say I appreciate the low density, and we just want all homes. But the reality is, a lot of people can't afford. Home prices are getting so insanely high that I think it is important as a city that we have ability for people who don't make that much money to still have still live somewhere. And that unfortunately means apartments. Like that means rentals, because particularly when you're first starting out, right? You just graduated college, you've got student loans, and you don't want to live with your parents, right? You have to have affordable options, and that means rentals, and that means apartments, and that means townhomes. I can see though about shifting where they're located. But I liked that about this plan, that there were a wide variety of price points and housing options to acknowledge that not everyone can start out in a $500,000, $1 million, $2 million home. We have to have more price point options. So I did really appreciate that from the original plan. So those are kind of my initial thoughts after hearing everything.
I'm going to just make one comment
Yes.
on the buffer. So one of these plans has, I'm going to call it an alleyway, not this plan, between the existing home, behind the existing homes and, in this case, the townhomes. This option would allow the existing homeowners, if they chose to flip their garages and have access onto the alleyway instead of on Fernbrook.
Can I say something about that?
Can we use the microphone?
Well, it's up to the chair.
Yeah, I forgot about that one. John did mention that. And so
We talked about that a little bit. To put an alleyway out the backside of my house would be a 5-foot incline. I'd have to move my well. I'd have to just rearrange all the, everything but my septic mound would have to be pretty much redone. My landscaping would be trashed. I don't see how I could do it for less than $100,000. It's just a ridiculous idea, and like I say, I'd have to take down trees, and trees are valuable out here. I love having my trees in the backyard. But the alley idea, I don't think any of us approve of that. It just isn't going to work.
let me, and I don't necessarily want all of, and I know Lee does not speak for all of the residents along here. Just trying to get a pulse of the 6 homes that are along Fernbrook, and I'll look back to get some head nods or not, but not necessarily, forget the cost, the concept of the alley and being able to safely exit and enter your parcel, your house. Is that?
Where would I exit to? It's just not going to be that easy to get out to Fernbrook no matter what I do.
So
and alleys get plowed last, by the way.
Well, the reason I'm asking this is from a concept perspective.
Right.
If we were able to provide you an access out the back of your property to a road, right?
Okay.
Let's just call it a road. Is that a preferred? I mean, you're already on Fernbrook on one side, but having that on the other side, is that not a preferred option?
So you're saying what the back of my house right now would become the front would be, my front yard would become the backyard. So
essentially,
who's going to redo my house?
And that,
I mean, that's just not in my house at least, it's not a feasible idea. Who's going to move my well?
And so, and I just want to make this clear, right? as the city, we approve it, we can review and review and make comments on a concept plan. That was one of the concepts that was brought forward was an alleyway. It is, in my opinion, and this is, I'm not speaking on behalf of you guys, but in my opinion, that provides a safer driveway to the alleyway than onto Fernbrook. From what I've heard, I live right there in Sundance Woods, so I know the amount of traffic you guys get, and I don't doubt it. But from what I'm hearing about the traffic and the traffic concerns on Fernbrook and your access to Fernbrook, this would improve that. Is that a fair statement?
Well, it would improve it. However, you still need to address the traffic on Fernbrook. If
You
would
still gotta get out
address
of-
the traffic on
But as I just wanted to, just as a city, the traffic on, it's a county road, and I'm not passing the buck on the county road, because there's certainly things we can do to partner with the county to make it safer. I understand that. What we can do as a city, though, is that's why I'm asking on this concept-wise piece. Is that a concept for these 6 homes? It's of something that would be considered if it were feasible.
if it were paid for and feasible.
The city water. If it were feasible, that might be an answer, but is this, now, on the diagram you sent to me in the mail, I couldn't read it with a 10-power magnifying glass, so. But is that alleyway connected to the apartments parking lot then? Because this parking lot's gonna have 250 cars in it, right next to my garage, as it turns out. Great, I'll have to go up noon Sunday.
I'd say the best way to think about it, Lee, is it's just an alleyway, and that's what we're gonna decide next, what it connects to.
Yep.
And you'd have concerns about other things that I get, but the
Well-
concept right now is just an alleyway, and we'll if that's even desirable.
And that,
By you 6 residents, I
Yeah.
guess is what Peter's trying to ask.
I just invested like $90,000 in a new fence, and that's right in our
So-
our well is right there.
so I was just kind of curious on that it was something we didn't,
It would take probably a 5-foot incline to get out of my driveway, if that were the case, to get back there. You would have to move my well, and that is my second well, so I don't know how many more wells you want to dig on the property.
So, what I would recommend, Chair, is having these residents reach out to staff, and we
Yep.
can either meet with them and get their comments down in an email or on paper. and
So
we can
this-
certainly review
yep.
them.
Yeah, we're not gonna educate.
we're not gonna make a
No.
decision on this
No,
today on
You
that.
know, and I appreciate that this
It's-
is a great place for suggestions, because there's
Yep.
things that can change, but I don't want to have a whole bunch of people staring at my house from an apartment building either. I want that
Yep.
understood.
And so, I think we owe, as part of the process here, I'm gonna ask you to step down, because we owe Mr. Dean some comments on the
appreciate your
plan. And that was just one issue that I think wasn't as clear and I think is worth addressing.
Yep. I'll try to make mine quick, but I've got quite a bit, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Quick and quite a bit.
The traffic thing is something that I want to address. First, I'm not really looking for a lot of back and forth on this, because it is a Hennepin County roadway. I know you mentioned not passing the buck. I know staff has been in contact with Hennepin County. I would urge everybody that's in attendance tonight to contact your commissioner. I'd question how many of you know who the commissioner is. What district, exactly. You have to be contacting Hennepin County. They have to hear from the constituents. The city can only say so much to Hennepin County. And at some point, this really is the chicken and the egg situation. Does a 4-lane Fernbrook come first, or does development come first? It doesn't happen overnight. And quite honestly, a 4-lane Fernbrook doesn't happen without development. They need each other in order to occur. If no development occurs, Fernbrook does not become 4 lanes. Once 2 millage development occurs, and we have these types of discussions, that is how Fernbrook gets upgraded, right? So we're there. I feel like we're on the precipice of it. I feel like Hennepin County needs to be engaged more from the constituents. I myself, I live in Sundance Woods with Peter. I go out that way every day. I go in and out that way every day, multiple times a day. My wife does. Soon my kids will be, maybe not that soon. They're pretty young yet. I have concerns about it too. But I know that this stuff happens with time. And I know there was, Tom had mentioned that there was a tunnel, and I think there was even a roundabout considered down at Rush Creek Parkway. These things have been discussed with Hennepin County. I think Hennepin County needs to get there. They need to have the funding, they need to have the plan, and it needs to be a priority for Hennepin County. And until it's a priority for Hennepin County, I don't see it changing. That's my piece on the traffic part of it. The commercial, I don't love the commercial. I really don't, and that's not just because I don't want it in my backyard. I'm deeper into Sundance Woods. To me, it feels like a pocket of commercial that's kind of pulled away from the Dayton Parkway central commercial area. It's just going to be this weird little pocket of commercial. I just don't know that it fits all that well. I get that the Dehn Country Manor maybe seems to suggest that it could work there. I don't love it. I hate it, actually, all the commercial there. I think it's a good opportunity for maybe some more higher density, and maybe that's where some of the apartments can go, or maybe that's where more townhouses or higher density housing can go along Fernbrook. I think that makes a lot of sense. Sundance Greens, that's the way it was, higher density towards Fernbrook. That's my thought on that. As far as the concepts that we've seen, I kind of like the concept with the 65-foot wide lots behind the 6 existing residentials. I think that provides the most similar product to the residents that are currently there. We can maybe discuss a larger rear setback to make those lots a little bit deeper, maybe additional buffer along that common property boundary. I think that's, had those 6 houses not been there, I think it's a perfect location for a higher density right along Fernbrook. But those 6 houses are there. They're single-family houses. I kind of think 65-foot wide single-family houses are as similar as you're going to get to those types of houses. And I feel like that's probably appropriate over there. And then my question for staff will be, is EAW going to be required for this, or is that covered through the other adjacent developments?
No, I believe so. I'm going to have to check with the engineering staff that are EAW experts, but not Jason, but
I don't remember the threshold offhand, and honestly, it's yours. Yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
It's potentially close.
It depends on the mix of units.
Yeah. Because that would flush out a traffic control plan or a traffic impact study, and the drain tile thing it's a great point. In my day job, we deal with new development on former ag land, and it's one of those things where you don't know where that drain tile is, and it can have a lot of impact. And there really is, you said it right, Sarah, there's no way to find out. There really isn't. I mean, that went in the ground one Thursday afternoon in 1925, and it went where it needed to go. And whether it got sketched on a napkin, I don't know. And it's something where it's, you got to hope that when the contractor hits it and finds something and pulls clay out of a hole, they go, gee, that might have been a drain tile line, and then hopefully reaches out to staff and find a way to accommodate that drainage. But if they don't, I do think that might have a good explanation for some of the drainage issues, which sound pretty widespread.
That property has at least 2 iterations of drain tile.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Maybe more. Those are the only ones that I know of.
Any other comments?
I got some questions, but I guess not to pull you back up here, Tom, but part of my questions have to do with just making sure I understand your total density and unit counts. And so, staff stated in the report that they were talking 390 to 496 units total. But yet on the concept plan, it says 232. What's it leaving out on the concept plan?
And I think, I'm not exactly sure, and if you even look at the concept plan, I didn't catch that. There's actually even an error. So if you went to option 1, you're looking at 190 homes. That would have the 65 feet in the back. Option 2 has 215 with townhomes. So if you were to take like that number and let's just say you had 200 and 260, apartments, and where I'm going, I can see, right? Maybe apartment is it a, would it change if it said it was assisted living, right? We're just talking about a more of a density. But if you did that, you're maybe talking 470 to 500 max. But if you really look and take, like if you took option 1 And option 5, you're talking 230 lots in the whole 90 acres. It's not even hitting 3 per acre.
Right. Okay. So with that in mind, that's what I was trying to understand a little bit with some of the density is, like when I look at that northeast corner that's north of or even adjacent to those 6 single-family homes, I know Nick said 65-foot wide lots. I think I view that a little bit as a self-contained development area, meaning that it's separate from everything else because you got the Brayburn trails it's butting up to. It's its own little confined area. That might be a good place for your 50 to 55-foot villas, because they like they're being contained in their own HOAs and all that kind of stuff. So I personally think 55 would work well there. I think with the rest of the development, how much density we approve, ultimately that's going to be, the council's appetite for a PUD, the way this is presented, because I don't think we have a zoning code that's going to allow the density you're suggesting.
And exactly, figuring a PUD.
Yep.
on that.
And so when you're in front of council, I guess I would ask them about that question, because that's going to dictate whether you can even put 45-foot lots in. And I get why you'd want to put them in, because it makes it more affordable. Obviously, the more homes we have, the more we can pay for upgrades, but the more homes we have, the more issues we have with traffic. So, like Peter was saying, it's kind of the chicken and egg, what came first.
That was Nick.
Oh, Nick.
That's all right.
Sorry, yes. Commercial, I would say that I wouldn't be against some, but I think you got too much. I'd be in favor of multifamily, taking over maybe half of that, like a 3-story multifamily building. But again, I think the audience might appreciate this, Tom, and I don't know if you have any feedback to give them, but I don't think the multifamily is going to happen immediately. I think that's going to be like a few years away, because let's just say market conditions aren't the greatest right now with interest rates and stuff for multifamily. It's not saying it might happen right away, but the idea of being multifamily, you shouldn't think that all this traffic's coming immediately. This could be easily a few years away before it's there. So I do think that, like Nick said, that is a good multifamily area. And, commercial, like I said, a gas station, a strip center, 1 strip center, I think would be, maybe 2, but I don't think it can handle a lot of commercial myself either. So I think but your hair salon, pizza joints, various food places, I think there's, who we're not hearing from tonight, besides the 2 people on the commission, are the people from Sundance, Woods, and Greens, of how much they would value this, because they're Dayton residents too, and maybe they would value the commercial more than other people, and I wish some of them would give some feedback too, because that would...
Pretty darn close to the Maple Grove commercial area, you know what I mean?
I don't know, I have some feedback on that.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that then.
So, from the standpoint, I think Sarah said it, I like the mix of housing types that you're proposing here and kind of where they're going. I think the 6 lots on Fernbrook, we need to pay some special attention to, and maybe it's a separate workshop right here with Planning Commission, yourself, and those lots. Just what can we do to, this is really unique that we're doing this right around them, and, if in some instances, I know one of them said it, is it just worth buying them out and making it all part of it, or can we work with them and keep them in their homes and not displace them any more than they already have been? I get it, the people across Fernbrook on the other side, like Keith, are going to have a lot of issues as well. They're not going to be directly impacted from some of the things that are being proposed, but they are going to be impacted. And I think if we can resolve it with the ones on the west, from the concerns I've heard, the ones on the east should benefit as well. The commercial, I did some polling at the bus stop the last couple of days with different residents on my street. The neighborhood commercial, they like the idea of having another option of something to do in the neighborhood, whether you said hair salon, pizza joint.
Do anyone even deliver to you food to you guys?
We do get deliveries to our neighborhood. They like the idea of maybe a gas station was hit and miss with who I talked to, but
And I think if you had the part, it has to be Quick Trips and
Yeah.
Meals, where it's a grocery store, right? It's not a holiday, you know what I mean? And that's just a thought, somebody needs to get something quick, you know,
Yep.
short something but it's just a thought, right? It's discussion. I hear some stuff, you know, when I'm at Sundance. So that's what, it's great.
Yeah.
That's what we're here having, right? You know, like I said, I don't have somebody, hey, I got this gas station, I want to build it, right?
Yep.
And so.
From what I heard from my neighbors, that I asked them, you know, if we were to approve, or if we were to approve something there, what would you like to see? And it was, I mean, it was exactly what you have here as far as types of uses. The biggest thing I think that I would be opposed against, and just I'm throwing it out there because I think almost everyone in the room would agree, is no drive-throughs. No drive-throughs. I mean, a bank ATM is different, and that's probably acceptable, but.
And to be honest, the engineer just like, hey, I did a couple.
Right.
Put it there. You know,
right.
Don't know. And so, and I agree, and yet everything would have to get approved, right, before, you know, it's not like I'm gonna build these buildings without getting approved. But yeah, any other ideas of a building or something would be.
And the other thing I would say with this is, you know, it feels like, looking at it with the building uses and the parking obviously feels really small, but you know, Tom, being up at Sundance, how many people in those neighborhoods walk or take their golf cart or bike to these areas, and just making sure as you're looking at this, we're making those trail connections through the neighborhood.
And I think as much as we work, like along 113th to 114th, whatever you call the road.
Yep.
Right, there's gonna need to be some major trail there.
Yep.
Especially if you'd have commercial. You know, I've put the trail through the woods. I'm hoping Maple Grove finishes so that, you know, Elm
Yep.
Creek will finish, and supposedly the trail to the park now is gonna go under that bridge. In Maple Grove, you know, if that would happen, it would be a huge asset to the neighborhood. All the neighborhoods, you know, all along there. I think you could ask the staff. I've had discussions with them about the owners on the west. I mean, you know, I've heard everybody sit here, you know, I'm 60 years old, I was born in Dayton. My family's farmed here 6 generations, right? So it's not that I don't have some care. I don't really, you know, appreciate some people saying like, I'm this big developer, right? So we do, you know, if you went to Sundance Woods, I require 4-star LP. Not any other neighborhoods in the city has that, you know? So I do some looking, and I'm more than happy to work with I'm not interested in buying the people's on those 6 homes, but to work with them, I think if you ask staff, that's where I just mentioned, I said, hey, if you look, I've looked, all their garages aren't in front of the house. I don't know if it's ideal or not. I'm just willing here to throw the option today. What happens if Fernbrook does go to a 4-lane road, right, and the homes are there? I look at drainage, you know, obviously everything's engineered, so is there storm sewer running across the back there, and we drain, you know, grade it, so that water isn't in their backyards, right? You know, I do know all the engineers look at that, but I'm open to work with that. You know, the thing is just to say, if staff wants to work, involved, be open-minded. Do they have another septic site, right? So if septic fails, I think it's just, now's the time to sit and work with them. Does it mean it have to happen today? No, but I'm definitely not blind to the thing. I wouldn't want to do something today and then go, wow, you know, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, we should have made that plan.
So a question I have is, and I hear a lot, you know, the traffic on Fernbrook, we can't make it go down. Like that's not one of the options, is to have less traffic on Fernbrook. Even if we build other roads, we're bringing more people in, right? Like, I don't feel like traffic will ever go down on Fernbrook. We can maybe mitigate it so it doesn't go up much more if we build other roads, but like, we're just gonna get more people. And so at a certain point, it goes to 4-lane. Can it go to would those 6 houses even get to stay there if Fernbrook goes to 4-lane?
If it went to 4-lane, it'd be tough.
I mean,
Because 4-lane comes with trails.
That's just
or
it.
a trail at
Yeah.
least on one side of the
Would
road.
they put a median in, or would you?
Probably.
So those houses are gone then. But that also cuts into your plan as well. So
Access control on county roads is important, and driveways on a county road are difficult for safety and for traffic flow along that roadway.
but I just want, for the people in the audience in particular who are thinking like, we gotta fix Fernbrook, the solution the county might come at is it's a 4-lane road and we're taking your house. Like, that might be the solution the county has. So, like, yes, we have to work on it, but just, that might be the answer, and that's not a good answer either,
Yeah.
but.
Well, and the next point, right, I mean, I tried so much, that intersection at Rush Creek is not the way we wanted. But we really, at the end, just had no control of it. And so you do, right, trying to work through with the county. But I mean, I've been here for, way before any of you guys are up on a lot of councils, right? And was talking, what do you do with traffic? Let's just say this development doesn't happen. You think Champlin and Noka, Ramsey, all that area, those aren't building? That road's still gonna keep building, if you don't build or not. So the one thing I think is the roundabout, it's gonna at least slow traffic down.
Yep.
Nobody's going 60 by those houses. I mean, my dad's 92 now, I stay with him some, and I gotta back out on that road, right? I get it, you got a roundabout, another one, at least it's gonna slow it down. Is it gonna probably make it like the neighborhood you have in Sundance Greens? No, but somewhat, when you buy on a county road too,
Yeah, and roundabouts, intersection control changes like that do have an effect on traffic speeds, and the county's got to abide by state statute on how they set their speed limits. But, you have the possibility when roundabouts start to go into the intersection control to reduce the speed limit on those roadways. And then, maybe 4 lanes isn't needed. I don't know what Hennepin County's ultimate plan is there. Maybe staff does, but, ultimately, I recognize Hennepin County's got a lot of priorities. It is a very big county with a lot of residents, and I don't know that this is high on their priority list given everything else that they have to take into consideration. And I think that's why it's important to reach out to the commissioner. That commissioner is specific to this area, and he is supposed to vouch for the constituents in this area, as opposed to those that are deep in Minneapolis. There's plenty of needs in Minneapolis. There's plenty of needs in Plymouth. Plenty of needs in Minnetonka.
I get it.
Gotta hit the priority
on
list.
on the bike trail. Even when it came down to just no tunnel, flashing light, they're like, "There's no houses here." Well, I mean, here, look, we got a layout, yeah, but they're not built.
They're not here
That
yet.
was our answer,
Yep.
And conversation is kind of over. So it does seem crazy that you can't plan ahead, but it doesn't seem like that's what
Well,
it
and
works.
it sounds bad too, but traffic issues, just the risk of a traffic incident, just the risk of a crash is not enough to get Hennepin County's attention, unfortunately. And I'm not advocating for crashes to occur at all.
Please don't go crash your car.
But when Hennepin County goes to look for additional funding, outside funding, grants, that's how a lot of projects get accelerated, is through grants. They move up on a priority list because outside funding comes in. A lot of that outside funding is based on existing traffic issues that are measurable, and those unfortunately are crashes.
Any more feedback for?
You have one comment that came through just now. I don't know if you want me to read it or not. It's up to you guys, it's the chair and commission.
Let's just make it part of the minutes.
Okay.
And
My last, if you keep exploring commercial, the one thing I would say is that you see how the two intersections don't line up here?
Yeah.
I think that if there is commercial, there's gonna be enough traffic coming in, is that should be an intersection that lines up so you can have the appropriate turning lanes
And agreed, and so, yeah, I did that, and I sure want all residents, I'm not looking to landlock any of the west people, or on the east side, they're west, but west side of Fernbrook. And so if there's an open discussion, and like I said, I'm not against that.
I'll say my piece.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, everybody's had such great conversation. It's good to listen. I appreciate your demeanor. I appreciate you coming in with multiple plans for us to look at, and for the residents to look at, with the idea of, this will develop, right? And so how does it want to develop, and getting good conversation going, right? And that's exactly what you've done tonight. You've heard a lot from up here, from out there. I think you've probably learned a lot about kind of what your next steps could be. I think ringing the existing homes with large buildings is not a good idea, right? Small residential up against them, giving any kind of buffer you can. The Sundance Greens is, along Fernbrook there is fantastic with how much space there is and all the trees that are there and how much it's already growing. So whatever can be done to just buffer, right? And I agree with Darren. Like, I think a little bit of like commercial could be good there. I mean, tastefully, it would be neighborhood commercial, so I don't think you need big flashy signs and lots of lights right up on a corner. You could tuck it back a little bit. You could even screen it from the road a little bit because it's serving this community. It's not serving people that are, going to divert off of 81 to come up to get to this quick trip or whatever it might be, right? It's about this community. So, whatever you could do to just kind of maybe pull it off that intersection just a little bit farther than you would typically do, something like that. But I would think that's still worth exploring. I mean, I've been trying almost every single meeting I've been a commissioner to get a quick trip or something up instead of the Braintree here, right? Something where you can go and get those quick groceries and something, because we're close to Champlin, we're close to Maple Grove, we're close to Rogers, but those are all big box things, and they suck to get in and out of, right?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I go to Target now, right?
Yeah.
You gotta walk way in. It's
park
nice
100
to
yards
jump in.
away, and exactly. And the milk is all the way in the back because they want you to buy other things, right? So having those quick, convenient things is an amenity to the city, right? And so finding a way to tastefully do that, working with the existing residents and working with the future residents, or the Sundance Woods people, and like what works there, how does that work? I mean, obviously traffic. I don't think I have to say anything more about traffic. That's been said. I like the mix of units. I like what you've done in the other developments with mix of units. I know pathways and green spaces are always part of your neighborhoods, and just encourage you to continue to do that, an extension of kind of what's been done in the area already. So I appreciate, again, the options for us to look at and to talk about, and I think there's a lot of possibilities here. So
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tom.
All right. 8F.
One more. And two more.
Two more.
Yeah, we gotta flip.
Can we just agree that we're gonna table that last one about the aprons? Do the aprons have to be sanitation?
That's
It's an easy one.
We've already talked about it.
I suppose, we can just say
Yeah,
no.
we've talked about it.
It's true, it's true.
Did the chair and the commission want to take a recess, or just keep going through? Okay, fire away. All right.
Keep going, keep it going.
Let's-
I got a Snickers bar.
I'm stealing an extra water.
Snickers bars.
You want another one?
One more.
No.
One more almond joy.
I'm doing another almond joy.
Yeah, we got
I gave you my
a
own
couple
choice,
more
so
Snickers
that's
up
why.
here.
That's why I justified it. Because I feel like 2 Snickers is equal to 1 Snickers and 2 almond joys. I feel like that is.
Are about to come up for waiting this
Nice.
for their item,
Who was the athlete
They've been here the whole time.
that always for energy?
which is approaching 5 hours.
I forget his name.
Our hourly rate is pretty drastically right now.
No, that works.
All right, John, are you ready?
Okay.
We need the conversation to move out to the hallway, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Second to the last item. So this is a concept plan for Dayton Territorial and East French Lake. I spelled East wrong. I apologize for that. Okay, so the applicant is Pulte Homes. We have Dean Lauder and Haley Daly. And Dean had prepared his own PowerPoint, so I'm just going to give it to him.
You want me to run it, or you want to?
You tell me when to go to the next. Oh, there you go.
Forward and backward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. As John said, I'm Dean Lauder. I work in land planning and entitlement with Pulte Homes here in the Minnesota market. With me also is Haley Daly. That is her name, Haley Daly. We're pleased to be in front of you tonight. You've been gracious with your time. It's a late night, so I'll try to move along pretty quickly and be respectful of your time. So we're just going to have a short presentation, do a little introduction, talk about what we've observed out of the city plans when we've reviewed them, and how we think our approach marries up nicely with that, and then have a summary. Pulte Homes, we started in the 1950s or so. We are a national home builder. We're in, I think, about 29 different markets across the country. We do focus on consumer-driven designs. For quite a while, there was actually like a warehouse that we had in
the Chicago area, where we actually would build homes inside the warehouse and then invite people in to tour them and tell us what they liked and what they didn't like. And a lot of that feedback modified our designs that we offer in this market and others. And in Minnesota, we operate under Pulte Homes, and you also may be familiar with some of our age-restricted retirement communities called Del Webbs. Those are way more prevalent in the southern parts of the country, but we are starting to introduce those in some areas here in the Twin Cities. You're familiar with this site, I'm aware of that, north of Territorial, west of East French Lake, or west of East French Lake, and then east of Territorial Trail neighborhood. When we looked at the city's comp plan, we saw that it's guided LDR, or low density. We took a look at the code and tried to comply as best as we could with it to make this a straight zoning application and not a PUD. We have a density towards the low end of the guided density, the range being 2 to 5 units an acre. We're at 2.37. And the current area is in your current staged area for sewer. Proposed use is 42 single-family homes. Its existing zoning is ag, but guided low density, as I said. Just a little over 17 acres total. And again, we have that density of 2.37 units an acre. This is our concept plan that we've assembled, trying to navigate a couple different limitations there. Of course, there's the gas main easement that we need to look at. We are having the site, a wetland delineation performed. So we're still actually collecting a lot of good information through our due diligence process, but at this time, this is what we're looking at for an overall layout and design. They'd be 62-foot wide lots. Actually, the average lot width is a little over 67 feet wide. We have, originally we proposed a tot lot in there, and of course, I'm aware that there is a tot lot very nearby, so likely the redundancy is probably not necessary. So we'd be actually open to working with city staff on if we would like to program something else there, or just not have that amenity as part of it. We would have enhanced landscaping along East French Lake Road and a little bit on Territorial. As you'll notice, one of the sellers would like to retain their home, and that's in the lower southwest corner of the site. And so what we're showing here is that retained house. We have talked with staff and suggested perhaps they can maintain their access on Territorial in the event that it would sell and maybe be subdivided into 2 other lots. City staff asked for us to show that access would be possible to be brought through internally into this proposed development. So that's what that kind of brown drive is showing. It's not intended to be built initially. It's just showing that can be required by the city in the future if that retained parcel subdivides. You know, we obviously have some open space there. We would have construction of some trail connectivity there, and we'd have sidewalks in the neighborhood. Already touched on the existing driveway and the access. This is just a little bit closer shot for you to see that proposed element. And just thought maybe you'd want to see what these homes look like and some basic data on them. We actually would be proposing to build them with a 3rd stall, so the homes that we would be actually constructing and platting out in our pre-plat application would have a 3rd stall, so we'd be complying with your minimum garage square footage. And keep in mind, you know, we'll have several different homes, and within, say, 5-6 different homes, there's another 5-6 different variations of each of those. So we really get a nice differentiation between the front features. There'll be differences in siding material like shake and lap like you're seeing there. stone is an option too, for an added element and feature. You can see some of these start pushing, 3,000 square feet, and that does not include basement. So the summary is, your comp plan has guided this site for low density. We're proposing a low density residential neighborhood. We comply with your R3 zone as best as we can tell. Hopefully John won't surprise me and say different when he comments at all about this. We've got some really nice homes that I think will fit well with the existing neighborhood that's to the immediate west. And with that, I would just stand for any questions you might have.
Can we go back one slide just to have the plan up there
Sure.
on the screen?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions for, I guess normally we'd ask staff first, but.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we should better see if staff has any comments.
Staff, yeah, any comments from staff regarding the?
Sweet. So, a couple things that the staff has opposition to the road access on East French Lake. We like that the existing home driveway is being rerouted into the neighborhood versus onto Territorial. What else? Unknown factors related to if there's wetland that's not shown on the concept plan. It's normal that you're not necessarily going to have a wetland delineation at this stage in the design.
Mm-hmm.
So with most concept plans, it will change by the time it gets to preliminary.
Yeah, the two other ones that I can think of right off the top of the head, just with staff comments, was we'd like to match the aesthetics with the previous development with Territorial Trail, as in, windier roads or curvier roads or whatever, to match the aesthetics of the development that's already there, so it looks like one continuous development. And then the tot lot, which we'd heard, already mentioned that we'd like something different there, just based on the fact there's already a tot lot in the development. So that's the ones that I can think of right off the top of my head.
The road that you'd like, not on East French Lake Road, is that due to the proximity to Territorial Trail? Would it be okay if they shifted it further south, and was it a straight extension of the road running to south if they thought it was necessary, or does staff kind of feel like they don't want a road period on East French Lake Road?
Preference would be to not have a connection at all, just being that will eventually be a busier and busier road, just to limit the accesses. If it were to exist on there, potentially moving it south to better space it, if you will, between Territorial Road and Territorial Trail. But preference would be to eliminate it altogether and bring all of the traffic internally.
Other things, Three Rivers Park District is planning a trail on the north side of Territorial. And then or staff is suggesting a trail on the west side of East French Lake Road. Or somehow connecting the trail.
Connecting up to kind of what
Right.
Essentially making a loop around the development, so that if people in the development want to take, as typically people want to take a loop route when they're walking on a trail or sidewalk, we'd create a loop around the entire development.
Right, because right now that trail dives into the development at
Yes.
about the gas line easement. You would say continue that south to Territorial
Yeah,
to
they
line
can
up with the
do
future.
that additionally, but if they want,
Yep.
we'd like the one around it, so that can maybe connect it up all the way down to Territorial Trail on the south side there.
Yep.
On Territorial Road. So.
This is a public hearing, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You guys
Public.
want- All right, we will open the public hearing at 10:57. Anyone, I do know we have a letter from a resident.
We have two, don't we?
I've received two more since we started this meeting.
Two more since we, okay.
And Chair, I have
Yesterday?
probably about 15 comments on questions and answers on Zoom.
On
so-
to read?
About 15, I bet. On Zoom, so,
online.
online. And then two people with their rates.
Anyone
hands
in the
raised.
audience first? All right,
Online?
online, let's,
All right, we'll start with Naomi.
You it.
You are unmuted.
We've got a couple more down here if you need them.
Naomi, can you speak so we can see if we can hear you?
We've got one more down here if you need them.
I'm good.
Cheers.
You can be here for another hour.
All right, we can't hear you, so I'm just going to put you back to mute. Maybe you can come back to you again. Maybe once a minute.
I do have, I believe, an email from Naomi Bretz, if that's the same name.
I don't have a last name. I just have a first name.
Okay.
So. We have Hoy. You are now unmuted.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, thanks everybody. I appreciate the late night meeting, but perhaps maybe going forward, if we have such a heavy agenda, to potentially split it up to 2 meetings, just to ensure that we can have all residents present. But I know you all are trying your best. But on the Territorial and East French Lake Road development, I live in this neighborhood, and I'm actually the house that's right behind the developer or the property owner that decided to keep the house and the 1.25 acres. The first question is just that I understand that that staff recommends that we don't have any further entry points or access points to East French Lake Road. But looking at the property itself, the development, there's 42 homes, 43 including the property owner that's keeping the property. And I don't know the exact amount of vehicles that are averaging out per home, but let's just say it's 1.5 to 2 vehicles. I mean, that's over 80 vehicles, 85 vehicles for just homeowners, on top of deliveries and buses and all those things that come with development. Is there the reason to keep it internal to just prevent additional access to East French Lake Road?
So, yes, the answer is yes. I guess just for the sake of time for everyone who's speaking, you certainly can ask questions and we'll just try to address them in the answers at the end.
Okay, so that's one. And then I'd like to know what the plan is in regards to that tree line that is between the property owner and the current development. The tree line itself meanders throughout properties that are currently existing in territorial trails, as well as the property that's being developed. These are trees that have been there for quite some time, and we've seen that replanting trees hasn't been as successful as we'd hoped for in our current development. So the question there would be, what type of easement do you plan on providing so that you don't have to tear down those trees in order to build a home? And then since we're just talking about questions, the third question is, with Pulte Homes building these homes, will this be part of the Territorial Trails Homeowners Association? And then the last question is in regards to the tot lot. I know that staff has mentioned that it wouldn't be redundant to have 2 tot lots, but is there any consideration of a sports park or courts or basketball courts there? So those are my 4 questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zach, did we have someone else on? Sorry, trying to type back and stop the clock and. We have one person iPhone. You are.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Name and
Hi,
address.
Hi, this is Jennifer Bodette. You did receive a letter from me. I also live in Territorial Trail, and I'm on the board of directors for the HOA there. Most of these questions are repeat, and so I won't actually ask the question. I maybe will just give a little bit more context. The entry point on East French Lake Road is a concern of multiple residents. We have a very windy and single thoroughfare through our development. It's basically like a big horseshoe shape. Most of the 122 homes that exist in Territorial Trail are directly on that one road, and there are hundreds of children. So I just echo the concerns about the additional traffic through there. There's very low visibility because of the windiness of them, and there's often cars parked on the sides, and they're already fairly narrow. So we would very much be in favor of keeping an access point of the new development, whether it be further south or whatever. As far as the tot lot, echo the concerns. One of the concerns that we have is that our neighborhood in general is very isolated from any other Dayton parks. We have no safe passageway for our kids to get across East French Lake over to the Lennar area. We can't send them on Territorial. There's no sidewalks. And so right now the only amenity that we have is geared at children, 5, 7, and younger. So putting a basketball court or something like that in that area would be not only great for the many kids that are over those ages, but also adults would get recreational use out of it as well. And then I also have the question about them joining the HOA. We have 122 homes, and it is already hard to keep up with our neighborhood with our dues and everything, just with 122 homes. So I cannot imagine an HOA being dedicated to only the 42 homes here. It just would make a lot more sense if we could share the basketball court and the tot lot and fold those homes in and just make it truly one development. And that's all I had.
Thank you.
I have about 15 things to read in if you'd like. Otherwise, I can put them in the minutes. What would you like to do, Chair?
Can we summarize them?
And do they provide new
Any
feedback?
new?
Yes, any new.
Do you want to scan them? I've got a couple questions.
To choose what's new.
I got a couple questions for Pulte based on what's been asked, and then you can scan them. We can get to them. We won't close the public hearing just yet. So, yeah, I guess the one about the HOA. I don't live in an HOA, but I'm somewhat familiar with at least how Lennar has done them, being over in Sundance Woods, and hearing about Sundance Greens. Is it similar with Pulte? You guys own the HOA during build out, and then transfer ownership to the residents at that point?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, generally, transition will take over, will happen at about 75% build out of the neighborhood. It's when there's enough residents present, they can, a meeting is facilitated by our staff, an election is held, and then a board is actually elected, and then that board continues to work with our staff within the development team. And so it's kind of this orderly transition, but it usually transfers at about 75% build out.
Okay. And with that, I know HOAs take care of different amenities within the neighborhoods. Are you familiar with the Territorial Trail neighborhoods HOA and what they were supposedly responsible for?
I'm familiar with the neighborhood. It actually is a Pulte neighborhood.
Yep.
I thought it was.
Yep.
And it predates me though.
Okay.
And they might have amended things.
And they may have amended some things, but I'm sure that the HOA takes care of the tot lot, for example, and is budgeting for ultimately replacing that equipment, for example. And so the question was asked, I think, a couple times about whether this neighborhood would join that HOA, and we're certainly open to that, having that conversation. If the question's being asked, would you want to join? The answer is we would definitely want to entertain that, because we could add 42 lots into that HOA, which would help with the due structure.
Yep. Okay. I just think that helps maybe clarify it for those who are concerned about the HOA side of things. It seems like they're in favor of it, and you guys would be open to it as well.
Yep.
So I would say work on that.
Okay.
Another question. This might be more for staff, because I don't know. Territorial Trail to the west of here we've obviously got some dead-end roads, and maybe you know the answer too, but do we have that ghost platted out?
It was
Or-
platted in the original concept, as well as this area.
Yep.
When Territorial Trail came in, it was ghost platted at that time.
So where I'm getting at is, do we have another connection to Territorial Road in the future for this development?
Neither one. The area we're looking at tonight was also ghost platted and showing substantially similar to what's there without the connection to East French Lake Road.
Okay.
Similarly to the west, all three of those stub roads connect together, if you will, but no additional connections to Territorial.
Okay.
I see the concerns of the residents of connecting those roads as far as feedback on the concept, as far as connecting to East French Lake Road. With that being said, you know, when you come into this neighborhood, either from East French Lake or Territorial, it is your first right or left turn, and you're pretty much into this development pretty quick. So it's probably not as concerning maybe as I was initially thinking. Yeah, I'm agreeing completely with the residents, but now when I look at this, it's kind of like it's not that far in.
It was already planned for that connection too, obviously, because of the road stubs, right? So, I mean, this is something that was intentional, that there'd be a continuation of those roads.
Yep.
But not necessarily, I think, if I understand you right, Jason, the connection to East French Lake Road was not part of that ghost plat.
It was not, but I actually just brought it up, and I do have a correction. I apologize. There is a second connection shown to the west.
Okay.
For the other one, but again, not an additional connection for what we're looking at tonight.
Okay.
And, you know, I know staff mentioned that maybe they'd like to see a continuation of the windy roads, but I think you got to work with what you got here, meaning that there's not a whole lot to work with when you lay it out different ways. It's not like you're working with a lot of acres here, and you got a pipeline to deal with.
My bigger concern would be the actual styling of the house and making sure that it matches the existing styling, because it is basically one subdivision. And so to have the houses switch style, because I drove through it today, it's a beautiful neighborhood, right? And your new designs are close, but not quite. And I feel like it's one of those things where they're almost too close, but not quite. So it'd be a little jarring. You're like, wait a minute, this doesn't quite look like this, but it kind of looks like this. So windy roads, not that important to me. Matching stylistically, so it looks like one neighborhood, that's more important to me.
Mr. Chair, may I offer something for consideration there? So in the existing neighborhood, there's actually two different home lineups in there. There's the villas, and then these are terms we use internally, but there's it's a 5 category of home, which is kind of a larger move up. You know, your kids are getting older, you need more elbow room kind of a house. The villa, and I actually built one of those myself. Is actually, targeting an empty nester. And so that's two very different home lineups and two very different buyers, if you will. The homes that we're proposing are actually another 5. It's actually another move up type. I need more living space. The kids are getting older kind of a home. So while they do look a little different, they are actually in the same category of home with what you're looking at when you first enter into Territorial Trail.
Yeah, I was just talking about the design details, like as far as matching siding and matching they have the Craftsman details and the roof lines, and they have the Craftsman style columns, but the columns you showed in your designs were a little bit different. Like that's what I meant. Like it's a picky little nitpicky thing, but those styles, not necessarily the size. But that actually goes back to the tot lot. If you're designing homes that are mostly for people with older kids or empty nesters, a tot lot doesn't make much sense, period, in the original community. And it makes even less sense now. So I agree with what the residents are asking is, yes, there needs to be a park, but if you built homes for people with older kids, then the park should be for older kids. Would be my thought there.
One of the suggestions, and I know you're dealing with the gas line, we have it running through our neighborhood too, and it runs through some two larger park-like lots that people own, and you don't have it divided on the side lots of homes here, but like it is in my neighborhood. But one of the suggestions may be, I don't know what's feasible to put over it, but I heard a basketball court, maybe someone was interested in something like that. Maybe that's an option to put over this, something fairly inexpensive to replace and remove if the gas line does need to come in. Look for options to program that space. Could be the outfield of a something.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Or a field for the kids to run in, so.
Yeah, and I had a little bit of concern with Lot 40 when I was looking at it a little closer, just because the entire backyard is in the gas line easement. It's not the end of the world, but, if they put fences up, accessory structures, whatever, they're at risk of...
Can you get a deck on it?
Right. Can you get a deck on it? And that really stuck out on that lot.
And I think maybe some of the wiggling of the road that is missing is that Comstock. You might be able to buy you a little bit more depth in that rear yard. I don't know. I think that's one of the things that jumped out at me, similar to staff, is there was a very clear character to the roadways in the existing neighborhood. It was very clear. I don't know if it was for traffic calming or what it was, but a meandering roadway was apparently the intent. And you can tell these don't really do that. I think, maybe the cul-de-sac does, a little bit, but maybe a little bit of wiggle on Comstock there would give you a little bit more room in the rear yard of Lot 40.
So I'm going to disagree with staff on the connection to East French Lake. I don't think it needs to be where it is. I think it needs to move further south about where the gas line is. But I think this neighborhood does need another connection point to either French Lake or Territorial, and I'm assuming French Lake is of the two, that's the better one. This neighborhood is tough to drive if you're not familiar with it, and familiar with how it's laid out. I echo concerns of the residents of cars being parked and children playing in the streets, and you're coming around curve after curve after curve, and I get it. It's part of the design of the neighborhood, and but that's actually why I would say there needs to be another connection, is both egress for the neighborhood if there's an emergency down in that lower corner. How much longer is it going to take EMT to get down there, or an emergency vehicle? So based on the design of the roads, we should consider how long it would take, and just from that standpoint alone, somewhere right around the gas line feels like the right point. It also, I don't believe we have any neighbors on the west side of French Lake, but maybe we do, who've made comments, but where the road is today, it's going right into someone's driveway and front yard, and they're gonna get headlights all day long in that house, or all night long in that house when people leave that neighborhood. So shifting it just a little further south would alleviate a lot of that.
South of the pipeline?
South of the pipeline, yep.
Pretty close to Territorial.
Put it right where the pipeline.
Right where the pipeline
I
is?
mean, put it right over the pipeline easement and bring it out.
Can't really put it over the pipeline.
Yeah, you can. I mean, the road's crossing it now in a whole bunch of different locations.
Yeah.
I would say though that you probably don't love the fact that the road runs parallel, dead smack, almost parallel right through the middle of that instead of crossing it really quick.
It's a short stretch.
Yeah, I mean, it's not great. I mean, if you think about our neighborhood, Peter, I don't think there's any roads that they cross it quickly and they're out of it. They don't really kind of live in it from a parallel alignment.
But they generally just have to cross it. If you start running down it, you get in trouble when the
You
pipeline
may.
has to do any maintenance. You're kind of SOL.
Yeah. You can be in it, but I don't know to what extent they're okay with a parallel alignment down the center line or near center line of that.
Well, and I think it's lot 11 or 12. I mean, you could make it right there and have it come out.
Yeah.
just lose 12.
Yeah, and I get where Peter's coming from with the recommendation that, against staff on the East French Lake Road connection, but I guess the more I've looked at it, I've gotten comfortable without it. So I just wanted to share that. But I get where he's coming from because I was there first too.
I think moving it south provides more opportunity for lots 12 to 37 to actually use it. I think where it's located now, you think the traffic distribution out of here, they're most likely going to 81, right? So if lots, 12 through 37, which is the southern, everything south of that gas line, they're probably not going to go north to then take a right to go east and then go south on French Lake, then go down to Territorial, then take a right and then go to 81. They're probably going to zip through 110th to Territorial and hang a right. But I think moving it a little bit further south makes it a little bit more of an appealing option for them to use. I just don't see them going all the way to the northern boundary like it is now, out of their way, to get out of there. Especially that deep in that cul-de-sac for sure. I think they're going to continue go left and go to Territorial Trail to hit Territorial Road. Maybe moving it south does influence some of those people to come out on East French Lake, but I don't think, in summary, I don't think a ton of people are going to use that connection anyways.
I do agree if you're going to have it, it's got to be south, but.
Yeah.
One of the things that came up in the comments that we got was about Territorial Road in 81 and needing the light there. Is there any talk on that? That's not directly attached to this, but this will influence it.
Sure. County has a lot of money.
They're just sitting on pockets of money.
Just not spending it in this district?
Yeah. So, go ahead.
Chair and members of the commission, so we did a study on this area, came up with a plan and design, essentially pitched it to Hennepin County, and they said that's nice, but that's about all it's going to go forward with. So we've done our due diligence to provide them with some information, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason, but essentially they said that's really great, but we don't have any plan for doing anything like that at this moment. But we've done the general idea is create the roundabout. That's where the other connection and the other west half would be connected into, would be the other half of that roundabout, as in a 4-leg roundabout there at that corner, and then again connect up into 81 with a connection point and preferred light if we can do it. But
And just residents who still may be listening or watching tomorrow, there is right of way provided at the intersection. When we did the townhomes across the way, we did secure right of way to make a cleaner connection to 81 than what it is today. And not everyone may know that, so.
Yeah, a realigned alignment to 81.
Yep.
Peek behind the curtain a little bit, though, from an engineering standpoint. I don't see Hennepin County ever saying that intersection meets signal warrants, but there's a list of things that they got to go through whether or not it meets the needs for a signal, and it's missing a lot of them.
You have a couple comments?
I'll summarize them. They're very similar to what you've heard. Again, they're all very detailed and informational, but they're all generally the same. Keep the mature trees, join the HOA, try to get another access point if we can, and the tot lot turn into a pickleball court, basketball court, something other than what's there projected. Essentially is what I got. Again, there are a lot of detailed comments about specific things, but wetlands, they're concerned about trees and so on and so forth. And then they had one comment on 81 and Territorial and what are you doing at that intersection. So
I've got emails from Naomi Bretz and Ashley Turner, and much of it is already been repeated. I guess one difference is to ask for more manicured open space areas versus natural areas.
And I think, well, to some extent, you'll get that with the gas line, at least in the way it's laid out
When you
today.
said manicured, you mean mowed, so I
Yep.
think that's a good conversation for Pulte to have with the HOA, because they're going to be the ones taking care of it.
There was some comments. I want Pulte to be aware of them. In one of the emails that we received about the grading of the lots, the maintenance of the mowed areas outside of just the grass that was put in didn't survive, the the lots are lumpy and I mean, we're dealing with it, and I deal with it in Lennar, with Lennar in my neighborhood, in my lot, just down the road, and the topsoil is, you know, it's clay topsoil that's already been stripped prior to us, or prior to you coming in and developing it, so anything you guys can do to help better those lots.
Okay.
Would be beneficial. So,
thank you.
Any other comments on this one?
There's one additional comment online. Would you like to hear it, Chair? Or?
Sure.
Okay. They'd like to speak.
Oh, yeah, we haven't closed the public hearing, so one more comment.
You are unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hi, this is Hoygan. I appreciate just the consideration about the access point up at East Lake, and I just wanted to further iterate just in regards to that difficulty of the intersection on 81 with Territorial. A lot of folks do avoid that turn or the intersection during peak hours because you can't turn west or east rather on 81 because of the traffic. So a lot of that traffic actually goes east on Territorial. Now that the Territorial that's opened up with the roundabout and then being prepped for the Aprons Parkway intersection. So a lot of traffic is actually being diverted currently because of that, the congestion in 81 and Territorial on the Territorial. So having an access entry point to the new development south of the gas line, I think would actually help and would actually be utilized more so and help deter some of the traffic from going through the current development. And you can see that does have a meandering road on 110th, and that road there, for those who've driven it, those roads are very, very narrow. Someone had mentioned it earlier. If you park a car on that road, delivery trucks, buses, even a fire truck cannot get through there without driving onto the curb or driving over the island, the center island, the cul-de-sac. So I just do appreciate you considering that. It really would be beneficial for the neighborhood that's currently existing neighborhood as well as the new neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think with that, it is 11:25. We're going to close the public hearing. I think you got enough comments and feedback on this. Thank you for your time and patience.
Thank you. Yep, thank you.
Thanks for sticking it out late with us.
We do have
Hopefully you don't
one
drive too
more
far
item.
home. Otherwise, you might be home tomorrow.
Right.
Item number 8G, ordinance amendment, driveway aprons. John, is there a pressing to get this up?
It's
tonight?
advertised as public hearings.
Oh, it's a public hearing, all right.
I'm good.
And
Okay, there we go. Driveway apron, so we've got quite the audience here to try to make it quick. We've talked previously, both at the Plan Commission level and the council level a few months ago about ordinance amendments. One on whether or not to require concrete driveway aprons, and two, widen garages. And the consensus was we're not going to mess with garages, we're going to look at aprons. So for anybody that's watching this still, a concrete apron is not necessarily what you wear in the kitchen. It is also what you would have in front of the garage. So this is concrete, obviously, where it meets asphalt. The intention here is that you're going to have probably a little bit more stress on the driveway, and so you would have concrete versus asphalt. As we've discussed in the previous meetings during the construction process, the excavators will come in and dig trenches for the garage foundation or home foundation. It's always a bigger hole than what the actual foundation is, and so the construction company will fill that hole. It doesn't always get compacted appropriately, and over time it settles, and on top of that is your driveway, which your driveway then settles, and now you've got a speed bump going into your garage. So the question for the commission is, do you want to require a concrete driveway apron at the time of construction?
You want to say answer yes or no?
This is a public hearing, so we're going to open it at 11:28. And I guess we can have some discussion in case someone pops up.
I'll just talk first. I think it's a betterment
There's 5 on, I
to.
know. I think they fell asleep.
I think this is a betterment to home construction because you will have settlement issues regardless. Asphalt, well, there's nothing you can do with asphalt other than cut it out and redo it, repave it, and then pour concrete.
You're probably putting that back in.
Yeah, and so an apron at least provides a little bit more structure. It's usually tied to the foundation on the one side, so it's going to tip, and then you can have it mud jacked for way cheaper than digging out and re-pouring it. And I think they just look cleaner and make the front of the home look nicer. So I think it serves a functional purpose and an aesthetic purpose.
I'm in support of it as well, although I hate that the underlying reason for it is bad construction methods.
Sure.
I wish there was a way to fix that from the building code perspective and from an inspection perspective. I'm of the opinion there's just not. So something like this, I feel like doesn't hurt. And your point about you can much more easily fix this by mud jacking it. So if this does settle, which it probably will, you can mud jack it a lot cheaper than you could cut out settled asphalt, remove it, bring in a little more gravel, and then put concrete back into it. Mud jacking will be a far cheaper repair. But again, I absolutely hate that we have to do something like this for something that is a workmanship issue.
Yeah.
I guess I think I'm against it from a standpoint. I have one that's concrete, and it's settled 1.5 inches, and it cracks when it settles too. So, if you're going to start and mine happens to be, and this is so mine's a completely concrete driveway. So I'm curious to see if you guys think that impacts things differently. But even when you have so say someone skips the concrete apron and just goes a complete concrete driveway, it's a whole new issue now when it starts settling because mine's not attached to the foundation because it's sinking. And most of them that I know are my front step is sinking, and so I just if you have a really bad construction and bad compacting, and we require this, they might have to redo it anyway. And it all started with the bad compaction.
And I forget, would we require it only for new construction? Right? Because you're replacing a driveway. I think it'd be silly to do that.
You do not require driveway permits if you're replacing the original. So I guess the only exception, if you're widening the original, now it's an addition.
I just hate to throw the extra cost in it. Solving the problem, I guess, is my issue.
My vote is that it's adding cost and doesn't solve the underlying issue.
I put some thought into this one. It's an additional cost that's not an issue for everyone. My neighbor's driveway settled. My neighbors and my houses were built at the same time. 3 of us moved in within a week of each other 9 years ago. One guy's driveway settled a foot, well, not a foot, 6 inches. But he went through the process of doing the concrete apron. The other one drives a Dodge 2500 pickup, parks every day right there, in and out, no issues. I have like a half an inch of settlement in the summer, and it heaves a little bit in the winter, and it's not a big deal. And we've been there 9 years. I don't know that we need an added cost to skyrocketing home prices when it may not be an issue for everyone, and
it may not fix it for everyone.
It may not fix it for everyone.
It still might sink.
It still may sink. It's going to be more. It may spall or break off. I mean, salt on concrete is not good, and people like to throw salt all over their driveways, and
yeah, I feel like if we don't do this, then we got to find a way to fix the workmanship issue. Because it is a problem. I think we're hearing about it because we've heard from a ton of residents, right? I would assume.
I don't know if
I guess
we've
that'd
heard
be a good
from
question.
a ton.
How has this issue come up?
It's a lot. Mine did it. My two neighbors up did it. Luckily, mine is concrete. It didn't settle, but I have snakes underneath it. It's hollow. I can hear it.
Yeah.
My neighbor 2 doors up jacked it, and she got by pretty cheap. If there is a big cost for the cement versus asphalt during construction, then that might make sense, but my understanding was it wasn't that big a cost. So, to me, it kind of hinges on what that delta is, and if it's just material cost, that can't be that much.
I don't think it's that much, because the sidewalk that you see in the bottom of the picture there, it's getting poured anyways, right? They're gonna
Well,
be
that's
there
it.
for that
You got
anyways.
cement guys there, you got asphalt guys there. So now, really what you're talking about is the material.
And the sidewalk gets there before the asphalt. So if that concrete apron were not there, when that house got constructed, the sidewalk got poured first, the driveway was gravel, they paved the driveway. Instead, they'd pour the sidewalk and the apron, and then come pour the driveway. I don't think it's a significant cost increase. And not trying to really, be a pain about it. I don't know. I think this might be our best attempt at even coming close. And I was initially against it. I think it was you that convinced me of well, we're not going to fix the workmanship issue. I really don't think we will. It's not supported by building code. And our, where I work, we've got internal building inspectors. I know the city of Dayton uses a consultant. Even internal building inspectors go, you're not going to fix this issue. Ones that I probably have a little bit more ability to change their frame of mind and view and policies and everything. They're convinced that you wouldn't fix this, and I think a concrete apron gets as close as we could. I would recommend we maybe require a little bit of rebar in it, so when it does crack, the cracks stay tight. But that would be a little above and beyond. But
Yeah, you do want to put a wire mesh in it.
Something to,
If
it won't,
do something,
the crack will still happen.
But they still won't do
But
it.
it'll
right?
stay tight.
They'll put the mesh down on the ground and then they'll
Yeah,
pour the concrete
on
and they
top.
won't raise it up. And, so I think it's a betterment
It's a
to
workmanship
the
issue.
problem. That's where I stand.
Kind of feel like it's a quality thing, not just work. And so with quality, we all select different things. I built a home, so you select different things. And that's where I feel like, at some point in time, it's up to the homeowner to figure it out too and deal with like everyone else. I mean, I don't know if it's gonna solve everything. That's why I guess I'm really cautious. It's like you might require it and it turns out there's sinks and they start asking people and they're like, well, why'd you put it in? And, well, the city told me I had to. And it's still sunk.
I think the only comfort I've got there is mud jacking it back up, or if you've heard a hollow point underneath it, maybe before any real issue happens, you can get some mud jacking underneath it. And
keep
just delay
I had a
the
friend of mine
inevitable.
in Donahue Hills, 30-year-old house, but the whole front of the driveway folded in. It's asphalt. And she had to go through some pretty good expense to fix that. So.
And that introduces drainage in towards the footing, the foundation as well, which, is the potential for more damage. If water's gonna pool there and seep down. Like I said, I wish we weren't here. I wish we didn't have to do it, but we do.
So how about, and I don't know this answer, but how about where the asphalt and concrete's joining? They say that stops the settling a little bit there. Is the asphalt where it butts the concrete still going to settle again, and you just move the problem out?
It's out of the excavation.
Well,
Yeah.
it should be out of the it should be out of the excavation zone, but you may start to get pushing, where the asphalt pushes up, and you start to create a little rut right there. This is really getting down to material science too on the type of asphalt they're using on these driveways, of how much it's going to do that, and is it really going to happen, and is it only happening when you bring your F-250 or whatever?
Stop too quick.
Yeah. I'm on the opinion of this. Is it really, is it a problem with new construction, and how many are new construction in the last, we'll say 10 years, because that's really when it started. If it's 30% of new construction, I might have a different tune here, but if it's if it's 25 residents who are just emailing, doesn't seem like that much. And Dennis, I mean, you said yours sunk, but
Mine's 30 years old.
yours 30 years old, and how many?
I don't think it's unique to to today's construction. My house was built by, the guy that built it lived in it, and he was gonna stay in it, and it settled.
So requiring a driveway apron, though, by ordinance, wouldn't fix any of the existing driveways that are settling, no different than you just putting one in yourself, right?
For existing, yeah.
I mean, and so,
But like I said, the reason I was probably saved a fairly large expense is because he put in an apron.
Yeah, it's less than $1,000 to mud jack, for sure, and it's 5 to 8 to more thousand to tear your driveway out and bring compaction and pour an apron after the fact. So, can we make a motion and see where we land on a vote?
We can.
Lost track. If we opened and closed the public
We
hearing.
opened it, closed the public hearing at 11:39.
Make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm gonna go with yes.
You missed your turn.
I know I missed my turn, but I was still deciding. I was
right.
hoping one of you two would do it and I would not
All
have
right.
to decide.
The motion passes 3-2.
Not what I expected us to have a split vote on. Well done, guys.
Those aprons.
The most controversial issue of the night.
That question answered the material. I gotta believe the difference in cost is simply the materials.
Yeah.
Could we?
It's gotta be really close.
It's pretty dang close at that point. I mean,
Yeah, because they're already there pouring the sidewalk.
Yeah.
That's what
Mayor,
kind of decided
you
me.
have
They
the
were already there.
city engineer
If you
says,
had
yeah.
no other concrete.
Just a little bit of materials.
To wash.
It's materials cost.
I guess
So then let's, yeah.
here's the only thing I'll suggest on this is if you go to Pulte or Lennar and you look at their build sheets, they're gonna charge that resident extra for it.
Yeah. And but I think the residents can be better off for it because of
But
I'd also require concrete stoops instead of wood porches. But
that's another
just
day.
me.
That's another day.
That's just me. I think they look bad.
Are you adding that to the agenda right now?
We don't.
Just saying.
All right. Item 9A.
There's
No
nothing
new
wrong with
business.
vinyl siding.
Item 10.
All snobs.
Item 10. Notice and announcements.
Yes, the next regularly scheduled planning commission meeting is on the 4th of July. I'm hoping you cancel it.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Motion to cancel the July 4th meeting.
Second. This is a vote. Let's just go.
It's just consent, well, either way,
Yeah.
like, City Hall's gonna be closed.
Do we?
we're not doing that.
Well,
I won't say on record what I'll be doing.
well, do we have any agenda items for July that need to be?
I thought that's why this meeting was so awful.
Yeah.
No,
Good night,
it's
Dennis.
no natural. And let me back up, that was a bad explanation. When it got warm, we had a whole lot of projects that came in March, and they all came to fruition for the June planning commission meeting. Planning Commission, City Council. We do have one application that came in yesterday. I think it can be pushed off till August. It would be an extension of the 60-day rule.
Okay. I'm gonna say I guess, is the applicant okay with?
I've asked and they've not answered yet.
Okay.
They don't have to be okay, right? We just gotta give notice.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
I think it's after that they have to be okay with it, right?
So
After
then-
to beyond 120 days.
Okay.
I think we decided at the last meeting to cancel the July 4th meeting, so I don't think we need any motion on that.
Okay.
I agree.
And then, August 1st, the other one that staff didn't mention earlier is, did you get your application in
Get
yet?
your application.
I haven't turned it in. I downloaded it.
I got
beginning
mine
of this
half filled
meeting.
out, so.
Yeah, I gotta do that.
June, yeah, for anyone that's watching this still, so we have 2 positions on the planning commission that are up, so you have Paul and Peter. It's a 3-year term. Applications are due, I believe it's June 18th.
Yes, June 18th.
From what I remember.
Yes, that is correct.
And if anyone else is interested, there's one parks one?
There's 2 parks.
2 parks one.
Commission as well, and then the decision we made on June 25th meeting at the city council. Well, we have one EDA opening currently. That's what you meant. Yeah, we have one EDA opening. If anybody owns a business in town, let us know. Love to have you on the EDA.
Almost should have announced that when we had a packed house.
Motion to adjourn.
Lost cause.
Second. We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned.